It's the mark of booty.
Shit. Nah. Love the royal priesthood. Mark of Buddha, Sekou the madman, Killer Priest, Fourth Chambers, Full Fuji. This beat sound like something I wear. You dig? Yo, hold on my people, why you walking around like you equal? They wrote you in as 3/5. What we gon' do about this? Talk too much, you end up like Jimi Hendrix in 27 Club. You want that knowledge? Well, I'm the plug. Knowledge itself is the drug, and I keep dropping the nugs. Culture pushing, wisdom spitting, pimping simpletons into listening. Y'all know why you spewing fiction. I can feel the tensions in your intentions. I wonder if that's Johnson heaven. If God is white, why he write that bronze was the sun? They give us reparations, that's when the apocalypse begun. Yeah, red rhyme, okay. Yeah, red rhyme, better rhyme, grab your guns, daughters and sons. Wasn't long ago when they had us hung. Blood on the leaves, frontal crumbled in between. Exhale from my ancestors that prevailed. We inhale, so we inhale, dodging death every day. Just happy I'm here to tell the tale. Meanwhile, y'all with the pigs and them tattletales. I'ma just be a scientist if it all fails. Mixing chemicals like a cocktail. My tree smell like it's from the tropical. So not for sale, never settle. Follow the tears on the trail. Nah.
That whole African American thing is to omit. You see, the indigenous black man of this particular land, when we brought the African American term, we cut out all of the Caribbean, all of South America, all of Latin America. And this is another way to reclassify you, you see what I'm saying, outside of power.
We got blacks, whites, brown and yellow. We got red, those with dreads found from the ghetto. We got bullet-led and misled, the smile of the devil. On the face of the moon, heart pound like a rebel. Hear the sound of the metal. War in Iraq, 6 feet underground with the shovel. All over the map, the Bible said signs of the time. The Torah said that's your God, not mine. The Holy Quran says it's all Allah designed. The Buddhist says let's meet at the shrine. Thou shalt not eat of the swine. That you is the cut, sure as blue as the blood. Killer priests in the temple, Nehru is the love.
That's a political move that was put in by the government to break you down to this subclass, you see, and not be a world community. So to call you an African American is to disconnect you from that global community and that great diaspora that we were talking about. So that's a political move. Yes, come on. The average Native American was this brother's complexion at the turn of the century. Now when you say Native American, it's some white person with a feather in his hair. Right.
Woo!
I know I did a good job, okay? I know I did a good job if I got this reaction right here, okay?
Yo!
Peace and blessings to the family.
Welcome
to another episode.
And I know they're here. I know they're here. I saw the Korean bell in the video. Who are they? I need to know who that is.
I got you. Woo! Let me let the people know who you are real quick. Mother, may I? I'm gonna take it back to grade school. Mother, may I introduce you to the people?
Absolutely.
About a decade ago, God was wise enough in all of her wisdom to bless me with somebody who was at the precipice of the proper curation of consciousness before it went somewhere and died. The consciousness that we knew, the movements that we loved, the places and spaces that we went to rally families of folks together all across this nation and all across the globe had went somewhere to die. We saw the last remnants of it, of everything that we love, from everyone that we love, come together and just dissipate.
Come on.
You know, like conscious stardust. You understand what I'm saying? And one of our greatest curators, one of our greatest political educators at the time warned us of this time that was to come. And We like mama tripping, you know what I'm saying? You know, I don't know what's going on and what's happening. We outside. It's good, ma. What you talking about? She's like, I'm gonna tell you, blah blah blah. You know, and the advent of BIE and the advent of all of these imposters that was running around that everybody thought was so great,
Oh my God.
everything fell like a house of cards, right?
Oh my God.
So I want to introduce to some, present to others, one of the most transformative minds who prepared us for a shift while still shifting. Prepared us for a shift while still shifting. The best curation, the best political educator, a master metaphysicist, a master uh, of many things, but a representative that the mother's favor is still with us if we are on the right side and in tune with her. So our
That's right.
cosmic mother, the seer, the writer, the teacher, and one of Do the Knowledge Radio's greatest guests. Okay. In the pantheon of 11 years and over 4,000 episodes, the unforgettable matriarch is here back in the building. Okay, I thought it was going to be a struggle to get mama back in the building, but mama is here because she loves us that much. So let's put our hands together and show some love for the one, the only. Her name now, right? Her name then and her name now, right? Our cosmic mother, Cassandra the Seer, affectionately known to us all as daughter of the fates, is in the building. Welcome, mother. Welcome, mother. How are you?
I'm good, Africa. That's a great intro. I always, always, always love your introductions. I do. I do. It's good to see you again, too. It's been a long time.
Yes. Yeah, I had to go someplace else today. I was like, where can I go? Where can I go? I'm like, yeah, just to show the world. Maybe everybody got their own bleeps and spaces of time. Like, well, I know her as Yapo. Well, I know her as this. Well, I know her as that. She's all of that. And then did we really shrug off the greatest warning before this fall that we was going on? That you was like the only voice that was a voice of reason trying to warn us, like, yo, this is it's just about to go down. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, all right. So I want to thank you on behalf of those of your cosmic babies that survived the shift. A lot of things have happened. A lot of things have, gone on, and some folks done went to glory, and some folks done went to hell. You understand what I'm saying? So we still here, and
No, it's
it's
real.
a
It's
part of.
you. You broke up on that last part. You're breaking up a little bit. Um, but thank you so much. As a matter of fact, to go back to the introduction, it was actually your introduction was actually quite deep. I'll be honest, like that brief introduction, but I'm like, oh my God, yeah, you're right, and we get caught up so much in like the crisis of the current that just this brief introduction, I'm like, damn, man, it was just such a monumental period of time. This period that you and I met within the context that we met, within the context of what was happening. And it felt like it was happening seamlessly across the country and even out, like it was reverberating even outside the country. It was really such an electric and hopeful time. Like all this work that our ancestors had done was like actually culminating into a moment where we could actually like do some shit, where we could actually like set some shit off. It felt like, okay, we up in here. You feel me? And when I came out to California, the very last event that I'd organized before leaving the South was the let's see, it was called the African People Sovereignty Summit, and it was I had Professor James Small. I flew him down. Brother Raheem Shabazz, the documentarian, and then I had and then I flew some brothers and sisters out from Texas who were the curators, the creators for the Marcus Garvey Academy out in what was it? Fort Worth, Dallas. And then I had several performers come from around the area. Oh my God. Vintage Tux. I had them come down from Tallahassee. Tahir RBG, who was the longtime producer for Dead Prez, he came over, and he didn't just perform. He actually led a workshop. So it was an all-day event that was broken up into workshops around what, through the work that I have been doing all these years prior, I had identified were the most urgent areas that we needed to be organizing around if we were serious about teaching regular everyday Black people what is an absolute necessity, what is an absolute requirement for the implementation of not only national sovereignty, but individual sovereignty. And the basis for that was I had participated in all of these organizations. I was an actual dues-paying member of the African People's Socialist Party and its satellite organizations for 15 years. But even after I left the party and started hiring myself out to all of these other Black Power organizations throughout the region, throughout the South and the Eastern Seaboard, the Northeast, Philadelphia, so on and so forth, Texas, the one thing that I recognized was inside these organizations that are dope, extraordinary, awesome organizations doing real work on the ground to address the immediate issues of Black people, that among them all, there was not one. I do not care who get mad and who be in their feelings. Among them all, there was one thing that was perpetually and permanently consistent. And it's not just Black folks. Let me just say that. That was my frame of reference then, was just all Black folks, all Black organizers, all Black organizations. But upon coming out West and having stayed on multiple Native American reservations, having gone into ceremony with Mexica people, Azteca people, Lakota people, having done Temazcal, having done spiritual work with all of these different people, having done political work with all these different folks, every single solitary, I don't care. And ain't nobody prove me wrong yet. I dare you to. Because just as much work as I was doing in Black Power spaces, all those years that I was in the South, that's as much time as I had committed to other people's organizations out here who weren't Black. They were Mexican, they were Native, they were South American. And there is one thread of connection among them all. Is everybody wants national sovereignty while they perpetually deny individual sovereignty to women in particular and women and children inside these organizations. You want national sovereignty while denying human beings their absolute right to sovereignty. And I'm gonna tell you, I appreciate, you know what, we could do a whole discussion just on that introduction that you did, because I read what you were, proposing that I speak about, and this wasn't on it at all. But I'm telling you, none of us in that movement, none of us in that period have come together to even analyze what the fuck happened and where we are right now, why we are where we are right now. Nobody has done that. And it's real. It's me being out here. I've been out here in California now 8 years, because what happened in those later days of that movement, of that groundswell that had the potential to change everything. And that's the shit we don't want to sit with. Black folks in general, revolutionary Black folks in particular, and even more in particular, those Black folks in revolutionary organization that were caught up in what we were building at that time, who recognized what it was that was happening, who saw fit to plug in wherever they could, despite wherever they disagreed along ideological lines. That shit does not ever happen. And the fact that it was happening with such speed and magnitude as it did, and none of us have gotten together. None of us have gotten together to sum up what the hell happened. And it's not lost on me. It's not lost on me that this year, as a matter of fact, what day? It's May, February of this year was the 10-year anniversary of when we began to organize the Black Power Awards, the first annual Black Power Awards that we organized in Atlanta. I worked, and all these volunteers worked like beasts of burden from February to November of 2016 to execute something we have never seen. We ain't never seen that. As close as we can come in terms of bringing Black people together across all ideologies, man. We ain't never did that. As a matter of fact, because of how I was brought into political life, through the party and a lot of those old school veteran organizations from the 50s, from the 60s, the UNIA is still out there. So from the 19 teens, that is kind of, it's a historical kind of drawback, if you will. And I was guilty of it because that's how I was trained. Like there was not a lot of evidence of Black people from different organizations working with each other outside of like ideological unity, outside of ideological lines. We had hard lines, and so there was these organizations we ain't mess with because they reactionary, or these organizations they too spiritual, and you know what I'm saying. And that's a long time. That's a long time weakness among Black organizations, this quote split between the cultural nationalists and the Black nationalists, the cultural nationalists and those who doing the real revolutionary work, right? It's been a long time thing, and that's how I was brought up in the movement. And so once I left the party and started forming these relationships among Black men and women that, as a member of the party, had never worked with because the line was so rigid, because the line was so dogmatic that it was just gonna be us that was gonna be what was the line? We are the best sons and daughters of Africa, and if the world is going to be transformed, it is going to be us that transforms the world. Like, it was good when I was a kid. You feel me? I was 24 years old when I joined the party. It was good when I didn't know no better, when I had no frame of reference. You feel me? And once you get up in these organizations, it's like the camaraderie, it's the closeness, it's the togetherness, it's the fact that you have a unity of will that keeps you from seeing all the shit that is wrong with your ideology. It keeps you stuck in a place where you cannot evolve because you are so rigidly convicted. You are so tied. Your identity becomes your validity as a human becomes tied to this organization, so you dare not deviate from the line. And when I finally had the courage to leave the party, but I was so traumatized by my relationship to the party that I decided that I was never again going to be a part of a dues-paying organization, that I recognized that I had these skills that a lot of brothers and sisters did not have the opportunity to learn the way that I did, right? That I would hire those skills out to support other people's work. If you got something going on that I can get down with, like I like this project you got over here, you doing something that's positive positive for Black people. That was a requirement. I didn't have to believe what you believe. I ain't have none of that. If you doing stuff that is absolutely positively going to benefit Black folks in any way, shape, or form, I got some skills I would love to contribute to your process. Take them and I'll teach them and I'll transform and you run with it. Because over this last 26 years, since we entered into the new century, what it remains, not only remains, it has become increasingly worse. The gap in what presents itself as like progressive, revolutionary, activist work, the gap is radically increasing. And I feel like that's deliberate. I feel like that is deliberate, right? And so what happens is, when I was recognizing it way back then, I mean, this brother and I met in 2015, 2016, but even before then, because I left the party in 2009 and went right to work, me and my ex-husband organizing creating another organization. So we didn't miss a beat in organizing. And what we were focused on particularly was Black youth. We had teenagers at the time. Our youngest child, Quazil, was 10 at the time. My daughter was the oldest. We had 3 teenagers, 10, 14, 10, 12, and 14. And so, recognizing what we wanted our kids to come away with by watching us fully engaged in game-changing, revolutionary, transformative work that now has bridged the gap between, quote, cultural nationalism and spirituality. We were both new IFA practitioners, and still honoring our children's sovereignty, we gave these teenagers the choice about whether or not they wanted to participate in what my ex-husband and I were participating in, right? And it makes a difference, right? So anyway, recognizing that, we came out the gate organizing right away. And the reason that we focused so much of the work that we were doing on youth 24 years and younger is because we were recognizing in real time, this internet thing, this social media thing, this YouTube thing, that the great majority, 99.9% of people who, quote, come into political life, 99.9% of people who, quote, become politically aware, right? And it sets a fire and they become aware from this YouTube right here. You feel me? They hear something that blows their mind and they start deep diving into all that they don't know. But this brain shit, without the tangible, applicable, tried and true execution of what is coming into your skull, what is the project? What is the program? Who are you tied to that can help you take what you have collected in your brain, use it, apply it, analyze it? Did it work? Did it not work? What were the shortcomings? What were the benefits? And that's what is perpetually missing. Then it was obvious. Today it is catastrophic, this missing link. And so that's how I started hiring myself out. I recognized right away that was the problem. It's great to have great ideas and to say, yeah, I believe that, and I believe that. And your belief is not based on anything tangible. It's not based on you, the scientist, which we all are. Everybody on the planet is a scientist by birth, by nature of what it is we're supposed to be doing and how we're supposed to be navigating through the planet, right? And so by virtue of you being a scientist, you do not throw all of your, quote, beliefs onto an idea without testing that shit. And we learn how to do that as little kids. We learn some shit at school. We go outside. When we get home, we go outside and play. We play with all our homies and we don't know we're doing it consciously, but some stuff that we took in from that boring ass math class now becomes applicable when we got to build a tree house and we don't have all the ingredients necessary to build a tree house. Now we can improvise among us all, right? To do this thing. And so I'm saying all that to say, when I started hiring myself out, it's so crazy because I was organizing so much in so many places. I was organizing with people that as a member of the party, I would have never even met, much less said, I would like to co-sign on a project that we can do together. You feel me? So we had formed, I had formed an organization after my ex-husband and I split up, called the Florida Black Empowerment Collective, because Florida is one of those weird places, even though because it's relatively small. I mean, it's big, but it's, you know, it's weird. It's so spread out, and there's so much distance between every major city. So when you have all of these pockets of conscious people, and then you go to these places where they are, and you go to a quote Black Power event, and there'll be 30 people, 40 people at the event here, over here in Jacksonville, over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were just all so spread out. But I was making it a point to go to everybody's event. If there was an event in Orlando, I'm going. If Jacksonville, I'm going. Tallahassee, Gainesville, I'm going. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, anywhere there's consolidated packs of Black people, I was going to go. Me and the kids were going to go. And what that did was, when I, proposed to, it was primarily brothers running these organizations. When I proposed to the brothers that we start trying to consolidate a centralized base, even as we were doing our work in the cities where we were. So I was pretty much Tampa Bay area, and then all of these other spaces. And my proposition was like, we do an event a quarter, right? And we do, so that's 4 events a year where we do the big event in a region where different people are. So if there's an event in Tampa, the next quarter, the big event is going to be in Gainesville or Tallahassee. And then the next quarter, the big event is going to be in Orlando. And then the next event is going to be in Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. When the big events happen, everybody from all of the regions are going to support this event, the big event, right? And so what that had the ability to do in real time and crazy quick is, one, it grows your local base where you got 10, 20, if you lucky, 10 or 20 people who are engaged in the work you're doing locally regularly. You do this big event in your town where all these brothers and sisters are coming from everywhere to support your event. You've got a full-on fundraiser, and you have now a bigger base of people regularly that you can use locally that you didn't even know about, that now have grown your local organization. And we did that shit. And it was so great. It was so great. That work with the Florida Black Empowerment Collective was how I ended up doing the first event. I don't know if you came to that event, the Warriors Conference that we did in Tampa at the Jamaican spot.
I remember.
Did you come to that?
No, I promoted
it
though.
Okay. So even that, what happened was the organizer that had taken the project on, because this, I think it was the third one. And the project that the brother that had taken it on in Miami, I guess he had some type of emergency, and like, not even, it might've been a month before the event was supposed to happen. This brother had to completely pull out of being the on-the-ground organizer for the Warriors Conference in Miami. And I got a phone call. I won't say his name, but I got a phone call from this dude. And he was like, yo, I heard you the one that I need to talk to if I want to move my event from Miami to Tampa. And I was like, that's a month away. That ain't gonna give us no time to organize, no time to promote. Like, we still got to find a place, all this shit. He was like, yo, the event is practically built. This is the ticket for the event. This is who is on the ticket for the event. And then whatever resources that you need from where we are, we can contribute that. Everybody's already bought their airline tickets. Like, it's pretty much a catastrophe. So I pulled together a committee to kind of crisis manage how we're going to move this big event from Miami to Tampa. That would have been an impossibility had I not already been leading the work around trying to consolidate a more obvious base in Florida instead of these little pockets of organizations all over the state. It would have been impossible for us to build an event of that magnitude, a 3-day event of that magnitude had I not already been doing that work to consolidate a base in Florida. And the Warriors Conference was really kind of like the breakout moment, and because one, we were able, like, I was like, all right, it's a month, setting a reasonable, attendance number. I'm saying we'll be lucky if we get 200 people for all 3 days. We will be lucky. You feel me? That's ambitious. Okay. But baby, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was awesome. It was the dopest, most fun. And that's the other thing, man, is people have forgotten how to make the movement sexy, how to make the idea of being a sovereign people sexy, that's desirable. Like, that's the future I want. And it becomes contentious in their head. This shit we live in, this, that bullshit. I want what they talking about. And every event we go to, everybody fly. Everybody look good. Everybody love Black power. Everybody, like, you know what I'm saying? The energy was always through the roof hype. The musical performances was always over the top. The ceremony was always so deep. Ceremony, spirituality means something different when it's not disjointed and ambiguous. You just outside doing ritual for what? What's your goal? But what is you trying to accomplish when you doing ceremony? What is it that pouring libations to the ancestors? What is it tied to? What you waking your ancestors up, bitch, for if you ain't tying pouring libations and ancestral veneration to an end goal? What's the end goal? The same thing that they prayed for while they were alive and couldn't have it. You see what I'm saying? And so it was just a monumental period of time. And I know I'm going hard, but I'm so glad that is what you mentioned in this opening, because we haven't had any symposiums to sum up what the hell happened. We haven't had any great conventions to say, where did we drop the ball and how can we pick the ball back up and move forward? Not analyzing that period in human history, I don't care. To recognize what we were able to accomplish in such a short period of time and recognize where we are right now with the same monstrous motherfucker in office and not see a direct connection between Black people who had the ability in that moment to change every damn thing. And because the same dumbass shit lingers in every space, the denial of sovereignty. That's the bottom line. The denial of sovereignty. That is the issue. That is the issue. You feel me? Excuse me. That's the problem. And without summing it up that way, we'll do what we hear people doing all the time if they say anything, is blaming it on something else. Everybody is to blame. Everybody is to blame. That doesn't mean that we don't have an adversary. But like, at what juncture do we take responsibility for the role that we played in the moment where we are? And we haven't done that, because that movement, bridging these gaps between spiritual houses that have existed in this country since 1972, hell, even before that, but organized spiritual houses that were now finally talking about revolutionary work, how to bridge the gap between African spirituality. They had been in a position pretty much covered and protected to be the custodians of these spiritual traditions that have been denied the majority of Black people in this country. Now, all of a sudden, everybody is talking the same language through their different world experiences. And this shit, I'm getting chills everywhere just talking about it, because I'll be honest, man. I came to California demoralized. I came to California escaping us. I really did. I came to California because I felt like all of the work that I had done, all of the sacrifice that I joyfully made to contribute to what I saw a real opportunity for all of us in that moment. And I'm like, okay, how much, to go back over your life, You know what I'm saying? To see how much I gave away. How much I gave away to have it thrown back in my face. You understand? To think about the 22, there were 22 women on that committee to create the Black Power Awards. There were 4 men and 22 women, which is always the case. When I was asked at the last minute to organize the Warriors Conference, and I put out a mass call to all these organizations in Tampa, completely run by brothers, women showed the fuck up. Women who were not even activists, women who had never been to a political meeting, saw the importance of participating in the Warriors Conference. It was women. 2 brothers participated in organizing the Warriors Conference. 2. And to not sum that up, it's not even my imagination. We've heard our own leaders say it. Malcolm used to say that women are the backbone of the movement and men are the jawbone. There was a very real, specific scientific statement he was making when he said that. You feel me? We don't have a problem, repeating the quote, but not digging deep into the contradiction that he was stating in that quote. All the way back to 1914, this organization that has never been duplicated in its mass support, in its radical, rapid nature. The UNIA, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, founded by Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And he said the same thing. If you want something done well and right the first time, get a sister to do it. That is not to say his statement wasn't something that is supposed to be biblically rigid. What he was doing was analyzing a problem. But see, we just love to say the quotes without digging deeper into what these men were saying. It is problematic that this is the situation, that if you want something done right and well the first time, get a sister to do it. That's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. He wasn't saying, so brothers, just chill, because, if we want it done right and well, just get the sisters to do it. That's not what he was saying. Marcus Garvey was a scientist. He was a very learned and studious man. He was making a declaration about a problem that he was seeing in his own organization. That problem in his own organization is what eventually had his organization infiltrated and destroyed from the inside out. That's why. It's because men love to gab about what they know out their mouth. And because they know what they know and articulately gab it out their mouth, they join these political organizations with the assumption that they are entitled to something. And the something that they are entitled to always happens to be women. Always happens to be women. Malcolm X wasn't saying, y'all men, just make sure you learn, because women gonna be, he didn't say women gonna be the backbone of the organization and men gonna be the jawbone. He said women are the backbone and men are the jawbone. And he was making a declaration about something that he was observing that was problematic. And so when he creates the FOI, this is why he was so rigidly hardcore disciplined with these brothers, because he recognized that he was going to have to do something different with the members of the FOI than existed as a tendency inside the mass organization. Men never wanting to pull their goddamn full weight in the goddamn struggle to unburden us, to unleash us, to sever these ties and destroy our goddamn enemy. That's the thing that we have to be talking about. And so these men think, I done heard too many men say it. I know I'm going off, but I done heard too many men say it. You know what I'm saying? Well, sister, I ain't really about the meetings, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't really about, coming to no meetings or handing out no flyers. But you know what I'm saying? When the real struggle go off, when the revolution go off, you let me know, because I got the guns. Bitch, ain't nobody calling you with no guns. What's in your head? What is your gun going to do when your head is fucked up? When you have no discipline for your own life, baby. You don't care enough about your own life. You don't care enough about the lives of just the people on your block to say, you know what they talking about, I really feel like I might need. And we weren't just talking about political ideology. I was teaching CPR and first aid certification to regular, everyday, 8th grade education having high school dropouts. So if anything go down in your neighborhood, on every block, somebody is going to be CPR and first aid certified, so that you ain't got to wait no 2 goddamn hours for the police or the goddamn paramedics to come and fake like they trying to save your life. Somebody in your neighborhood is going to know how to preserve your life. That's practical application of what you got in your head about sovereignty, big words like that. Sovereignty, we want freedom and independence and self-determination. What does that look like in the real world? What does that mean to a regular everyday person who may have been denied an actual education that's exciting and invigorating for them? You feel me? What does liberation and sovereignty and all of that shit mean? Can you spell it out like somebody is 3? Can you spell sovereignty out? Can you spell liberation out? Can you spell freedom out to someone who got a 3rd grade education and they see it clearly in their mind's eye and the role that they can play? And if you ain't doing that, you basically just an RBG. For those who don't know what RBG is, red, black, and green wristband, bandana, sporting ass, petty bourgeois, uppity Negro who don't really give a damn about the people. That's it. Oh my God, I need you to be doing my whole channel. Oh my God, that was awesome.
That's just the introduction, y'all. Y'all know how we do when we get together. Like, I know years
we can
ago,
do a whole week on this.
Right. We need to. And I'm down for it, because we have to take the people through the stages, because nobody, the reason why I'm still here is because the story hadn't been told.
It's real,
if we go back through just the election/selection cycles from 2000 to 2026, right? So when we start looking through, we go back to 2000, right? Because that's golden era consciousness as far as these folks are concerned, right? Golden era consciousness. What happens in the midst of the golden era consciousness? We unspook everybody from Y2K, right? And we start getting a trajectory. September 11th happens right in the midst of it, right? So now the fear mongering is back. It's boom, boom, boom. Oh, this. All right. So the trajectory moves through 2000 to 2002. Now it's Afghanistan on one side and Iraq on the other side. So that's a selection cycle into 2004, 2000, 2002, 2000, 2000 to 2004, then 2008, right? So war torn the entire time and fragmented consciousness, like similar to the Vietnam era, right? So now satellite consciousness out all around the planet in fragments. However, direct to consciousness or direct to consumer, DVD is making the switch all around the world, right? So the DVD from the transition from VHS to DVD. So now the consciousness is going out around the globe in the midst of that. And it gets a sort of a steady flow of consciousness in 2008. And then golden era consciousness is gone. Crack consciousness enters the chat. So crack consciousness enters the chat between 2008 to 2016. The last resurgence of everything that preceded it in all of its forms. All of the doctors, all of the teachers, all of the researchers, all of the healers, all of the this, all of the that, all of those things, the last stand existed between 2016 to 2020. And we watched it all unravel, fall, crash, and burn under the banner of BIE, Black Identity Extremists, and all of these other things that came along with COINTEL or crack consciousness all together around the world, and things are unraveling at the seams, right? So the pimps, the prostitutes, the pedos, the the grapists and all of those other folks that's out here that was running around, all of a sudden they got wristbands, they got flags, they got posts, they got positions. There was unofficial representatives and all of the like that was going on. Everything that you could possibly see that preceded all of the organizations that happened prior to this reared this ugly, nasty, bastard ass head into consciousness. And all we got in this 26-year time span is momentum, stagnation, momentum, stagnation, momentum, stagnation, infiltration through, and then the total re-indoctrination of everything we worked through 26 years to actually sort of see. And the children came in as children. They're grown folks now. Some of those children have children now. And they could look back through this time period of growing up conscious, growing up revolutionary, growing up with a African center or a Black center, and it was a catastrophe. Now, like it's just typecast as if it never happened. So now everybody's fragmented and nobody knows anybody's story. These were actual real life people that existed, not comic book characters and figures, even so that have styled themselves, but there were lives and livelihoods attached that suffered. There were assassinations that took place. There were all kinds of things that happened in that process. And if we fall under that mushroom cloud of woke, if we fall up under the mushroom cloud of BIE, you're going to miss every single thing that happened that was righteous. Because somebody got upset with somebody and they fell out with somebody and somebody started informing, all of the other things that were there. These are all of the undercurrents that exist. However, these things had always took shape and form and became the thing that overshadowed everything else that was done. The Black Power Awards for some people who had never came to anything, who had never known anything. That first one that you and those other counterparts got together, y'all had political education calls and radio shows, and here on the campaigns across the globe, people came from overseas to this event. You understand what I'm saying? People were there. People had never seen anything of that magnitude. Even fighting in the midst of those folks who's supposed to stand with us talking about we ain't got nothing to celebrate, we ain't this and this. Well, who's supposed to be getting the awards and all of the craziness? I'm gonna do my own thing over here. All of the shit that came along with it. It was still the most magnificent thing Black people had ever seen. It was elegant. It was masterfully done. People in the room that would never have been in the room like you described in real practical time. You understand what I'm saying? In real practical time, in a place that needed it, that needed a reformation, that needed a healing, that brought everybody from every nook and cranny of the Black power sphere together. Dressed to the nines, a great thing to be proud of, a great thing to just be in its adjacency. You understand what I'm saying? All of the places that we done went. You said Florida. Didn't you think about Florida and every place all the way through to California? We were meeting, getting in people's cars, getting on buses, getting on planes. They meet, you going to the gas station? Oh, you going to Pilgrim's Massacre? Oh, you going to RBG Family Day? Oh, you going to RBG Family Weekend? Oh, you going to this? You going to this? You going to this? Everywhere that there was a pocket that we could go to, we went to. Everything, everywhere.
Where is that? Where is that? Where is that now? Where is that now?
Right.
And it was. Let me just say, because so much of what you're saying right now, for me, I'm always trying to take the kind of big mass ideas and distilling and simplifying. Hold on just a second. God damn. I don't never get no phone calls. All of a sudden my phone, never. All of a sudden the phone blowing up. But The reason I'm
Even
saying
when
that
you're
is
on live,
because
they calling you like, you on live?
no, this about bills. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Anyway, it's the reason I interjected is because that period of time, which was about and I will, from my perspective and how I got out there in the first place, was from 2009 to 2017. This is the period, because to just condense it really quick, I was already in the party and I was leaving the party, but I was also working in Florida, St. Pete. And this period of time, this was around like between 2005 and like 2008, that the first person I ever saw, I can't think of anybody else before him, that was really taking advantage of this new YouTube thing, and that was really using YouTube as a medium to teach, and was deliberately targeting young Black inner city youth, was Sarah Sutanseti. Sarah Sutanseti, and I remember when he first started, live streaming or doing these recordings on YouTube, and in my own organization at the time, how they were giving him flack because it's bougie shit. You feel me? But I was like, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? If ain't nobody gonna come to the Uhuru House for a Sunday mass meeting, this is something that young people can listen to and they can relate to. And Seti was sharp at the time. He was crazy sharp, obvious intellectual, but a hood ass nigga. And that's what people related to. You feel me? And so when he started doing that, this became what I was mentioning earlier, how young people were flocking to something that was attempting to explain their actual life to them. Why is it just that the police don't like us? Is it just that white people don't like us? Like, what is because everybody knows something is wrong, and it's not the superficial shit that keeps being, foisted upon us. People know something's wrong, but they don't have any frame of reference that can help them go deeper to understand what is wrong with them. So like Seti did this video, it was still to this day my favorite video he ever did. He did this video called Have Our Elders Failed Us? And to surmise, you remember that one, right? Because it was hella hype. Said he was always hype. And he comes out the gate and he say, have our elders failed us? And he asked a simple question that to today I am still reminded of when living in this city called Los Angeles. He said that when you live in a city, when you pay taxes, there's an expectation that there are things that are going to happen in the city without you even having to think about it because you pay taxes, And so when these things don't happen, you know exactly who to go to, you know exactly who to blame when these things don't happen. We live in Detroit. If in the wintertime it snows, and so we know that there's going to be some people every day going out and salting the streets so that and plowing the snow off the street so we can get to and from work. So if the streets ain't being salted, you know exactly who to go to. You know exactly who to blame. If the garbage is not being picked up off the road, you know exactly who to go to and exactly who to blame. When it comes to Black people, when it comes to our lives, when it comes to our schools, when it comes to our collective wealth, we know that there is something wrong, but we still have not accepted who we need to look to blame. Who dropped the ball, and why are we in worse situations now than we ever have been? Why are babies in worse situations now than we ever have been? And this is how he goes into this, this piece on have our elders failed us. And I'm mentioning that in particular because even when we go back to this period in time that you opened with acknowledging and how it is 10 years, the anniversary of the peak of this most period of time, because if you have me tell it, the Black Power Awards was the peak of this groundswell that was happening, and people from around the country. This was not a local organized event. I was organizing the Black Power Awards that are taking place in Atlanta from Florida. People were volunteering from Chicago, from Detroit, from Oakland, volunteering every week, weekly meetings from February to November to organize this event. You understand what I'm saying? And so you had all of these Black people participating in growing this event. And what we thought was going to be about 350 people that were going to attend the event ended up being 823 people from around the globe participating in this event, because it wasn't just, quote, our marketing. It wasn't, quote, just how good the flyer was. It wasn't just that stuff. That might have been the draw, but what people were responding to was what everybody black-skinned it. As a matter of fact, what's the brother name who was a big NFL football player that ended up, creating a farm or something? He was huge at the time. He had long dreads. What was the brother name? Oh man, he was huge at that time.
The running back you're talking about, right?
Yeah. I don't
Marshawn Lynch.
But anyway,
yes,
Marshawn Lynch. He was on deck to come. He didn't come, but he was on deck to come. What was his name? Rakim from Eric B. and Rakim.
Right.
Several members of Public Enemy. David Banner was the the MC or whatever. You feel me? And everybody who had ever participated in any way in Black consciousness, Black thought, Black movement work from any realm was at that event. And people were responding to something that was happening in the world. People were responding to something that was happening in the environment, in the atmosphere. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what brought them there, was because it was the first time we had come together to try to create a singular vision. And the people that could participate, this is the last thing I'll say, and we can shift gears. But the people that participated in the committee, when we first put out the call that we were going to do this event and that we were going to have this phone, this mass phone session to see who wanted to volunteer, if you were interested in any way, even if you don't have any skills, if you are interested in any way in helping, grow this event, come on to this call. So the very first call that we did, I think we counted 64 people on the call. And the reason for the political education at the beginning of every call is because the political education, one of the things that it does strategically is weed people out. You understand what I'm saying? Because you make a call like that the very same year that Donald Trump announces that he is going to be running for the president of the United States, the feds, the state, COINTELPRO, the government, and people who ain't even tied to the state, but are just Black people looking to always sabotage some shit. They don't know why. They don't know that they de facto saboteurs or whatever, ain't even on the payroll, but just don't want to see us progress for whatever reason. A call like that is going to draw them into some shit too. And what the political education becomes is an actual instrument, not only that weeds out those that can possibly be a problem, help you to clearly identify and weed out those that might present a problem for the work that you're about to be engaged in, but it also deepens the unity that people who may not be conscious, who may not have done any political work whatsoever, but they was like, damn, this sounds like a dope ass event, this sounds like a good ass idea. And so every time you're doing a phone call, you're doing 10-15-minute political educations at the top of every call, you are reminding them every single week why they were committed in the first place. You are deepening their understanding. You are deepening their unity. You're deepening their conviction. You're deepening their will. Why? Because nobody got paid to do that shit. Nobody got paid to do it. So you asking people to take hours out of their life every week to do this thing, and they aren't getting paid. How do you keep people politically to what it is that they're putting their energy into, they're seeding their energy into? And so I remember the first 3 calls was our weeding out process, because there was about 64 people who came up on that call, and right away, now I will say it was also exciting, but in the beginning, right away, you could already see who the contrarians were. Well, the first question was, the most frequent question, as a matter of fact, well, who is this person leading these phone calls, calling themselves leading the Black Power Awards that's happening here in Atlanta, and she don't even live in Atlanta? Like, who she think she is? Like, that type of dumbass shit, right? Because the brother that hired me to organize the event lived in Atlanta, but I led the event. I led every call. I led everything strategically from beginning to end to create that event. And so I'm the one leading the call. Bitch, it's what the fuck I say. If you want me to be frank about it, it's what the fuck I say. You don't have to know the details. You understand? But that was the first thing. But what she even know about Atlanta? Whatever. Political education. Because I don't get triggered by no dumbass shit. You can be here or not. It don't phase me either way. Your loss. Political education keeps it principled. Political education keeps it centered. It doesn't mean that if you have a beef, you can't say what your beef is. This is the space to do that. The space not to do that is to come up off this call and descend into gossiping. If you got legitimate gripe, we used to say you watch the show that we did every week to promote it, and all these naysayers coming out and like brothers, you was talking about what we even got to be celebrating and all that dumbass shit. We used to say every week, if you have a legitimate beef, I was putting my personal phone number on that damn show. Call us, schedule a time for us to talk live on this Real Here radio show that we're doing so that we can schedule a period of that time, because the show we were actually using to interview everybody that had become a nominee for the award. So every week we wanted to interview somebody who was a nominee so that people who did not know this person could learn what their work is and why they were nominated by the people in their area, they hood or whatever. And so that's how we were hyping the event was.
Yeah, really I did the same thing.
Doing this work. So, I remember. And so what happened was when this stuff started coming out, especially folks like what dude's name in the Northeast. Oh, I can't remember nobody's name all of a sudden. But he had anyway, just a bunch of people that if I had a minute and my brain cells came back, I could name them, who were using their platforms to like attempt to sabotage what it was we were building. And we were like, look, if you have a legitimate, because you might be able to win us. That's what we were saying all the time. You might be able to win us away from our position. You might be able to win us to shift gears about how we're organizing this particular piece or whatever. If you have a legitimate gripe, state your claim. Don't hide behind your camera and your little YouTube channel. Come on over here where we at, because we can demonstrate to people how, even if you do not have ideas that match, ideologies that match, how we can work out contradiction among ourselves in a principled way that shows us that it ain't always got to be fisticuffs and go into blows because we don't share the same worldview or don't have the same perspective. It's not to say your worldview is wrong or my worldview is wrong. How do we meet in the center without sabotaging our own integrity in terms of what it is we say we bow? Nobody, not one time, one person I can mention, because I done ground his ass up on my channel many times, is damn Umar Johnson. I can't even roll my eyes hard enough. You feel me? Umar Johnson, Sarah Suit and Seti. That shit was fucked up because Seti, we had hosted Seti in Tampa. We took care of this brother like royalty in my city for 3 days when we hosted him coming down there for the Warriors Conference. And so we showed him such a good time. We took such good care. This brother didn't pay for nothing while he was in my city. That's how I organize. I don't bring a bunch of people to my city and let them fend for themselves. You feel me? We showed this brother such a good time. For him to go back a few months later when we say that we're going to organize the Black Power Awards and he come out scathing against us, I was like, damn, man, like where they do that at? You feel me? And so I was closing it out by saying, so that was one why I am such a stickler to this day about political education in any piece of work that I am doing. I'm actually leading a political education series right now as we speak to white people, to all white folks, right? And so, but the other thing that was so encouraging about that piece of work, it was so monumental. It changed my mind about everything. Having come up in the party, there were organizations that I was like, never in 100 years, never in 1,000 years, I will never organize with this organization, this. I had a whole laundry list. Of no sirs, no thank yous, never. On that call, people who finally ended up being the core committee of committed people organizing this event, there were people from fraternities and sororities. There was lawyers and everybody Black, lawyers and bankers. There was Nubians, child. I was like, never in a million years, no Nubians on my, no Nubians in my committee. There was Nubians, there was brothers and sisters from the War Science Temple. Them, I was like, even 2 Hebrew Israelites. There was just all of these Black people with wildly different worldviews, wildly different cultural backgrounds, educational upbringings. But the one thing that everybody who in a normal situation would probably have beef or not fuck with each other, the one thing that everybody on that call could agree with was this has to happen. And I'm Black. And that's the point of unity right here, is that Black people need to see that Black people, no matter who we are and where we from, can get this work done for ourselves on the terms that we set without nobody else intervening or impeding on the shit that we're trying to build. This was problematic for the state. And that is why I am convinced that event and the person that was, quote, over the event and the really messed up ways that he sabotaged what could have been what we said it was going to be, an annual event for the sole purpose of presenting in real time what institutions of dual and contending power look like. That same year was the first year of that whole Oscars so white thing, where all the Black people was boycotting the Oscars and the Emmys and the MTV Music Awards and the Grammys and the Emmys, because white people were sweeping all of the categories that had been previously Black categories, because we fought like hell for them categories that year. And so we was like, why y'all still complaining and begging white people to be in their mediocre spaces? Let's build our own shit to the same gravity, the same beautiful like execution. Man, it was really the most epic thing. And so when the shit hit the fan, we actually created a flawless event. You would never know. Everybody was like, oh my God, it was so amazing. It was like nothing bad happened. Like everything was great. Like there was no flaws, this and this and this and this. Meanwhile, I was crisis managing the whole event, the whole 12-hour event, crisis managing because of this Negro who sabotaged this thing that we built. Every single corner, child. I was like, oh my God, right? And it went off effortlessly. You know why? Because these 22 women and 2 men, you feel me? Made sure. So we hired 23 brothers from the FOI to do security for the event. And I did a briefing with them the night before. When we did the meet and greet over at the little spot. Oh, you weren't there. We did an event before the event that was like a meet and greet where people could come and talk to, the elders, the elder teachers and stuff like that. Yeah. And at the meet and greet, I briefed the brothers that were going to come from the FOI, because there were so many brothers at the time that were what we used to call conscious battle rapping. There was beefs everywhere in the goddamn movement. I mean, and it was mostly with new people who were coming into the space. Like, what was the young boy, Young Pharaoh? Is that his name? He was new on the block. What was the other dude's name? Who eventually ended up getting arrested. What was that brother's name? Tall, goofy looking dude. Who had the multiple wives. Yes. Ooh. Yo, polite. I remember. Side note. I remember this young brother joined the Florida Black Empowerment Collective, and he was like, "Yo, man, the last event you did, Iapo, it was so dope. I was like so amazed, and I just been talking to everybody in my neighborhood about it. And there's a brother in our organization." And he knows, what was he calling himself? Dr. Polite? What was he calling himself? Something polite. But anyway, polite, we can get him here to Florida. And you got a bigger base in Tampa than we got over here. Why don't you host an event for polite? I said, not in a million years. Not in a million years. He was so demoralized because Polite was making a huge name for himself at the time. He was not yet exposed, and him and what's the other dude name? What did he call himself? Dedan Kamadi. What was his other name? Irritated Genie. Oh, how dare he slander the name of the great Dedan Kamadi? Oh, how this brother even ended up in these spaces perpetually floored me. Like, at what juncture do a motherfucker enter your space talking about, I used to be the police? Not only I used to be the police, I used to be the feds. And he is given a free pass in the movement. To this day, it still blows my mind. Nobody could ever understand why I did not fuck with him. Once the police, bitch, always the police. And he wasn't just the police. His assignment in the FBI was what at the time they were calling domestic terrorists, and they had identified that young black people, young black and Chicano Mexican quote gangs were the new domestic terrorists. That's what he was assigned to when he quote got fired. And then the next thing you know, he calling himself Dedan Kamadi and running in all these circles, all these black power circles, and nobody is checking him. Nobody is putting him through a rigorous program that displays his commitment. No, he could just get on the podium anywhere and talk and make all this money and say crazy shit and everybody down because he must be so hard because he's saying all this crazy shit. That shit blew my mind. There were so many police in the movement at the time. So many. And because they men, because they black, and because they talk with a flow like a minister or some shit, that's all you need. And you can make $1 million off niggas. I mean, Umar Johnson is a primary example. How people still put a microphone in front of this nigga's face is beyond me. How? Because we don't have any process. We don't have rites of passage into the movement. No, you can't just, that's why I was such an asshole about it. When I joined the party, that's the one thing I can say that I respect. Is when I joined the party off the street, I ain't have nobody to speak for me. I ain't have nobody to vouch for me. It's like the motherfucking mafia, bitch. You can't just bring somebody up in the clique. You understand what I'm saying? They got a rigorous process before you can just come up in a rigorous process. When I joined the party, I had to fill out, I'm not exaggerating, a 25-page application to join the party. I then was not a member of the party. I had a 6 months, what you call it? Probation. I had a 6-month probationary period where somebody from the Central Committee was going to walk me through the work, how to organize events, the history of the party, all the line and all of this stuff. Assign me a project for me to start to do from start to finish. Grade me on that shit. And after my 6-month period, you go before the whole Central Committee and the political bureau, and they say, yes, you can be a member of the party, or no, because your leadership say you need another 6 months before you can join the party. It was rigged, and they was asking you everything. Have you ever been the police? All branches. Have you ever been in the military? Any branch? Do you have any immediate family members, mom, dad, uncles, aunts, and grandparents that have been in the military? What branch? It didn't exclude you, but they need to know who the hell you are, where your loyalties lie. What's your ideology just by virtue of growing up around people who might be COs? You feel me? How do you feel about COs, POs, so on, so on, so on? Do you have a history of mental illness anywhere in your family? Has anybody ever been Baker acted or hospitalized for mental illness? That was the application process. And the whole movement at large ain't got nothing that even remotely looks like that to weed out potential agents. It still don't mean the agents won't be in your shit, but at least now you know who everybody is and you can put them to work. If you're going to be an agent, you're going to be a dues paying agent. You're gonna be paying your dues. You feel me? You're gonna be working your ass off. You're gonna be handing out flyers. You're gonna be doing all the shit everybody else do. So if you're an agent, you worked for that shit. You ain't just gonna lay the fuck up in here and quote study and make some speeches and feel like you. And so that's what happened. And so all these brothers and sisters got together to build this dynamic ass event. We really represented that moment, represented an opportunity to shift the collective consciousness of this country. And I'm not just talking about the collective consciousness of Black folks. I am talking about what always happens when Black people become organized, singularly organized. That don't mean everybody got to believe the same thing. Singularity does not mean that everybody where they are, you find that point of unity that ignites and unifies the whole. That regardless of what my other shit is, I don't fuck with the Nation of Islam philosophy, ideology, but I know that every organizational level, local organizers, every single solitary one of them give a damn about Black people, give a damn about transforming the lives of Black people, and do work on the ground to teach Black people, to teach them how to do. I did whole organizations with the Nation of Islam, with the men and women in the Nation of Islam that were doing workshops on teaching people how to preserve and can and jar their own food, how to buy property in lots in a local community, all of this shit, how to buy homes. There were so many brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam that were realtors just so they could go out here and teach Black people all the nooks and crannies and, you know, what do you call them, loops and shit that you could bypass to acquire properties. That's what they were doing. And I was like, that's enough for me. I don't care that y'all do auditing and y'all got a relationship with Scientology. That's your business. You feel me? But as long as you give a damn about Black people and that shit is identifiable in the real world, we can get down. And I feel like once people see us doing that, they take suit. They watch. We have the evidence of it. It's not something I'm imagining. We watched how young brothers and sisters in Mississippi and Oakland and all of these places organized with nothing. And the first thing that happened was white working class organizations, Asian working class organizations, Chicano working class and poor organizations, people from every single walk of life started saying, what them Black people doing, that's what we need to be doing. We need to be going over there and supporting what they doing and figuring out how we can do the same thing in our communities. And what should be a moment, the 60th anniversary of the beginning of the Black Power movement last year, right? With the 60th anniversary of the Black Power movement. And we are in worse conditions than we have ever been collectively in this country. They're literally walking people into goddamn plantations and shit. And ain't nobody in no mass way buck back. As a matter of fact, 90% of the information is still spent getting triggered by this bullshit that they show you happening in Hollywood. Oh my God. What's the dude name? What's his name? The roast thing that happened the other day, or this thing that happened, right. or Lupita being the Black Helen of Troy. Who give a fuck? Who cares? And I'm telling you, that shit is orchestrated for a reason. They know that they have taken up so much space in our head with the advent of social media, with the advent of people being able to do their own thing and make money, and distraction and energy harvesting is the method that they are using to distract who would otherwise be ready, willing, revolutionary human beings in this country. That's what it's for, because they knew what they were planning when they created the conditions over a long period of time. Trump is not an anomaly that happened just because a bunch of white folks went out and voted for Trump. It's not. This is something that they have been strategically planning for this moment. And in the strategic planning of this moment, putting all the things in place that would ensure the people who represent the biggest problem politically for this plan that they were putting in place is us. They say so. What's the Jewish woman name? I had it written down somewhere, who was an Israeli Jew who was in some organization that had her stationed in Atlanta, and she called saying that this is weeks after October 7th. So they taking advantage of all this media and we, the poor Jewish people, and look at what these Palestinians did to us. And she say 2, 3, 4 weeks after October 7th that the greatest threat to the state of Israel is Black youth in America. She didn't bite her tongue. She didn't mince her. She knew exactly what she was talking about. No different than Hillary Clinton making the same declaration 20 years prior, calling our babies goddamn a predator class or some shit. You feel me? They are clear when we are not. But the problem is that we keep articulating what is happening us through the narrative and the lens and the tongues that have been imposed on us from outside in. Everything we believe about the world comes from our goddamn adversary. Everything we believe about the world. I don't care how revolutionary you think you is. Everything you believe about the world came from your adversary playing good cop, bad cop, white guy, black guy. The white guy and black guy is the dude that owns and controls the means of production and the whole thing. Got you out here self-isolating and sabotaging your own organization, sabotaging your own work. That's what happened. That's what happened. And I came out here demoralized because I was like, man, listen, I did everything humanly possible with what I understand, what I understood was happening in real time, deconstructing internalized misogyny, letting men inside the movement get away with shit they had no business getting away with, but didn't have the language, didn't have the understanding to challenge them, because my organization, as brilliant as I am, had never given me the tools to understand that misogyny, misogynoir, patriarchy in real time is the issue. There is nobody on earth that is not plagued by the cancer of patriarchy. And every ism is just offspring of that monstrous bitch.
Had to drop the bombs in case you want to clip it.
I'll tell you, it's ironic
because you got through serious
actually, you know
clips.
what? Let me. There was a sister here who asked a question that I stopped on because I wanted to address it. She says, how do we create the conditions that engage Black men to show up and engage? So it's funny that you should say that, because I actually I've been obsessing over this for about 2 weeks, because I feel like, and what got me on it actually was my frustration out here in particular, where I've been witnessing some weird thing that happens as I've been growing the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is a goddess worshiping center. And men are, that's the first question, is, are men allowed? You got a mama, don't you? Don't you got a mama? If you got a mama, you are welcome. Don't mean you will remain, but you the doors are open if you got a mama. Okay. So what I've been witnessing when we do whenever we do like ceremony or events here, and I was perplexed about it for a while, because again, we have to learn new language. Okay. Our language has to evolve as we evolve. And so I'm sitting here, always the analyst, always trying to figure out what exactly is it that I'm looking at, and am I seeing the superficial presentation of what I'm looking at, or is there something deeper I need to be like bringing to the surface? And one of the things that I find really interesting is that in these spaces, especially spiritual spaces, but even political spaces here, yes, even political spaces here, men that identify as feminist, call themselves feminists, men that want to come into, quote, a goddess worshiping space, men who are trying to reconcile their relationship, the relationship that has been imposed on them, but reconcile their relationship to women, reconcile their relationship to others, right? What happens is there is a way, and I am certain they're not conscious of it, where they become mutants in order, quote, in their mind, for others to feel safe around them, for others to feel safe where men are in this space that is centering women, right? That these men internalize that to be, quote, an ally to women, quote, an ally to marginalized people, that they have to become, I see their posture change. A man who you see doing a job out in the world, you know what I'm saying? Or you see, because I know a lot of brothers who are construction workers out here. So what you would call a man's man. And then when they come to a space for ceremony, or they come to a space where some ritualistic something is happening, or there's a lot of women in the space, or whatever, it's like their posture changes, the tone of their voice changes, right? They don't. I've had men that I've had to check, brothers that I know and have known for years, who are now in the space, and when we talk one-on-one, and I say something and they offer a disagreement, like, oh, well, what about this way? And then they'll walk themselves back and say, oh, sorry. Don't do that. I am not, I don't know about everybody else, I am not trying to recreate flipped upside down. Not even flipped upside down. I'm not trying to create a mutant version of what is. You feel me? I'm not trying to create a chocolate colored capitalism. I'm not trying to create a quote feminist, a feminist bureaucracy. None of that shit. Like, what we need, in my estimation, what we need is for men to see that the men that they are is not problematic. What is problematic is that those ideas that they have in their head about what it means to be the men that they are is problematic. You can be a man that loves rough sports. You can be a man that is a quote man's man, and it not be equated to for you to be a man's man, meaning you like roughneck shit because you have more testosterone. Doesn't mean that for you to be a man's man means for you to be a villain towards the bodies of women and children and others. That's not synonymous. Them two things ain't synonymous. But what's happening is, because patriarchy is so prolific, it's so pervasive, it literally just seeps into every nook, crack, and cranny of everything that is. These men, they have great intentions, but their default is to present in the space the way they see women. So weakness becomes synonymous with femininity. Softness, it becomes synonymous with quote feminism and femininity. Soft, meek speaking. In their brain, their default is to transform it in their brain. They believe that what makes women safe in space with them is for them to be more like women. I'm not talking about people who may be LGBTQIA and already have a tendency towards feministic behavior or expression. That ain't who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who just yesterday was men's men, and they are struggling within themselves to reconcile this relationship with women. And so in order for them to reconcile this relationship with women, or for women to feel safe in space with them, their default, without even consciously thinking about it, is that I got to be more like women in order for women to feel safe around me. That's how deep patriarchy is. Because first of all, what you're saying, without even being conscious of it, what you're displaying in your behavior is how you feel about women. That your default is that women are weak. Your default is that women cannot be strong and quote feminine. That women are quote meek and shit. And so this is how you present in the space. It's so awkward to me. It's so odd to me to see. I have hosted events here where there'll be big, bulky, debonair ass Mexican men. They look like roughnecks. And as soon as they open their mouth, it's like, peace, sister. How you doing? They hunched over, they goddamn postured and check. Why are you doing that? Boy, speak with the bass in your voice that I know you got. Speak to me the way you do with your homies in the hood. Don't do that shit. We're trying to create whole humans, man. And the other thing is this, back to the sister question, is that is just a part of what I'm experiencing. And like, what is it going to mean once we actually have a brick and mortar, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? Once it is going to be an actual thing where people are coming into our space, and we have to guarantee everybody's safety in the space? What are the processes? What is the ritual that we are going to create that makes sure that while you are in these walls, everybody's sovereignty is sacred? There's not a person in here that, whether they homeless or rich, there ain't nobody in here who is not a divine expression of the mother's will, a material force on earth. How do we guarantee that? Instead of just saying it, what is the process we put people through to hold them accountable to securing not only their sovereignty, but everybody else's sovereignty in the space, and everybody in the space securing everybody else's space in the sovereignty? I'm sovereign because I came from a uterus. That's the point of unity. That is the point of unity for me. If you got a mama, whether you knew her or not, whether she was nice or not, whether you like her or not, you being a material force on this material planet where there's no other evidence that there's anybody the fuck else out there, this the life, this is it. If you got a mama, you can enter the doors. Now, once you enter the doors, there is something that you are going to have to do, an oath, a program, a process, something that makes you accountable to everyone in here, and everyone in here being accountable to you. And the basis of that unity is that there is no other way that we would have been able to come here and have this experience if it were not for the magical process, the infallible process that is God giving birth to humans on this planet. That's it. And if you can fuck with that, I want you to be a man. I want you to be the man that you want to be, while at the same time removing the patriarchal tentacles that live in your brain like a tumor. That's all. If you ain't nobody telling you you can't like sports, bitch, or MMA or none of that shit. I was making a joke with a homegirl the other day. I was like, in fact, we need them kind of men hyping it up for the goddess. We need roughneck. I'm watching this show. I just started watching this show today called Mr. In Between. I was like, everybody need to watch this shit. It takes place in, I think, Australia, New Zealand, something like that. But this dude is a roughneck, like hardcore roughneck. He's an assassin. He's a hired killer, right? And so he kills for hire, but he's trying to navigate raising a child. He has a girlfriend and he has a daughter, and he's got principles. He said, there's some shit I just won't do. I will kill people. That's my job, right? But out in the world, there's just some shit I will not do. And so this guy, this therapist, he's being made to go to anger management. And this therapist is trying to give him this dumbass line that we all accept and swallow like hot coals, that there's no such thing, there's no scenario where violence is the answer. And so this dude is in this class, right? In this room with all these men who are in this anger management class, but this little lightweight ass psychologist telling them that something is inherently wrong with them because they out here doing violence. So the therapist is asking everybody in the room while they're there, most of them for court order. And one guy says, I'm here. His wasn't a court order. He said, I'm here because my wife say if I don't go to anger management classes, she gonna divorce me. He was like, why she want you to come? He was like, because I have a tendency to kind of, go off when I get mad. I just go off. He was like, do you mean yelling? He was like, yeah. He's like, do you ever, is it ever physical? He was like, yeah. He was like, who is it towards? Well, everybody in my house. So he got 3 kids and a wife. And so what he's admitting there is that when he go off, right, when he get angry, that he hits his family, right? The dude that the show is about, he was like, yo, he interrupts. He's like, I think I'm in the wrong class, right? And the psychiatrist like, why you think you in the wrong session? He said, because I just fuck up men. I just fuck up blokes. He calls them blokes. They in Australia. He said, I just fuck up blokes. He was like, and your point is? He was like, I don't think I need to be in a class with a bunch of bitches who take their aggressions out on women and children. I don't hit women and children. He said, I think I'm in the wrong place. Right. So the man who be beating up women and children, he called himself getting mad because the dude done called his ass out. Right. And so there's all these situations where this dude is, quote, doing what he thinks is the right thing because, and there's one thing he said that stuck with me, and this is to go to the system. He tells the psychiatrist, he said, He said, the psychiatrist said, name one time in history where violence solved a problem. He said, are you serious? He was like, yeah. He said, World War II. He said, World War II. He said, well, that's different. He said, no, it's different when it's coming from power. He said, but let me tell you something. He said, I've been in prison. He said, and in prison, to do something that, quote, you call just disrespectful can cost you your life. In prison, if you disrespect somebody, you can end up dead, right? And so people tend to be respectful because they know it's serious. He said, and that's exactly what the problem is out here in, quote, the real world. He said, in the real world, there are no consequences for disrespect. There are no consequences at all for disrespect. And so the disrespect continues to increase. It continues to sharpen. He said, so these two boys that disrespected my daughter, I had to fuck them up. And he said, so the next time they want to be disrespectful to somebody, they will have a moment where they pause. They will have a moment where they actually stop and remember the last time they were disrespectful, and they will think twice about the next person they choose to disrespect. He said, there have to be consequences out here in the real world too, or the real world will continue to look more and more messed up. And I said, listen, this white boy, I posted one of his videos today. I said, this is the kind of motherfucker we need on the team. This is the kind of motherfucker we need on the squad. This shit, this Kevin Hart thing, we're in what used to be the blackest district in Southern Los Angeles, in South LA, Inglewood, this massive stadium where Kevin Hart, considered the GOAT, is being roasted by his friends in the industry. And it's a bunch of, first of all, how these your friends, bitch? When did it become okay for your adversary to be your friend? That somehow what they believe politically should not impact your personal relationship. When did that become normal? That shit blows my mind. When did it? Well, everybody can believe what they believe, and you shouldn't judge nobody on who they voted for. The hell you say? Who you voted for tells you everything that the people closest to you should know about whether or not they can trust you. You feel me? So he got all these white people on the stage. Several of them are Zionists. Several of them are MAGA. And every joke that they are telling is about historical harms on the bodies of Black people, and you slapping your leg and laughing. And back in the day, hell, just 30 years ago in Inglewood, if there had been Black people in that crowd, in Inglewood, in that stadium, who heard that first disrespectful joke coming from the white boy talking about George Floyd, he would have gotten shot. That's the culture there. That's the culture that used to be there before it was pretty successfully gentrified. At least somebody would have threw a brick at his motherfucking head. He probably wouldn't have been there in the first place, truth be told. But this is how much the culture has changed, and this is how much that change has been seeded by this industry, has been seeded this low-level, growing white nationalism that could guarantee this moment where white people feel so ultra comfortable being the greatest level of disrespect that they can muster up in their brains and expecting no consequence. Freedom of speech does not mean that I won't take a brick and crack you right upside your goddamn skull and be like, and be okay with whatever the consequences are. And that shit was done. That shit was done on Mother's Day. That shit was done as a way to demoralize Black people. These are the projects, is to collectively demoralize Black people, because in their demoralization, in their panic about what is happening, how the country is falling apart, they cannot streamline a solution that always puts them at the forefront of whatever movement is about to happen. So we have collectively retreated. This is military language that they have been using for the last 2 years. This is literal military language, military strategy that they have been using. Everybody Black need to be reading The Art of War. Read the first 5 pages of The Art of War, and you will be like, oh my God, this is actually what's happening. Textbook, word for word. They don't even have to change it up now. Word for word military strategy. And your ass gets stuck on who the Democrat and who the Republican, thinking one of them is your allies, and you can't figure out how your situation is progressively in your face getting worse. And ain't nobody calling themselves a Democrat fighting for your black ass. Nobody, nowhere, so-called a Democrat is fighting for your ass. As a matter of fact, what's that girl name? Jasmine Crockett, that everybody loves so much because she just black enough to shake her head when she's shaking her finger at them old ass white men. Do you know that that is actually a textbook political strategy to have someone, what they call, what this is a specific language. It's called I'm gonna have to pull it back up one of these days, but it is a political language that seems opposing. They call it fire language. I forget what the actual name is, but it means fire language, where you get somebody to, quote, seem like they grinding you up verbally. They grinding you up. And so everybody loved Jasmine Crockett because she played at black, but the girl is a Zionist. And I'm sorry, black people out here who can somehow reconcile that you want sovereignty, freedom, liberation for yourself, and literally stand on the side of Zionists and not see that what Zionists have been doing to the Palestinians in our face since 1942 is exactly what those same Zionists have been doing in your communities since the turn of the goddamn century, since the late 1800s. You can't see that? Oh, y'all see? Y'all can't even see it now. That these Jews that have been stealing, they call it deed theft, mortgage theft, 1,300 homes in less than 20 years. And how are they doing it? Going to your mailbox and pulling out mail while you asleep, searching your name and getting paperwork drawn up in your name. And because they lawyers, go to the courthouse to another Jew judge that's going to give them what they need to steal your house from up under you. And you don't see that as something different. You don't see that as the same exact thing that's happening when some Zionists go over to Gaza and just plant themselves in the motherfucking house and use an assault rifle to say, this is my house now, and you can't come back or I will kill you. You don't see them two things fucking related. How Jewish people in this country have always used, they present to us, we the same. We like y'all. We like y'all. White as the day is long. You see they white ass skin with your actual eyes, and you will still see them as something different. And so you say, well, they like us. And you have let them into every space. Music. Historically, music, blues, jazz. It wasn't just regular everyday white folks that stole jazz and blues. It wasn't, quote, just white Anglo-Saxon Protestants that stole jazz. Historically, who stole jazz? Who still is the face of jazz today? Jewish people. Over and over and over again. Stan Getz. What's the other white boy name? All of them. All these great producers. All of them who are the custodians. There ain't a single solitary jazz station in California I've heard yet that is not hosted by a Jew. None of them are hosted by black people. None of them. I go to school right now at Glendale Community College. Every single teacher teaching everybody's music. My sitar teacher, the guy that teaches the Tibetan ensemble class, the guy that teaches the African drum and dance class. Everybody is Jewish, and this is perfectly normal because they have always aligned themselves with us for the sheer purpose of proximity, and that proximity being the easy, uncontested extraction of all the resources and all the wealth we produce, and we still think it's our friends, and so we don't even know that we need to be staging a contest. To this day, I mean, we got to have these conversations, man. We got to, because it's not separate. To look at all of these black movie stars, all of these black musicians, all of these. I have some deeper theories about this too, but I won't go into it today. But all of these black people here in this city who we used to say, oh, they just like white girls, or they just marry white girls. But then when you start to see who these black men and some black women are married to, they aren't just married to white-skinned people. The quote, white-skinned people they are married to are more often than not Jewish. 90% of them are Jewish. And that is a question that we have to discuss without being timid about anti-Semitism. Because I've heard a lot of brothers say recently that the Jewish question wasn't even something that was in my mind. Like it wasn't, I was the same way. It wasn't even something that was in my brain as an issue until, you know, the shot heard around the world on October 7th. And the reason that is important for us to say this is because what they are using is what they have historically used to silence any conversation, any critique, any dissent, any conversation that would put them in the front and center to answer for these things that they've done. It is not anti-Semitic for me to say that every single deed theft that has happened in the state of New York in the last 20 years has happened by a person who identifies as Jewish. Every single one. So at what juncture do we say, okay, what is it that we're seeing and how is this similar to what we're seeing in Israel? And the reason I mention that is because Israel is the size of New Jersey. Israel as a country is the size of New Jersey. And so the reason that it is crystal clear for us to see that this is obviously genocide, this is obviously crimes against humanity, that there is this giant called Israel and these defenseless people called Palestinians, and it's clear for us to see. The thing that I will forever say, and we all have to be confidently able to say it, I don't care who we are. Black people need to be able to confidently articulate this from now on. The reason that all of these progressives here in the United States, all of them, black, white, red, brown, yellow, all of them, can be so crystal clear about what is happening in Israel and step over the countless bodies of Africans, not long time ago, not long time ago. Not, well, slavery is over and I never owned no slaves and none of you are slaves. That bullshit. Today, people are stepping over the bodies of Black people in America to clearly identify what's happening there and do not see that what has been happening nonstop, unendingly, uninterrupted to Black people in this country and particularly to Native American people in this country is genocide. It did not end. It changes shape and changes face to make it more palatable, because to make it more palatable is to make it more profitable. Genocide is real. This woman just found her 18-year-old baby on Mother's Day, massacred, dismembered, and shot and burnt today, Mother's Day 2026, and Eufaula, Alabama. Every single solitary day, we are watching the radical loss of Black life, and we'll call it everything but what it is because it's convenient for white people here to see it as something other than genocide. It's convenient for those who always benefit at our expense. And I'm talking about everybody. Everybody. The only people who do not benefit at our expense in this country are Native people living on these goddamn reservations. Everybody waits for us to come up so they can see how they can benefit off our come up, off our music, off whatever. Everybody does it. And the reason that they can be so comfortable in doing it, the reason that they can never even worry about having to look over their shoulders or for payback or none of that shit is because this propaganda machine has been most effective. Nobody in this country has ever been made to pay. That's the problem. The deepening, what do they call it? The gluttony, the desire, the lust that's always unquenchable comes because there has never been anyone in this country that has committed any crime against our folks that's been made to pay, because we were all right. As long as you just give us some rights, we'll be cool. We'll chill. Give us some voters' rights. We'll chill. And we did. Give us some civil rights. And we'll chill. And we did. Let us go to better schools. Better schools was always synonymous with white people's schools, even though our babies was catching hell up in that shit. But we chilled. Let us marry some of your kids now. Let us marry your daughter. Let us marry your son. We'll chill. And we did. And here we are, right now where they're in our face every day talking about they don't even have to hide it, talking about deepening our suffering. This boy, what's his name? Nick Fuentes, talking about this is what we get for letting women vote. This is what we get for letting women vote. We need to go back to burning women. That's what he said. A podcaster who has a 2 million plus following and is being paid by the state talking about we need to go back to burning women. This is what we get for letting women vote. People talking about putting a noose around Kevin Hart's neck and hanging him from a bonsai tree, and ain't nobody got cracked over the goddamn skull. They are telling you what their intentions are as they are robbing you of jobs. This 650,000 black women that lost their jobs, and it equal, what was it, $8.6 trillion worth of wealth robbed from the black community overnight. They telling you we're gonna deepen your suffering, put the pinch on, deepen your suffering, put the pinch on, deepen your suffering, and when you ain't got no place to go, then you ain't gonna have no choice. We're gonna walk you right back onto these plantations or wherever we got. They're telling you in your face. They're telling you in your face, and your default all the time is we got to get out to these primaries. We got to make, even as they just took all the primary, the black districts from you overnight. They're telling you in your face, you can't count on the primaries because we just overnight rewrote all the goddamn districts. We have a plan. What about the white boy on Trump's cabinet, who we just found out 2 weeks ago got his master's degree in African American Studies at an HBCU, bitch. How many ways do they have to tell you? He said, I went to school strategically to learn every single aspect of black history, black life, black politics, black rebellion, black revolution. Everything you niggas done did, we need to know it. We need to know it. And came right out of that master's program and was one of the chief authors of Project 2025. And you still cannot see what is right. First of all, you don't accept that this was a hostile, violent coup of the United States government. There was a hostile, violent coup of the United States government. You feel me? That was strategically being played out by Trump and all these billionaire bros, taking over every single aspect of the society to ensure the outcome. That is what you call hostile and violent. You understand? And so when they did that, you still didn't recognize that you were the issue. You were the target, as you always have been. You were the issue. You were the target. You are the target. Black-skinned people don't mean that everybody else is not going to feel the pinch, that everybody else, it does not also have a target on them. But the center, the bullseye of that target has always been black, generally, and more particularly black and female. You can read the COINTELPRO papers and they admit, damn, we had this shit all wrong. Here we is targeting all these men all this time. But what it is that keeps the black community still going forward is these black ass women. We have to shift our whole goddamn, we have to shift how we've been doing this shit. The whole thing about the Iran Contra and the fucking drugs coming into the United States wasn't about regular everyday black kids on the street. It was about black women. How can we, because black men have been taking drugs, heroin, but black women, they ain't gonna put no needles in their arms. Black women were not a part of the drug economy up until the 60s and late 70s. Who was the one? Who was the one? They said we got to make drugs cheap. We got to make them effective. We got to destabilize this singular pillar that no matter what we do, they always bounce back. Who is it? God damn it. And everybody in this motherfucker want what they want from black women. But when it comes time to defend black women, crickets. From everywhere, crickets. Crickets. Why are the black people not at the demonstrations? Because, bitch, crickets. They told you out the gate, our target, when we say DEI, we mean black bitches. That's all we mean. That's all we mean. Yeah, a couple of people here and there made a lot of their jobs on DEI, but it was black women that were the target, and they weren't the target in a vacuum. They were a target as revenge. Trump was an act of revenge. These, quote, 92% black women that went out and voted for his opposition, I got something for y'all asses right out the gate. The first thing we doing is making sure all these bitches lose their jobs. The second thing we doing is making sure that the jobs in the fields that they have dominated, they can no longer get funding for to go to school for them fields. That's what he did. Crickets. Everybody silent. And he knew everybody would be silent because they ensured it that way. They made it so. They made it so. And so I'm telling you, for men, the role for men in general, the role for men in these spaces where women are activists or women are spiritual healers and leaders, men have to come like everybody is going to have to come. I don't give a fuck who it is. If you want to be in space with us, if you want to say, okay, we recognize, yes, women have always been the game changers. Black women have always been the game changers in this bitch. It ain't going to be you just come and say some nice shit and pretty words and we just let you in the clique. That ain't going to happen. What we going to need is your gangster that you call yourself them put away, them tucked away in the closet because you now want to be, we need you to pull your gangster out and we need you to be making these declarations that I am gangster in my gangster willing to defend, preserve the lives of Black women and I fall on my face to the will of Black women. Whatever this period right now, whatever Black women say, that's what the fuck it is, and that's what I'm going to execute without question, without saying, well, you know, my position is, my argument is, you know, what I think. Don't nobody fucking care because this is the world that y'all created. Your hatred of Black women is the world that you created. The world we live right now is because you hate God on earth. You hate God on earth. God being that even if you are an oppressed Palestinian woman, even if you are an oppressed Iranian woman or an oppressed woman in the Emirates and shit, because they are. Are you an oppressed woman in South Korea? You an oppressed woman in India? You an oppressed woman anywhere on the world, in the planet? It's like your default is still, at least I ain't them. At least I ain't them Black women. This shit real bad that I'm going through right now. But at least I ain't that, because them same oppressed Arab women will still take advantage of the poverty imposed on Africa, have some Ugandan Black woman come to work in her house as nothing short of a slave, abuse, terrorize her, even as her man is kicking her ass. At least now there's somebody else he can focus his rage on, and I ain't got to get as much from him as I get. And in fact, I got somebody now that I too can take my rage out on. It's always us. It's always us. And if you are serious about changing the world, you have to recognize who is responsible for why the world looks the way that it looks. Why a bunch of white men, a bunch of Zionists, a bunch of Nazis. That's what they are. I'm like, why are these Nazis and these Zionists homies? Ain't y'all supposed to be arch enemies? Ain't y'all supposed to be arch enemies? You Jews and you white people that are outright making Heil Hitlers at the... what am I looking at? No, man. This is the shit they feed you for distraction. They are singularly minded in their ambitions. And guess what? And that singular mindedness, guess what? They can corral anybody to join the clique in their single-mindedness. That's why you can see Negroes, like what's the boy name? The bald-headed boy that has been seeking asylum in some country. The Negro that was doing the Def Comedy Jams and Def Poetry Jams. That nigga. That's why he can do what he has done and not feel no kind of way about it. You feel me? Because he is a part of the singularly minded ambition. That's what he, all these Negroes, all these men who participate in the oppression and exploitation of human beings. Diddy is not an anomaly. He is not an anomaly. R. Kelly is not an anomaly. Power is the issue for them, and they do not care. If they have power, and that power and their malignant mind tells them that they can get away with whatever depraved thing that they can imagine in their skull, they will do it. That blackness is not the thing that they lead with, boo. It's not. And that's why I be telling y'all not to be getting caught up in no goddamn, not leading with race nationalism and race nationalism. Because I'm telling you, we as women have experienced this thing in our own spaces and have not had the language to identify what the hell is wrong in our communities. We haven't done that because race nationalism is what we lead with. So when it's somebody that aggresses against us, that looks like us, that shit is demoralizing. That's what it's intended to do. That shit beats us down, that's what it's intended to do. Every time we have a relationship or we are traumatized in our relationship, guess what? It takes us 2-3 fucking years before we recover, where we can be out here in the world doing what we was doing before. That's deliberate. I'm telling you, it's deliberate. I'm telling you, the CIA admitted that in the 70s, they would literally, the 60s and the 70s, as a matter of fact, they were literally seeing good-looking ass niggas into the movement, to join the movement, to lead work in the movement, and their only responsibility was to bed as many women as they could. We need you to demoralize these bitches so bad that once they leave the movement, they never do political work again. That's not my imagination. I'm telling you what the damn COINTELPRO papers say. We use slick talking ass, good looking niggas. And I've seen it 100 times in my own organization. Women who were genius, doctors, PhD physicists, computer geniuses, goddesses walking among ants, and get run through by slick talking ass niggas that ain't never gonna get criticized by the leadership, but they sure will criticize them women for making better decisions and all of that shit. Women gone, them same motherfuckers still just lingering about, running through women like the plague. Women confused because they don't have the language or understanding to even make a contest for this behavior that is allowed to live in these organizations. And I've had Native women and I've had Mexican women tell me, it ain't just y'all black folks. Our men do the same thing. They be wanting to do revolutionary work and wanting to go back to the traditions of our ancestors and leading danza and leading all of this shit, leading ceremony, and meanwhile terrorizing everybody in the goddamn space. And everybody too scared to say anything, because what do we say? We don't want the community to look bad. We don't want to air out our, quote, dirty laundry to the rest of the world. And so we just keep quiet, and it's what they count on, the pariah that they are. We're going to have to... Now, there's a process out here that the natives call restorative justice. And I like the idea of restorative justice, but the way that it'll look in the real world don't match what I see in my brain. And what I see in my brain is, you know, that old saying that your mama used to told you, I brought you in this world and I can take you out. That's what justice look like. That's what justice look like. If your ass is so malignant that all you can leave is destruction in your midst, there is a better use for you. There is a better use for you. There's a better way that we can use you in the world. It's called plant food, bitch. It's called fish food. You can be better served feeding the fish, feeding the plants. This is the I'm not being funny. This is the line that we have to take. On my own channel, I was talking the other day about y'all know that I practice Chinese medicine. And I'm having to go back so much these days and like read some of the philosophical ideas around the application of the medicine. And I had this breakthrough the other day because there's a philosophy in Chinese medicine. It refers to the emotions as the evils. In Chinese medicine, the emotions are called the six evils. It's the seven deadly. It's the six evils, right? And it's not saying that your emotions are evil. It's saying that your emotions not being able to go through their full cycle, your emotions not being harmonized, because your emotions help to inform you all the time about where you are in the world. Are you safe in the world? Fear, right? Are you, as somebody broken your heart? Sadness, grief, right? All of these, as something traumatic happened to you in the world, shock, right? Worry, right? Rage. All of these emotions exist as healthy information, feedback from your senses. All of your senses are constantly giving you feedback about how to maintain a harmonious state in the world. So if you have an emotion that's based on your feedback, based on your interpretation of the world around you, that triggers the response of fear, then there has to be a completion of that feedback loop from the fear state to the whatever it is, fight, flight, fawn, or whatever, you feel me? There has to be a response that completes the loop, that completes the circuit, so that now your sympathetic nervous system is calmed down, and your parasympathetic nervous system can automatically come back into play to regulate and reset the entire system that has shifted its actual physiology to help you persevere through this frightening state. Your reproductive organs are shut down every time you have a fear trigger. Your digestive system, your complete digestive system is shut down every time you experience fear. Anything that is considered non-essential to saving your life in the moment is literally shut down. And so the only thing that can bring it back, bring your entire system back into a state of harmony, is because people will say, you have to meditate. I hear this. You know, if you're constantly stressed out, you need to learn to meditate, right? There ain't no science around this, but I'm just telling you, as one who has been about 1 million peer-reviewed journals and 10 years of medical school, I have a theory. I have a theory that this whole meditation culture, this whole, what do they call it? Self-care Sunday, this whole yoga, Tai Chi culture as a response for perpetual stressful triggers. I believe that it is a purposeful, project of like a retreat. As a matter of fact, the word retreat, the etymology of the word retreat means to surrender, to surrender to something else. It's like surrender to whatever. The origin of the word retreat, we always thought it was a military word. It's not. The origin of the word retreat goes back to an Augustine monk who had a philosophy that was different than the church. And back then that was heresy and you could go to jail. So he spent a few years in prison for this heretical idea that he was trying to put forward. And while he was in prison, in this grimy ass 14th century ass, rats eating your ass prison, he writes this whole treatise on the necessity of the spiritual retreat. He writes this monk writes the necessity of spiritual retreat because he says that because we are in our flesh, it is impossible for us to know God. That's what he said. Because we live a fleshly existence, it is impossible for us to know God. And the only way we can get close to knowing God while still in the flesh is to be willing to experience the greatest amount of fleshly suffering. That's the only way we can get to know God. This is what everybody building their quote retreats offer is this monk talking about you need to suffer in order to know God. On the opposite side of that, and this is what becomes military language, retreat, right? It's important because what we have done collectively, accepting somebody else's articulation of fear, of the fear response, what do they call it? Fight or flight. Everybody's so well versed on fight or flight, but they never tell you that in order to complete these circuits, that is the fight or flight response that only comes forward to protect your life in the moment. That's the only thing it is for, is to secure your immediate existence, right? They never tell you that fight or flight, the chemicals and the hormones released in your blood during fight or flight require the completion of the circuit in order for you to go back into a state of peaceful harmony, right? What they call rest and digest. And those chemicals and those hormones, what they do, they need, what do you call it? The harmony of opposites. This is what I teach in Chinese medicine. Everything that has to do with balance and harmony requires the harmony of opposites. If the chemicals and the hormones in your blood are preparing you to defend your life, that's why fight or flight. these chemicals are blunting pain. These chemicals are narrowing your eyesight. You don't need peripheral vision when you got to focus on this thing right in front of you. These chemicals are shutting down your reproductive system and your digestive system to divert that energy, that necessary energy, to your muscles, so that your muscles can, because I can't run a block. But guess what? If I feared for my life, if there was a lion running after me down the street, my self-preservation mechanism, diverting all of that stored energy from my organs, from my fat stores, all of that energy is now being diverted to my muscles, so I can run longer. I can fight harder. I don't feel no pain if I get stabbed in the gut. You become superhuman. That is what the fear response is for, is so that in that moment you can be superhuman, so that you can preserve your life. That's why you hear these stories about the women lifting whole cars off their babies and all that shit. You literally become superhuman in these moments, because you're going to need superhuman energy to preserve your life. But guess what happens? You have superhuman chemicals flowing through your blood, but you're not engaging in the activity, the energetic output of activity that is going to burn off, use up that energy that was put out to preserve your life. So instead of it being a lion actually chasing you down the street, where you got to run as hard as you ever did, and you got to make sure your lungs are getting all the oxygen so you don't get too tired and all that shit, you are sitting at your desk in front of a laptop, and your boss is a piece of shit, and he's always, levying these microaggressions against you and talking down to you, and you need a damn job, so you take the microaggressions, and so you still have the stress response, you still have the fight or flight response, but without the energetic output necessary to bring you back into a state of harmony. And so all of these motherfuckers telling you to meditate, to deal with stress, to meditate, to practice yoga and Tai Chi, to meditate and shit like that, to deal with stress and a constant perpetual state of fear that is being levied against you by this government. They literally said, this whole year is going to be a year of shock and awe campaigns like you have never seen. Those are the words that they use. That's military language, right? And so instead of doing what your natural inclination is to do when you fear for your life, when you fear for the life of your offspring, watch any female animal, watch a female lion, and she gets a whiff of something that is challenging her babies or her safety. What does she do? Y'all have seen people raising dogs. You say, look, for the first 6 weeks, you don't come near the mama dog because she is crazy. That's what y'all say. She ain't crazy. She is hyper vigilant. Everything is a threat while her babies cannot take care of themselves. This is the fear response. And so what will happen is she becomes stronger. She becomes more aware. This ain't spirituality. It's her hormones making her hyper vigilant, making her vision sharper, making her hearing much more sharp. You feel me? And instead of us seeing ourselves as animals that have an elevated status, what we do is allow these motherfuckers to plant ideas in our heads that tell us our animal nature, our animal right to preserve our life on earth is somehow indicative of our lower nature. Why do you guys get so mad all the time? And so you'll see white people talk with a very monotone voice, and they think that because they say something with a monotone voice that is blasphemous, that is diabolical, like them comedians. They ain't even crack a smile. Talking with a monotone voice, saying shit that should have gotten them drug off the stage, tarred and feathered and strung up by their goddamn feet so everybody could see. You can't come over here to Inglewood talking that bullshit. I don't give a fuck how nice you say it. I don't give a fuck how calm your voice is when you say fucking dumbass shit. You see? And so that's why we're sick. This bullshit that people keep telling us, well, black people are predisposed to this and that and this and that, is because we ain't cleaved nobody motherfucking head off yet. We have not completed the circuit. We have not completed the rage circuit. We have not completed the fear circuit. The fear circuit has been left wide the fuck open for a very long time. The rage circuit has been left the fuck open for a long fucking time. And our rage, which is also an emotion that teaches us about a just response to whatever triggered the rage. Do you know that the Buddhists say that what it's an exact quote. It says that rage is in response. Rage is in response to injustice. And oh God, I wish I had the notebook. I wrote that down. But rage is response. Rage is always a response to injustice. And when injustice, I'm gonna find this goddamn quote. I heard a Buddhist monk deliver this presentation. This ain't nothing I read. I went to a a Hindu. I went to a Hare Krishna temple, and this little Buddhist monk said that when justice is not delivered in the face of injustice, this is where sickness arises. Sickness arises when you experience rage at an injustice. You expect the faces of justice to resolve, to complete the circuit of this injustice, to judge this injustice accordingly. And when that does not happen, you always being told, just let the system work. Just let the system, when it's works, ever, once, at all, right? Let the system work. Let the system work. And when that doesn't happen, the Buddhist monk was, I'm gonna find this quote for y'all next time. He say that when injustice is not addressed by true justice, this is where sickness in the society emerges. He didn't say in the individual. He said in the society. Sickness in the society emerges when injustice is never met with justice. That rage is the righteous response to witnessing injustice. And you can't figure out why your fucking ass sick. Why you, quote, predisposed to high blood pressure. Why you predisposed to diabetes. Why you the most likely to suffer from all the things. Amputation from diabetes. You name the things. Why black women, all of a sudden can't carry a baby to term. Everything wrong with your whole life, your whole body, is because your body, that is your sovereign kingdom. It's your empire. It's your army. It's your military. It's your, hold on. What this book say? Let me tell you about your flesh. Your body is called the 12 officials of the emperor's court. The 12 officials of the emperor's court. The emperor is your heart. The heart is the center of your empire. You understand what I'm saying? This is the sun. This is the emperor. This is the sovereign. This is the governor. The 12 officials of the emperor's court, these are the tasks that they are supposed to carry out for you. To give you clear thoughts and deep insight. The emperor communicating to the brain. The lungs is the minister to the king. He receives the pure chi from heaven, so that you can take the pure chi of heaven into your flesh. The liver is the general who sets the strategy and executes the vision of the emperor. The gallbladder is the judge of the emperor's court, who gives you courage to execute the vision of the general. See, if you got a clear vision, but your ass is a coward, it doesn't mean that you're wrong for being a coward. It means you have been planted in this shit in your head all the time that make you fearful of everything. And cowardice is not fear. Fear is the thing. It's the inability to act. It is the refusal to act that is cowardice. You see what I'm saying? So because fear is reasonable. It saves your life. It's supposed to preserve your life. You see something that's threatening your life, you know exactly how to respond in an instant. Because everybody on deck. Everybody on deck. Right here in the emperor's court. It's the gallbladder. That's why they always want to take black women's gallbladders. They know this shit. Your Western doctor studies this shit. Ask me how I know. 10 years in medical school, a damn residency in an emergency room in Florida. I know just as much about Western medicine as I do Eastern medicine, and I'm telling you, they know this shit. That's why black women are the most likely of all the races to get their gallbladder removed for situations they don't have to get their goddamn gallbladder removed, bitch. It is because your gallbladder is your judge. Your gallbladder is the decision maker. How does he make the decisions? Because he gives you the courage and wise judgment and discernment to act accordingly to the vision being disseminated by the general, your liver. You feel me? The pericardium, the little sac around your heart, is the messenger for the king. It protects the king so that nothing can get close to the king. You feel me? The spleen is an official that is in charge of the granary that transforms and transports all nutrients, food, and drink that comes in. The stomach is the official that is also in charge of the granary. But the stomach, his peculiar world, is all that you consume. He is responsible for rottening and ripening it and breaking it down and killing all the bugs so that nobody that ain't got no business in your body can remain in your body. That's the stomach. The large intestine, his role as an official is for drainage. This is where water is absorbed and that which you cannot use goes out. The small intestines is the receiving official. He is the one that separates the pure from the impure, the turbid from the clear. So much of this shit that if you had the ability, you could see has been copied outright as some bullshit that's spiritual language in your Bible. So much of what is in Chinese medicine, in the medicine, is in your Bible, used to create in your flesh an enemy against you. Your flesh is your enemy with this shit held in your skull. The kidneys is the minister of health. His role is the strength of the entire body and to control water. The sanjiao is the water channels that allow the all of the officials to communicate with one another. And the urinary bladder controls the storage of water and the excretion of fluid. Your body is literally a kingdom with a goddamn emperor surveying the external terrain. So your electromagnetic field that they always talk about, that's generated from your heart and radiates about 6 to 9 feet out from you, is how the heart is always, he is always the one surveying the entire terrain, not just the kingdom. The kingdom ain't just your flesh. It's actually this electromagnetic field that he disseminates out all the time to make sure that even when your eyes don't see the threat, he can detect the threat and respond before you're even aware that a threat is on the horizon. Why does he do that? So because the job of the actual flesh, the job of the experience in the material form, is to only experience pleasure, ecstasy, play, harmony. Your whole reason for living, I know this is uncomfortable for y'all, your whole reason for existing is to experience the bounty of Eden, earth, as she is. That's the only reason you're here for. That's the only reason that you exist. And your time in utero is a microcosm of what your life on earth is supposed to be. When you in utero, you don't have to think about nothing. You don't have to worry about nothing. You can't even perceive no threat. You just live, you just in the water, swimming. You don't even have to chew. You get food. You constantly got nourishment. You need oxygen, but guess what? You don't even have to breathe. Everything that you need is guaranteed for them 9 months that you are in utero. This is also teaching you something about what to expect when you go from one realm to the next. And what happens is this cancer, this kink in the matrix that we call patriarchy, that we have not analyzed to find out how it even started, where it even came from, and how to cure it. What happens is because they have seized possession of the birthing process, because they have seized possession of God on earth and wiped her memory clean, that everything that we saw as spirituality, as so-called religion, as mythology, was a story about her, not some ambivalent goddess somewhere the fuck off in the universe. Your actual mother, your actual God on earth. God has a name, bitch. God has a name. God, from my worldview, is Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, my mama. God, from my worldview, is my grandmothers, my Marguerite Cook and Helen Floyd, and on and on and on. My father is a participant in the execution of God. Because why? Because he is half female. His mama is responsible for his existence that was going to guarantee my existence. You feel what I'm saying? So when I say that all of us are God on earth, God singular, all of us are God on earth, there is still a reason to make a distinction of the role of God as female as mother. Let me clarify that, because not all females are going to have children, and that's fine. That's why every matriarchal society on earth centered around the grandmother, not just quote the mother, the grandmother. There was a continuity that was accepted and recognized and deified across the globe, every society. When this changed, the first thing that had to be undone was the magic, the majesty, and the miracle that everybody accepted was for the radical bigness of the boundless universe to be condensed in the body of a female and to come out in material form. That is the ritual. That's it. There are no other rituals. All of those things necessary for the big vastness of the universe to condense the universe as conscious, the universe as aware, the universe as participatory, wanting to experience the vastness of itself in a material form. Says, okay, this uterus right here, we're going to make a petition. You understand? And we ain't going to impose it on her. She still has a decision that she can make. As God, she can say, this can't happen. Sorry, I apologize, little entity, but I can't do this right now. This is what the power over life and death means. Is to accept that your mother is God, one. And I know a lot of y'all got a problem with that. But I'm telling you, man, this medicine, these theories, Chinese medicine, Chinese theory, Japanese theory, Kemetic history, not just the Kemetic theological and spiritual theory, but also the papyri, the medical papyri coming out of Kemet that we have access to, that we can read, right? Hinduism as the longest continuous running, continuous uninterrupted religion. It can teach us about everything, the magic, the medicine, the history, the mythology. The mythology does not mean not real. It is connected to a real world experience. Our ability to analyze language and stories has been severed. This is what we have to be in a process of reconnecting. That's why every time I teach, I'm always connecting everything. Spirituality, even if it's from different cultures. This is how you can see it in plain sight. Science, philosophy, psychiatry, all of this shit is one. That's why we have to teach this way. That's why we have to learn this way. That's why we have to be able to see ourselves as a singular thread weaving itself into the grand tapestry. I can see the role that I'm playing in this way, and your thread is necessary. We aren't here by accident. Your thread is necessary. What you can contribute wherever you are in that moment is enough to contribute. You see? And so I know I've been going off. I ain't let you ask a single question. My bad.
Everything's a vibe. Like, this is science. Everything's got its own frequency. We know that energy is neither created or destroyed, it's merely transferred or transformed. When we speak in energy. I don't even think people pay attention half the time in conversation when I say, I feel you, I feel you, I feel you.
You said I read your mind the other day, but baby, we are just connected deeply in another way. That telepathy connection, energy that's manifested through that melanin, electric currents traveling kinetic. What you thinking? Call my mama. But my mama calling me. Coincidence, no higher common sense, I call it ESP. We are magic, while this world's unraveling. 5G cannot limit our abilities from traveling. See, I'm on another level, dirty digging. Homie, get the shovel. I'm a rebel in this motherfucker, dancing with these demons. Got them screaming. This world is planting fear inside us. Clearly, I'm just over all the brainwashing. Time to wash your brain of all the pain, of all the stress, all the lies you told yourself. Open your eyes and realize you're a diamond in the rock. Don't let them tell you what you're not. It's time to show the world all this magic that we got with telepathy.
So hear me clearly. For me, language is liberation. The words that we have, they define and describe the very things that free our mind, but only when we choose with intention and pay attention to the frequency of the words that we use to construct our realities. Who do you say that you are? I am. I am. Those two words alone are the very beginning to a powerful sequence of awakening yourself to who and all that you are, have been, and will be. We talk in frequency.
Clouded visions, poison minds, can't see clear enough. The world full of interference, so God ain't hearing us. My spouse miles away, can't even take a walk in public. Coronavirus got us locked away like lab subjects. Close your eyes and you can feel the pain, we all connected. Empath, so I sense when every soul's ejected. A mystic, magical, way beyond simplistic. 5G blocking my chi, keeping our signals twisted. Communicate with my mind, mental telepathy. Into a nature, so we speak on different frequencies. My third I watch, the other two never truly see. The world is an illusion shrouded in secrecy. A king by birthright, a god at first sight. Divine shine bright, blind the wicked at first light. Open your heart chakra and let these words shock you. We tell them havoc, use your magic like a witch doctor.
Or ancient Egyptian words of power that speaks to the soul. I command your soul to listen. Nukta chaz un mesura aritun ak em ta tema'u. Nukta chaz un mesura aritun ak em ta tema'u. Nukta chaz un mesura aritun ak em ta tema'u. The chaz un mesura aritun ak im ta tema'u.
Maybe he took a bathroom break or a drink break while the song was on. So while he's doing that, I'm gonna put in the comment section. This is through StreamYard, so I don't know how it's coming up for you guys, but I'm gonna put information for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence in the comment section and ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So let me copy and paste that into the comment section. I don't know how this is going to come up like for YouTube because this is through StreamYard, but let's see. So I'll put the Etsy store for dope stuff. And then for donations, let's see how that goes. Say, this is not even, all right. Okay, cool. And then that. And then that. Hopefully that works out. Let me see. I haven't used StreamYard in so long. I really like the setup, but it was always bad for me. My StreamYard videos are, full of pauses and empty space and stuff like that. So, yeah. All right. So I'm going to, hopefully that'll do. All right. Let's see. Okay. Well, there you go. That's as good as it's going to get. And, let's see. And while, you know what, I'll do something while, hey, that track was hot. Are they here in LA too?
No, they are in Houston, I believe. Houston and Georgia.
Yeah, that was fire. I just heard from Space Science about 2 weeks ago. I ain't talked to them brothers since I came to California. Space Science from Vintage Tux. You remember them?
Of course.
Yeah, so they just dropped they haven't published it yet, but they put me up on game that they're about to drop a new album. It's fire. It's fire. Yeah. Somebody says, I wanted to ask you a question about the flipping the script of the patriarchic system and the sun and how it used to be a female entity. So, okay, they're saying they can't see the links. All right, so let me just, let me take a minute to tell people how they can support, because I tried to put the links in my, in the comment section, but for some reason they're not coming up. So for those of you who want to support the Temple of Evolutionary yeah, I see it. For those of you who want to support the Temple of Evolutionary there should be, if you can scroll through, brother, there actually should be a QR code that you can see. See if you can scroll down so people can see the QR code on that, because that's the GoFundMe. But I also, again, there are other ways that you can support. So I have an Etsy store that has tons of books that you need in your life. You don't see it, that's fine. So there's tons of books. There is all kinds of spiritual tools that are on my Etsy store. He just brought up my Etsy store there. It's Daughter of the Fates, FATES.etsy.com, daughterofthefates.etsy.com. Tons and tons of dope stuff on there. Then you can also use the email address of the temple, which is evoemetemp@gmail.com. That's evoemetemp@gmail.com. And you can use that email address if you want to inquire about divination. I do 30-minute and 60-minute sessions of divination. If you want to send a Zelle donation, you can use that email address. Or if you want to send a PayPal donation, you use that email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com. Also, Brother Knowledge Born Allah just put the link for the GoFundMe in the comment section. So that link is there. And then also, if you want to send a Cash App, that is $ Daughter of the Fates, $ Daughter of the Fates. And then Venmo is Cassandra Floyd, CASSANDRA-FLOYD. Those are the ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Now, to go back to this this person's question here, about the flipping the script of the patriotic system and the sun, how it used to be a female entity. Okay, so this is obviously somebody that has been. You can take that off the screen now, bro. This is obviously somebody that has been following my channel for at least the last 3 weeks, because for the last 3 weeks, we have been talking about this this process, or this thing that I'm gonna, for the simplicity sake of it, I've been doing this deep dive on the history of the cult of Sol Invictus, the cult of Sol Invictus. I'll type it in the comment section in case anybody wants to go on a little deep dive for themselves. The cult of Sol Invictus. And I think that's the right way to spell it. Yeah. And the reason we've been going into this is because for about 2 years now, generally, but more sharply, purposefully, and specifically, I've been doing a deep dive on the planet Saturn since December 21st. I have been on a relentless, deep, prolific study of the planet Saturn and why in every space, in every culture, music and music videos and film and books, how the planet Saturn has been, why has the planet Saturn been so villainized, so demonized throughout all cultures, like this, trying to understand this phenomenon. Why the sign associated with with Saturn, Capricorn, is, these stories around Capricorn energy is always about like borders and boundaries and, money and strictness and discipline, and particularly financial, educational, and political institutions, right? And this has been the language around at least the astrological iconography of Capricorn, and then Saturn as, like as a mythos, how everybody that in one way or another gets to this point in their education where they trying to understand why they see in all these signs and symbols of the devil hidden everywhere. Everywhere you turn around, there the devil is. Everywhere you turn around, there the devil is. And the symbols that help you to understand that the devil is where you're looking is typically symbols associated with the planet Saturn, with the iconography of Saturn, with the history of Saturn, right? It is the black box. It is, the rings. It is people doing this thing right here, right? Like it's what else they be talking about? It's the left eye that be covered, whatever. There's a ton of things, right? 666, the hexagon, the what is it? What's the thing? What's the building called in Mecca? The Kaaba. Is it the Kaaba? It's the Kaaba, right? The black box, right? Yeah. The Hebrews, especially the Orthodox Hebrews, be wearing the little black box and the little black box on their left arm, right? Like all this shit, okay, that is associated with the diabolical, ever evil, prolific, evidence. Oh, and Moloch, the bull god that be eating babies. He part of the Saturn shit, and the owl, you feel me? Like at the Orange Grove, you feel like all of this shit all go back to this global conspiracy that is these low-key undercover Satanists, and their Satanist is tied to Saturn because apparently Satan is named after the planet Saturn. This is what I got on, because I have a Capricorn moon. Okay. And so all my life, having accepted, brother, bring yourself back up on the screen. I don't want to be talking to myself. I can do that on my own channel. Bring yourself back up on the screen. And I ain't going to go into a long dissertation so you can actually ask me questions. Bruh. Anyway, so in this deep dive around the planet Saturn, about 3 weeks ago, I came across this whole idea of this thing called the cult of Sol Invictus, which is this history that existed in many other places, but it became most pronounced, this cult belief idea that became most pronounced in knowledge. Okay, so it became most pronounced in Rome, in pre-Christian Rome. As a matter of fact, what they say is the start date of the implementation of the cult of Sol Invictus was the year 509 BC. And when this particular Caesar, emperor, whatever he was at the time, it made the cult of Sol Invictus a part of the Roman Empire, what it basically meant was, Sol Invictus means, it translates to the cult of the unconquerable sun. The cult of the unconquerable sun, right? Yes. Thank you. Yes, I like this better. I like this setup better. Yes, they call it the golden age, but we have to be careful.
My bad. My aunt got here. My cousins, like everybody and their mama everybody just came in, so they just bum rush the spot. Like, they was like, we don't see you. I hear you, but I don't see you. So they pulled all the mama rank you were just talking about, all walked in the door, one after another. So, yeah.
All right. So to just wrap it up really quickly, yes, the sister was saying the following of Saturnus, they called it the golden age. Yeah. So and that golden age assessment is important. The reason I've been going off on this has not been in a vacuum. I don't go on deep dives just to know some shit. That ain't me. Everything that I descend into is to pull what I descend into up and show it to you and show you how it relates to the moment in real time. One of the things that I just heard it today. There's this dude that I follow on YouTube. I really like him. There's some places where I deviate in terms of, understanding. Overall, I like his shit. I see a live that he did yesterday, and he was saying that the place where he has to stop listening to, quote, political commentators, they were talking about this Asian dude that everybody loves so much. The Asian professor dude, I don't remember his name. I don't like him that much, but everybody's defaulting to this Asian dude, this Chinese dude, and his, like, what they're calling political predictions and shit. And this guy, the Asian guy, his name is FD Signifier. He is playing a clip from this Asian dude who's talking about the current state of this conflict between Iran and the United States and Israel. And he is saying that there is a very long historical basis for this conflict. That is not something that just emerged out of nowhere. He's saying that there is a very, very, very old basis for this conflict with Iran. And he also said that some people feel uncomfortable getting into the more hidden basis for this conflict. He said to the Asian dude is talking about, to try to analyze the political world without factoring in those hidden forces that attempt to shape and navigate the world to their benefit. And so as soon as the Asian dude says the Illuminati and Freemasons, FD Signifier, who is a sharp dude, politically he's a sharp dude, he's like, oh, that's where I stop. When people start getting involved in this Illuminati, this and that, and these conspiracy theories, he went slap the fuck off, right? These conspiracy theories and Illuminati and this and that. And then he said, I was like, oh shit. Then he said, because so much of that Illuminati talk and these conspiracy theories and all of that shit has their roots and their origins in anti-Semitism. And we as Black people cannot be involved and engaged in no shit that's anti-Semitic. He said, this shit sound like some shit that came right out of what did they call that conspiracy theory book? The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I haven't read it, but I know it's infamous because they say it was supposed to be written by a Jew, but it was like some, propaganda written by enemies of the Jews, whatever. It don't matter. It doesn't
one
matter.
and the same. Yeah, all of it is the same.
That struck me about his intervention and this knee-jerk response to, that's where I draw the line. As soon as this is a quote from me, as soon as these niggas start talking about conspiracy theories, I can't hear nothing else. I thought that was really interesting. This brother has a master's degree in history and a couple of other things. Sharp dude. He still is a hardcore socialist. I'm not. So there's points of delineation where I don't agree with him, but overall his assessment, I like it. I dig it. That was interesting to me, and especially because I don't, as a matter of fact, I avoided like the plague conspiracy theories for many years. I thought it was distractionary. I thought it was some boogeyman shit that was literally created to terrorize people from rebellion. My belief as a scientific socialist was like the only reason all of this shit, yes, it might be little boys clubs like the Freemasons and the Illuminati and the Scottish Rites and all of that shit. And what? People done still rebelled. People done still made revolutions. People done still buck back. They may exist, but I feel like the boogeyman aspect of the shit is to like collectively terrorize and traumatize you into inactivity, into not doing shit, into believing that the shit is so big and it is so overwhelming and they so everywhere that we could never win. That type of shit. That's why. And so I just avoided, quote, conspiracy theories like the plague for the greater part of my political life. But once I got into this walk with the goddess, and then even deeper than that, once I started paying attention to symbols, right? This book here is like the Holy Bible. All right. Me in the sistren of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We already said we're going to meet this old lady before she dies so that we can get her permission, because we going to rewrite this whole shit. She wrote the book in 1982 where there was not a lot of access to information about about African spiritual traditions and systems. And so this is what's missing. Us is what's missing. But even still, in 1983, this white woman right here did this shit. And it wasn't until we got into this book called The Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, and she has another piece called The Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, that, and then this other book that I have also that took it even deeper, that is called, it is called The Alphabet versus the Goddess, the Conflict Between Word and Image. This is by Leonard Schlang. So The Alphabet versus the Goddess, that's the name of that book, right? And so this becomes, and even my obsession with etymology. Y'all have heard me say a million times, if no matter what the word is, no matter how seemingly small the word is, I'm going to search the origin of that word. I'm going to search the etymology of that word, because so much language that we use has been deliberately, purposely inverted. Same word that has the exact opposite meaning today than it did in its origins. And what would be the purpose of doing that, right? And then when people say conspiracy theories, it's literally a way to collectively demote the significance of the idea, or of the idea that's being put forward. It's a way to automatically cut off and demote, literally just squash and end the conversation about this thing that's been introduced, right? And so when I call the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence conspiracy theorists, but what we say is we don't pray, we conspire. We don't cast spells, we cast conspiracies, because conspiracy is one of those words that in its origin meant for many to come together to breathe a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome, certain as in definitive, certain as in guaranteed, right? And so the example that is used when you search the etymology of conspiracy, the first time it was ever used in history was to talk about what musicians do when they play together. They may have different instruments, they may have different sheet music, different parts, but when they play together, the certain, meaning definitive, outcome is a singular song, not a bunch of different songs. They, quote, conspire together in their peculiar role to create a singular song. That's what conspiracy means. Okay. And so all of that to say, going back to the sister's question and why it was so important. It was so important that this even came into my cipher, came into my consciousness, this whole thing about the cult of Sol Invictus. I didn't go looking for it. I never even fucking heard of it until I was on this deep dive with the planet Saturn. And for whatever reason, a particular thing that I was looking at was talking about the cult of Sol Invictus. Not just the cult of Sol Invictus, that the month of August, this shit is deep. The month of August is specifically related in the Greco-Roman worldview to the implementation of the cult of Sol Invictus, the first emperor to make mandatory as a part of Roman government. The cult of Sol Invictus was his name was Aurelius. Aurelius becomes Augustus. Augustus becomes the month of August, which August was actually the 6th month in the Roman calendar, August, right? And so that's the reason we have the month August named after this now clan of Augustus. All of these men that came after who assumed the new name. Everybody that became Sol Invictus had to accept a new name. Doesn't that sound like the Pope right now? The cult of Sol Invictus still exists, right? What the cult of Sol Invictus meant was that when a person who was in line to rule, or who, quote, won by brute force the ability to sit on the throne. They would go through a spiritual, this is a political world, they would go through a spiritual ceremony that becomes their rebirth. They are now reborn through the sun god. They are reborn through the sun. That's why all the early emperors wore the laurel leaf crown, the little thing, the laurel leaf crown. That's why. Is because now they don't have their mother's crown on their head anymore. What's your mother's crown? The moment that you are born, the moment that your crown chakra sees light, detects light, that's your first crown. And so in the cult of Soul Invictus, the new crown becomes your new destiny. You are reborn in the solar deity, either Apollo or Helios, depending upon what the worldview was at the time. And under this birth of the male father god that is the sun, you need a new crown. You understand? That's why you need a new name. And the name had to be somebody that came before you. You understand? And so, like this new pope, this motherfucker that's the pope right now, right? First of all, me and this nigga share the same birthday. I was like, I got a problem with why he got my birthday. He's exactly 20 years older than I am, right? And,
Nas too. You and Nas.
And he is. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And he had the album God's Son, right? So the sixth sign, right?
Get into.
There it goes. Like this, it's the sixth sign, right? You got the sixth sign. So the sixth sign in the zodiac.
No, initially in the Greek and Roman calendar, that's why September has the name that it has. Virgo or September, sept as a prefix means 7. September means 7, right? October actually means 8, but it's the 10th month. It's the changing of the calendar. But these months were given the name of these embodied deities. When a man becomes emperor, when a man becomes Caesar, when a man becomes king, he is automatically inducted into the cult of Soul Invictus, where as a political leader of an empire, what makes it so that the citizens and the peasants and the slaves of the empire are less likely to rebel or overthrow is that they all believe that he is now the embodiment. He is now the sun on earth. He is the sun god on earth. So you take this whole idea of the divinity. They actually call it the divine right to rule. And the last king, the last modern king to declare the divine right to rule was Louis XIV. This all sounds crazy and all over the place, but Louis XIV, this pope that you have right now is Leo the 14th, right? Our birthdays are September the 14th, right? And guess what? And it's related. The Statue of Liberty, which was initially what her name was originally. Somebody tell me that's been following my channel. Tell me what her original name was. The Lady of Enlightenment. Is that what her name was? The original name of the Statue of Liberty was the Lady of Enlightenment. Guess what? She was made a national symbol of the United States on my birthday, 1975, September 14th. I said, what the fuck, right? So anyway, the cult of Soul Invictus. When this man, whoever he is, and it did not start, I want to clarify, it did not start with Rome. There were other presentations of the same idea throughout the known world that way precede Rome. But because of where Rome was in the galaxy, the period, the house that it was in astrologically, it became kind of like an apex point of this long tradition. Akhenaten was quite possibly the first that did this, that once he became Pharaoh at the age of 19, he not only, for the first time in the history of Kemet, elevated the sun to a status that was over all of the prior deities. So now the sun, the S-O-N and the S-U-N, the sun becomes greater than Hathor. Hathor is the whole goddamn Milky Way galaxy. How does the sun become greater than the Milky Way galaxy? You feel what I'm saying? But now under Akhenaten, who creates a whole solar deity, solar-centered cult and Kemet, and rapidly goes to start to build a whole city. I think the Romans later called it Helios. I forget what it was under Akhenaten. But he built a whole city right on the Nile River. There, I read one historian say that there are archaeologists who believe that the beginning of the desertification of the fertile Nile Valley can be pinpointed to when Akhenaten had them rapidly build this whole city on the border of the Nile River, and it rapidly changed the ecology in the area. So what you believe in your skull, bitch, changes the shape of the world around you. It changes your behavior. It changes how you move in the world, and that in turn changes the environment. It changes other humans around you. The impact of Akhenaten's short reign was so pivotal and so impactful that the people that took up the position of Pharaoh after him. I don't remember what Pharaoh was, but all of the people in the kingdom, all the wise men and the this and that, all of them attempted to erase Akhenaten from history. They called him the great heretic. They said that his reign was so devastating to the empire that he must be written out of history, never to be found again. He was buried off from the rest of the pharaohs. It was a crime to say his name. If you were ever going to talk about him, he had to be called the great heretic. That's how damaging his reign was when he elevated the sun over the goddesses, right? So he was one. Mithras, the cult of Mithras, which still exists today. They are a cult of Sol Invictus. And then Constantine was the last emperor to use the title of Sol Invictus. But when Constantine was ruling Rome under pagan Rome, and he shifted from a pagan Roman Empire to a papal Roman Empire, when he was supposedly on the battlefield and Jesus came to him and he had a fucking epiphany on the battlefield that he needed to become a Christian too. And if he became a Christian too, that he could unite the kingdom and quell rebellion by becoming the chief Christian, right? Do you think that this warmonger who had grown Rome to the greatest in terms of its vastness, its reach, that it had ever been, do you think that he still did not rely on his title as Sol Invictus to terrorize and attempt to subdue rebellion in the empire? Him becoming the chief Christian, and the Christians were the main rebels at that time. They were the ones, popping shots. I mean, all we have to do is read the Bible to see. Like, what was his name? Was it Paul that was called the zealot? Paul was a zealot. Right? Yeah. He was what today would call a guerrilla. He lived in the woods. What did they say? That when he met Jesus, he had been living for years off what? Grasshoppers and honey. You feel me? He was a gangster. He was a roughneck, right? And that was the modus operandi of those people that were because Paul wasn't a Christian. When Paul met Jesus, he was already a revolutionary. He was already a zealot. He was already anti-establishment, talking about those Jews that were kicking it with empire, those that was rubbing elbows with empire. So there was already, before Jesus even came on the scene, according to the story, all right, this rebellious culture of these people who were not subscribing to the Judaistic practices of the old age, of the old period. This becomes important to talk about because I can talk about Paul. I can talk about the stories of Paul, him, cutting the dude ear off and all of that shit. But I want people to always remember, at least when you hear me talking about it, that when I am talking about these mythologies, whether it's Jesus, whether it's Zeus, or whoever the hell. These are all astrological stories. That is all. They are all metaphor for something that was identifiably happening on Earth, politically, in the real world. These stories superimposed on the movement, our movement as Earth, through the Milky Way galaxy, through the cosmos, through the great year. These were ways that these people, astronomers and astrologers, could tell these stories that would live forever. And in those stories is the message to always allow people to remember what was happening during this period of time in our constant trek around the Milky Way galaxy, which takes about 25,000 years. They separated the heavens into houses to teach each other and the greater population lessons that if something happens and you forget, if something happens like book burnings and you forget, if something happens like falls and rises of empire that are always trying to keep information from you, that if something happens and this information is lost or buildings crumble, like what's happening in Iran right now, like what's happened in Palestine, like what happened in Afghanistan, where they deliberately targeted all of these ancient old buildings whenever empire is trying to rebrand globally. America ain't trying to rebrand by itself, bitch. These men in positions of power scattered all over the planet are on one accord for the face of this new stage of human history to be transformed in their image. They feign like they are enemies. They are not. They are brethren, all of them. And what happens is if they want to rebrand, meaning empire upgrade, they have to make sure that they disappear enough information, whether it's in buildings, whether it's in books. The new book burning of the period is this motherfucking internet. They're literally in real time wiping clean the internet. You understand? This is the new modern book burning. And what they have to do is they have to erase collective consciousness. They might have to fight you right now, but just one generation later, your ass is 20-some years old, have a baby. By the time this thing resets in 2044, by the time this thing resets, your babies will have no memory of anything that's important to us right now. That's what they're intending to do, because if they can do that, if they're successful in wiping the slate clean so that just a single generation later, nobody remembers what was happening in this moment, they can convince a whole new generation of people all over the world of whatever madness they want to convince them of. And like us, they'll be having to dig through thousands and thousands of years of information, trying to learn everything at one time. Like, how do we not know this? How do we not learn this in high school? How do we not doing the same thing, but deeper? You feel me? Having our babies convinced that they need to, quote, become one with goddamn AI. We're having nanocytes put in their blood and shit to be a better version of themselves. You see? And the reason I'm saying this is because we have to pay attention. These motherfuckers have gotten so audacious, so confident in the program and the project that they're engaged in, they don't even bother hiding it from us. They use signs and symbols, the whole science between symbolism. Why do marketers use it? Why do marketers use symbolism? Why do marketers continuously use symbols all over the place if it didn't work? If it's not making them no money, if it's not getting you to behave the way they want you to behave, if it's not getting you, if it's not seeding a symbolic conspiracy in your skull that makes you think that it was your decision to go out and buy this product, that they seeded the idea into your skull, why would symbolism be so important? Why would that be literally 75 to 95% of what you learn to become a marketer? It's symbols. That's why this book, the alphabet versus the goddess, it's talking about the science of symbols. It's talking about us and our evolutionary stages in human history, us as Homo sapiens 300,000 years ago. And we didn't have language, and we didn't have a writing system, and we didn't have an agreed upon way to communicate. So symbols is the bedrock for how we still today move in the world. Symbols. They talk about the biochemistry of how the subconscious mind more quickly, what they have reduced to, quote, the reptilian mind, the subconscious mind recognizes, processes, and embeds into what we call habits, how we are supposed to respond based on the symbols that we see. It's light years quicker than our cognitive reading of something or seeing a language and processing what it means. Our response to symbolism is light years faster in its response. That's why they embed this symbolism into everything. It became the basis for why one of the bases for why I started going ham on this Saturnian deep dive, and why, for whatever reason, Saturn has become synonymous with all things diabolical, bad, evil, this and that, and this and that. And so 2 years ago, I did ayahuasca. Was the last time I did ayahuasca. And I was what they call the spirit of that plant. They call the spirit of that plant Mama Ayahuasca. Typically, she will come to you like a giant serpent, right? So I'm in ayahuasca and I'm deep in the medicine, right? And I'm talking to her about my money. I'm like, look, man, and this is how I talk to spirit. All right. I don't fake. What you hear is how I pray, bitch. All right. So I'm like, look, ma, you know what I'm saying? I have accepted the mission. I have accepted the call. I knew it was gigantic. But when you told me, because the first time I ever did ayahuasca was in 2020. And I said, all I want to do is remember why I chose this life. I don't remember, but I'm certain that I did. But now I need to know the why. Because I need a breakthrough. Like, what I've been doing is not working. I need to be able to set this shit up. Tell me why I chose this life. And that first time I did ayahuasca in 2020 lasted 8 motherfucking hours, and she raked my ass over the coals. And I was like, I don't want to do it. I changed my mind. I said, I don't want to change the world. I don't want to save the world. This too much. Okay. What you telling me right now? This shit too much. And I am reneging. Can I change my mind? And Spirit says to me, you still a sovereign, bitch. You can change your mind. But you need to know that you are the one that chose this life, this incarnation. This is your destiny and your destiny alone. It is peculiar to you what the fuck you signed up for. So if you do not do it, if you do not fulfill your commitment, what you signed up to do, no one else will. And I'm in there crying and carrying on. I'm like, this is too much. Now I need to be able to change my mind, right? Fast forward to 2020 when I did ayahuasca the last time. And I said, look, now I've been living according to what you bent me over to tell me a few years ago. But just like my goddamn adversary is able to do his will on earth effortlessly, just like these basic, mediocre, ignorant, megalomaniacal weirdos can just breathe a word, and because they have stolen enough money from everybody else, can be executed in real time. I'm gonna need that shit. I'm gonna need that. I don't need struggle shit no more. No, I know too many genius level, and I don't say genius lightly, genius level Black women who, if just 10 of us was fully supported for 1 year to make what exists in our head manifest in the real world, we'd won this shit already. We'd won this shit already. You understand? I said, so I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need the kind of wealth and unquestioned support that the masses around the world have effortlessly and with no evidence just handed over to basic mediocre white men just on the GP, just on GP. That we need that kind of energetic shift. That's what I need, because this struggle shit, fighting to pay my bare minimum shit. You gave me this massive gargantuan goddamn assignment that's peculiar to me. Every last one of us have this assignment, by the way. So I always have to clarify. This bitch right here ain't building no cult. This bitch ain't gonna tell you to sell all your shit and move over here to LA so that we can create a commune and live together and shit. That's fine if y'all want to do that. I ain't got no beef with that if that's what you feel like you need to do. But the majority of the people on the planet can't do that. So how do we create a spiritual world, a spiritual world view that allows people to see that even if I live in the city, bitch, I can change the world. I can do some shit. I can do some things. I can organize right here where I live and set some shit. I can create a commune among people who live in apartments and shit. like this whole escapist type thing that has been superimposed on us about what it will mean to change the world or to form a movement, I am not opposed. For some people, that is the best thing to do, right? And Black people have done that often and well, but without a proper analysis, without looking back to say, what do we get wrong? What do we need to do to adjust for that thing that we got wrong? Because listen, to be talking about you about to build some shit by yourself in a commune, the state knows. The state has a long history. What is it? Approximately 635 independent Black cities that have been wiped off the face of the map. Nobody even remembers them. They think it was just one or two, Rosewood and Little Africa and Tulsa, Oklahoma. 635 goddamn independent, self-fulfilling, which could have consolidated our wealth beyond what we can imagine. You understand? And they recognized it even when we didn't. So we just think, if we just live peacefully up in here and just do our own thing, the white people will leave us alone. They recognize who you are even when you don't. They recognize the significance and the implications for what you are doing and what it will mean for them, even when you don't. Even when you don't. That's why it's not just, quote, I keep saying it. Yes, racism exists, but it is not the issue. It is a singular strategy in the web that this patriarch has built. Just like we need to build a web, they have built a web. Just like we want to liberate the matrix, the uterus, they have built a patrix. Everything that they have built within the patrix that they have constructed, the outcome is death. That is all that you can get from a murder cult. That is all you can get from a war god, a godhead of war. That's it. That's the only outcome. What is the most strategic and prolific way to construct this web that no matter what Black people do, death is the outcome. Shortened life expectancy is the outcome. Ignorance is the outcome. Darkness is the outcome. They can never, right? Crab in a bucket mentality is the outcome. Everything that they construct is to produce because all they're doing is replicating us. So if we, the weavers, like we say in our prayer, we the weavers, we the writers of rewriting the book of life, right? We the weavers, we the tree. Then bitch, they got a tree too. They got a uterus too, a mechanized uterus. They show you in your face in every single dystopian movie you've ever seen. They got a uterus too that they can construct it. You live in it. You live in it. You understand? And so all of that to say, let me make this brief. Going back to the cult of Sol Invictus, going back to the importance of symbols. I still watch a ton of movies, but now for entertainment. But now that I am able to witness and recognize the symbols hidden in these movies right away, now not only am I, quote, watching the movie for entertainment, I am also seeing the plans that they have laid out that only those who can see. That's the only people they expect to see these movies. These movies become ways of communication among those who have the language, right? That's where secret societies and brotherhoods and Freemasons and all, that's where that shit comes in. Because when they're making a movie, it's not just about money, y'all. That's so super simplistic. It's not just about racism, y'all. That's so super simplistic. They can see in every direction, and why? Is it because they're smarter than you? Inherently, that's not the answer. It is because the book burnings and the destruction of information and the hoarding of what's left for them, so you don't have access to it and you don't have a frame of reference for it, makes them appear smarter, makes them appear bigger, makes them appear infallible, makes them appear to be supermen. That's what it makes them appear to be, right? And you say, well, it is just how it is. It is to stay, you feel me? So you cannot imagine, because all of the things that would allow you to crystal clear see what's possible has been hidden from you and hidden in plain sight. Okay, everybody's talking about the so-called prophecies in the Simpsons, Bitch, them is not prophecies. Why y'all keep saying that? 30 years after the shit, y'all been talking about this shit for 30. These is not prophecies, especially when you realize that 90% of all of the writers that Simpsons has had over years have been Zionists. And in the Torah that nobody can read unless you male in the shit, you feel me? But in the Torah, it says that if you're going to do dirt, because see, look, systems of absolution, systems of absolutism, that's the political equivalent of absolution. So if you don't know what absolution is, absolution in the Catholic Church is this concept of being forgiven for your sins, right? So that's when they go and confess, you know, to the Father, you understand? And the Father say, okay, you did some dirty shit. You need to do 6 Hail Marys, and you need to go do some community service or some shit. And this is wiped off your slate. You good. It's like you didn't even sin. That's absolution. Absolutism in the political world is the equivalent of absolution. But I was talking to this girl, this Asian girl who was raised Jewish. She was raised in the Judaistic tradition. And I'm talking to her about how absolution exists in all of these patriarchal religions. Absolution exists in Catholicism. It exists in Christianity. It exists in Judaism. It exists in Islam. It exists in Buddhism. It exists in Hinduism. As long as the patriarch is over the religion, there is some aspect of absolution in the tradition. This little 24-year-old child wants to debate me. That's not correct. The whole idea of absolute is this. I said, yeah, it may not be called absolution. I said, but there's still a reason that you go through the ceremonies that you go through. As a matter of fact, the origin of absolution is Judaism. It is the idea that all you got to do for, quote, the remission of your sins, the forgiveness of your sins, the wiping of your slate clean is to kill something. That comes from Judaism, bitch. So while the Catholics may not call it the, quote, remission of sin by ritual sacrifice, that's where it came from. Catholicism is the offspring of Judaism. That's where it came from. Islam is the offspring of Judaism. Isn't that what y'all say? That y'all all got the same progenitor father, Abraham? You feel me? Right? That's why you three religions, even though y'all always play fighting, always pump faking in people's face like y'all fighting, y'all ain't fighting. Y'all ain't no different, Judaism, Christianity / Catholicism, and Islam, than when the deities were Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Same system, same political, spiritual system, different culture. You understand? And so it becomes important because the whole concept of absolution is not for everybody. See, that's what we get wrong. Absolution, no matter how it presents, whether it's in Judaism as the different ceremonies that, like Jubilee, this bullshit that just happened a couple of weeks ago with Trump, that was part of Jubilee. That was part of Jubilee. And so every 50 years, the whole Jewish community can come together and get their sins forgiven in this ceremony where they got 2 black goats, and one is the scapegoat that carries all the sins of the people, all the dirt you done did. I'm telling you, you have to be able to see how this explains why people can do the most diabolically monstrous shit in the world and feel no way about it. Y'all ask the question, how? What is going on in a person's head? Where is their humanity? Don't they have no morals? And you'll be genuinely confused because you cannot understand how seemingly everyday, regular, good people can do diabolically monstrous shit that you can't even think of in your imagination. How they even came up with that? That's why absolution, bitch, wipes the slate clean, no matter how bad the crime is. The taking of the community's collective sins and then through ceremony, rites, and rituals, impose it on the black goat, bitch. Impose it into the body of the black goat and then send the goat far, far away. The black goat that's sinful lives. All of the dirt you done did now becomes the burden of the black goat. And you want to understand why every time you turn around, people talking about that's the devil. See, that's the devil, the black goat. That's the devil, Baphomet. That's the devil in every movie. That's the devil, the black goat. Why is the black goat the devil, bitch? Because these Hebrews done took all their collective goddamn sins, wrongdoing, ill doing, dirt and shit, and put it in the poor goat body to go out into the world and be the face of evil while they can remain blemishless because they done took they goddamn crimes and put it in the body of the black goat that everybody in the world hate because the black goat is synonymous with the black goddess and goddamn Kemetic tradition where they got it from in the first place. I'm just saying. And then the other black goat, because both of them have to be innocent. Both of them have to be pure. You feel me? So you got the one black goat that's the scapegoat. Then you got the black goat that remains completely pure and innocent because it has to remain pure and innocent. Now that you didn't put your sins in the black goat, you feel me? What does their Bible say? All y'all Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and the Old Testament of the KJV. What does it all say? That there can be no remission of sin without the spilling of blood. That's what your Bible say. That's the cornerstone of why the New Testament had to have Jesus come back, slide of hands, okie doke shit that was, and become the perpetual quote sacrifice for the world. You feel me? It's because people was not going to reconcile this whole 6,000 years of pre-New Testament history that say the only way that we can be forgiven for our sins is some innocent creature must die. Somebody innocent must die. And you stay perplexed by how wars can happen, how you can see the images of women and children that have nothing to do with the war games of men and separate it from the fact that for 2,000 plus years, everybody on earth has been impacted and had this ideology across the globe. Hinduism and Judaism and Catholicism and Christianity and all these Abrahamic religions have that one thing in motherfucking common, bitch. That's why they all have to have the Old Testament in common. They all, where they may disagree on a whole host of other shit, that one thing there across the board, they all agree. Somebody got to die for us to get off the hook. We can do all the dirt we want as long as we're willing to kill somebody to take the blame, to take the burden off us. That's the one thing they all got in common. And because you believe the myth handed to you in the language of the goddamn bourgeoisie of France, talking about the separation of church and state. That shit is a mythology today as it was when they said it during the French Revolution. Since when have you ever experienced, witnessed, seen in real time the separation of church and state here in the United States of America? Why you play so much? The reason that you've been able to be cognitively dissident is because you do not see that what happened to your ancestors at the height of lynching in this country. You do not see what happened at the height of the terror campaigns against your people in this country at the hands of men wearing white sheets with emblems on them, using burning crosses because you don't remember symbolism. The burning cross did not start in the South in fucking United States of America. It has an old history, symbolic, ritualistic history. And because you have been cut off from that, because you think that the only thing wrong with the whole planet is that white people exist. That's not an unfair assessment when half the world's history has been chopped out of your skull. White people have done a lot of dirt in this last 500-year New World Order project. The New World is not to come, bitch. The New World started in 1452. And they said it. They actually declared it. The New World, you say it at your mouth, and you still think that the New World is something to come. The New World Order started in 1452. It started at the Age of Discovery. That's when it started. The project that we have been engaged in is the New World Order. If you want to understand what they've been talking about with the goddamn 4 horsemen of the goddamn apocalypse, bitch, you've been living it in real time. Slavery was a part of this project. It was the ritualistic, ceremonial part of this project. The benefit of slavery was the loot. The benefit of slavery was to subdue an entire people so that they would not fight back. How did they subdue a whole group of human beings? Natives, South Americans, Central Americans, black-skinned, and all the people around the goddamn world. How did they do that? They used symbolism. They used repetitious, old ceremony to terrorize spiritually people into submission. The loot was just the benefit, the after effect. You feel me? We have been engaged in a fucking ongoing ritual. Let me show you something. So the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse that everybody's talking about right now, because as soon as they a new war, a new aggression, everybody start flooding the churches because Jesus coming back. Jesus ain't coming back, bitch. I'm telling you, Jesus ain't coming back. Your ass ain't going up into the sky. You have been hoodwinked. The rapture, right? What the Bible talks about as the rapture. The rapture. What? Of the church. What do they say? That when Jesus comes back for what? His bride. Jesus come back for his bride. That's the rapture, right? When Jesus come back for his bride, who is the bride? The body of the church. Who is the church? Who is the church? Somebody do a quick search for the etymology of the word church. Who is the church? Y'all talking about y'all think y'all about to go surfing up into the sky with Jesus, bitch. The rapture already happened. The rapture already happened. Somebody do that for me real quick. I can do it on my own phone. Let me see what she got. Let me see what our guardianess of symbols and sacred objects got to say about this mythology. Where my eyeballs at? This shit we gotta know, man, because these motherfuckers, just a couple of years ago, they were saying how the numbers in all the religious institutions on earth was down. People was like, man, this religious shit, I ain't had enough of this shit. These motherfuckers be playing. How many times they think they gonna get us with the okie doke on this shit? How many times they think they're gonna get us with the okie doke on this shit? That the numbers were the lowest they ever been. And so those people in positions of power, politicians, bitch, not preachers, politicians. That's why you got a self-proclaimed sole Invictus at the helm of the goddamn White House right now. Do you think I'm lying? This motherfucker just had these 6,000 chosen ones erect a 22-foot golden statue of him in South Florida. As soon as I saw the statue, I was like, why does shit look familiar? Why? Because several great men in history have erected what they call a replica of the Colossus of Rhodes. The Colossus of Rhodes was a giant, it doesn't stand anymore, but it was a giant statue of the sun god Helios. It was considered one of the original 7 wonders of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes. Then Cecil Rhodes, all these hundreds of years later, when his ass goes and colonizes Zimbabwe and calls the country, a whole country of human beings, after his cracker ass name, Rhodesia, the first thing that he did was erect a gold statue in his honor because he shared the last name. He shared in name the goddamn statue that had been built at Rhodes in honor of Helios several hundred years before him. He called the statue that he had erected on our mother's homeland, Zimbabwe, and he called it Rhodes Colossus, the Colossus of Rhodes, Rhodes Colossus. Louis the 14th did the same thing. Henry the 8th, who declared the divine right to rule. Once a motherfucker, I don't care who he is, a president, whoever, as soon as a man makes the declaration of the divine right to rule, it politically written in Greece and Roman constitutions, that as soon as a man declares the divine right to rule, that the constitution of the state becomes null and void. All this time you've been hearing Trump, even since his first candidacy, saying, don't worry about it, that when I'm president, you won't ever have to worry about voting again. What is that if that's not his slide ass way of declaring the divine right to rule? Y'all did it. Y'all kept saying, the orange guy, he's so funny, the orange guy. And y'all don't ever stop to think, who was the first person to call him that? Where did this little narrative that we repeating like a mantra throughout the entire society think of we being funny? The orange man, you know, that orange guy, his orange hair, right? Who seeded that shit as a narrative that was widely accepted in this society? You go back to Louis the 14th, which was the last monarch of France before the French Revolution. There is an image. When I tell you, I don't even look for this shit. It comes to me so easily now. There is an image of him after he had made the declaration of the divine right to rule. I did not know that Louis the 14th was a professional ballet dancer. And there is a famous painting of him in honor of this declaration that he is the embodiment of the sun god Apollo. And so when he makes this declaration and he petitions this painting, he petitions the painter to paint him as the sun god Apollo, because he is dressed as the sun god Apollo as he is about to go and perform this ballet as this new divine ruler. And in this picture that just came to me from out of nowhere, I never would have known to go look for him. You feel me? His hair, they say they took so much food product to color and pull his hair out, like make his hair stand out rigid. It took all these foods to put it in his hair and let it dry so that his hair looked like orange sun rays. So his hair looked like orange sun rays as he goes to dance this dance after he has declared himself the divine ruler of a new France, right? Trump has now put his face on gold coins. He has put his face on a gold credit card. He has put his face. You look at his buildings. He's been planning for this with his homies, bitch. With his homies. Who was it? William Brignew that worked in Ronald Reagan's campaign. He wrote the book, The Grand Chessboard. He said, make no mistake. He said, there is not a single thing, not a single mayor, not a single president, not a single governor. There is nothing that happens in this country that we have not well planned for at least 25 years in advance. That's minimally. But you still think voting is the thing that is tipping the scale either way, right? And so here, when Trump, quote, had all these failed businesses, he built the Taj Mahal in Vegas, he built all these buildings. Go back and look at all his buildings. They're all gold, brilliantly gold, like they stand out like sore thumbs among everything around them. This shit has been prepping us collectively to accept, at the same time, ignore the obvious. He has been prepping, not just he, bitch. All of these men of power. You've got all these billionaires that have taken possession of every single solitary sector of what you thought was some democratic government. This governor that is in the state of California right now, Newsom, has been a part of this program. He has been a part of it. You understand? And so he makes this declaration. He's in an interview, Trump, right? He's in an interview and the guy is like, yeah, like at what juncture, are you like going to put an end to like this war? I mean, you made the campaign promise, no new wars, but like this shit just seems to be escalating. Like, how do you feel morally about what's happening? And he said, I only answer to the moral standard and conviction of myself and my God. But this man is the current face of the soul Invictus. He is saying, he has to say it in a different way, you see. He has to say it in a slick ass way that you say, oh, he's just a narcissist. See, he's just a narcissist. No, bitch, he is telling you what every man who has declared himself soul Invictus has done in history. Go back word for, he said almost word for word what Henry VIII and Louis XIV said when they declared divine right to rule. The only moral code I am accountable to is my own and my God. He said word for word, all seemingly passively in just some press conference. Bitch, that press conference was scripted. The person that asked him that question was told to ask him that question. He responded the way he is supposed to, because y'all will never see anything but what the surface of what you are being presented with. They're telling you every day. They're telling you every day. And if he is Sol Invictus, his old ass, who was born on the last Uranus and Gemini in 1946, and the Uranus and Gemini that we in occurred 2 weeks after his first term, after his birthday last year in July, 2 weeks after his birthday, and that bullshitting ass parade he did, supposedly as an anniversary parade to the founding of the United States Army, right? Then what did he do? There was something else he did. He did that. His birthday, his 2 terms, both reduced when he was inaugurated. Both his terms, both separated. First president in history to have 2 terms that were not consecutive. First president in history to be a convicted felon. Right? Both his terms reduced to mirror image 9/11. His first term, which was him as number 45, right? Reduced to the number 9/11 because the year reduced to the year of his first term reduced numerologically to 11. This year is his 47th term, and so that's number 11, and the year that he was inaugurated, 2025, reduced to the number 9. Mirror image 9/11. 9/11 is replete through all of these secret society brotherhoods and shit. The Scottish Rites and the Freemasons and the Moor Science, all of them. Numerologically, and those numerologies 9/11 and 11/9, you don't see them as 9/11 and 11/9. You see them in Roman numerals as the 2 facing X's and the 2 pillars. Right? Why is this important? Because why would they be doing this? Why would they be going through such a concerted effort to demonstrate all of these symbols? If conspiracy theories was just bullshit, if conspiracy theories serve no purpose, if conspiracy theories, quote, have no relationship to politics, what's it for then? Why do all of these people, whether they actors or musicians or politicians or preachers, why do all of them share and use frequently this symbolism? If it serves no purpose, if it's for naught, if symbols don't matter, then why do it? What's it for? Is it just cute? Is it funny? Like, what's the point? And that's the thing that I had a problem with this brother. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are what? Conquest, war, famine, and death. Isn't that what we told? That each horse was going to bring in the last days, right? So as I go into this deep dive with the cult of Sol Invictus, right? And I didn't even recognize it. Every movie that we've seen about the 4 horsemen, everything that we've ever been told about the 4 horsemen was that there was going to be 4 horses and a man that rode in on each horse. Isn't that what we always been told, right? That there's going to be a man on a red horse and a man on a white horse and a man on a pale horse and a man on a black horse, right? 4 horses, 4 men. That's not where that comes from, boo. The revelation is not talking about a time to come. The revelation is talking about a time that we are passing. We are ending. We are coming up on its conclusion. The cult of Sol Invictus. As soon as you Google a single image of the cult of Sol Invictus, the first thing you are going to see is a singular man. Don't be janking on my drawing, okay? You're going to see a singular man with a crown that looks like the pointy version of sun rays. And that man is going to have in his hand a whip, and he's going to be riding on a chariot, just like the motherfucker in your chariot card in the tarot. You feel me? That you say is supposed to mean victory. Isn't that what y'all told about the chariot card? That it means victory, right? And so he is riding on his little chariot, and in front of him on this chariot, where he is the obvious warrior, right, are not one horse for this chariot, man. There are 4 fucking And I can't even draw no horse. I ain't even gonna fake like I can draw a horse. So these little squiggly lines on the side, these are the horses. Okay. So this Sol Invictus, this picture will come up 1,000 times if you just Google Sol Invictus, a singular sun deity with, so he is always pictured different ways, Sol Invictus. That gives you an idea of his time in life. Sol Invictus as the youth, as the baby, will just have a halo like the Virgin Mary, a halo, a solid gold like halo, no points, just a circle over his head. That's him in his youth, in his infancy, when he is still tied to his mother. Then you'll see him as the victorious champion. This is him in his height with the pointy. They always show him with the big, giant, pointy sun rays beaming down, right? Then they will show you Sol Invictus as an old man, and his rays are so long that it seems like it is burning the goddamn land. Do you understand? Here in this cult of Sol Invictus, they tell you that what the is not me deducing. When I'm reading about Sol Invictus, because I ain't never heard of it, it says that whenever you see these images carved on the walls of Sol Invictus, it shows him at the height of his youth, him as the personification of the warrior, of conquest. That's what they say, of conquest. And he is always driving 4 horses in front of his chariot, and that the 4 horses represent each season. This is the sun, the actual sun, moving through the 4 seasons, 3 months in each season. So if they are talking about how the man that becomes Sol Invictus is the personification in his whole behavior, in his whole life story of the sun on earth, this is why you can start to see why certain patterns are repeated. For example, Emperor Nero, who was Sol Invictus, and most people have been relating Donald Trump to Emperor Nero. Most people have been talking about Trump as Emperor Nero. Whenever you Google images of Nero, he's got bright red ass hair, and he was crazy. And his craziness, the 2 particular things pointed to him when they talk about the madness of Emperor Nero is his sexual aggression against youth, and that he was so drunk with power, he was so mad with power, that you'll see images. The most famous image of him is sitting at the highest point of his palace, playing a stringed instrument, singing as Rome is burning. That's the most famous image of him. Those are the 2 stories that are pointed to when they talk about the madness of Emperor Nero, is that he was the one that started the fires in Rome. And it was because of his hatred for Jews. He hated Jews so much that he would rather see the whole empire fall than for Jews to have any power in the kingdom. And his aggression against male children, right? As the sun king, as the sun god, why would these 2 things be important? Because this is during Rome. And in Rome, Greek mythology, these stories about these gods that lived in the sky above them, if you are going to be God on earth, if you are the embodiment of God on earth, then you play out the stories of the god. So this story of Jupiter, aka Zeus, who looks down from up on high and sees what he likes and takes it at will, and typically that is what is the story of Zeus? The story of Zeus is an Aquarius, the season, the period we're supposed to be in is Aquarius. Well, the story of Aquarius, first of all, it is an inversion of the mother story. But the story is the way that it is because it'll help to explain what was happening in Rome and Greece at the time. Zeus sets his eyes on Ganymede. That was his name, Ganymede. And Ganymede was one of the sons of the king of Troy, Priam. And Ganymede, he liked to be outside in the pastures, in the fields with the animals. And so supposedly Ganymede was so beautiful. And Ganymede was a child, okay? Ganymede, according to the story, was a young teenager. And he was so, quote, beautiful that both the gods and the goddesses fell in love with him. That's what they fell in love. You feel me? And so Zeus is like, well, I'm the king of all y'all, so he mine. And so he turns himself into an eagle. I want you to hear these stories, man. He turns himself into an eagle and he flies down off of Mount Olympus and he kidnaps Ganymede. And for Ganymede's father's grief at the loss of his son, he pays him. He gives him wealth and takes Ganymede up into Olympus with him to be the permanent water bearer. The problem is this story that calls Ganymede a water bearer. In that period in Greek history, water bearer was synonymous with a female, with a uterus. The water, the container that the quote water was held in was a uterus. So for Ganymede, there have been some mythological, like historians that specialize in Greek history, that have said that because this language is so replete that that the water bearer was typically female, for Ganymede to be male, because the water bearer was analogous with sexual water. Do you understand? And birthing water. You understand? And so for Ganymede, a male to be brought to Olympus to be a water bearer was like code for him being sex trafficked, that he was kidnapped by Zeus and taken up into quote Olympus to be the perpetual sex servant to this deity. Okay. And so in acting out this play, the story of Zeus, who is forever just turning himself into some creature or something to have his way with his lowly subjects, you feel me? This is what Nero and many other on the earth, real world, quote, kings have attempted to play out as the weapon that displays their supremacy. These crimes against children by churches and institutions, by the Catholic Church, by synagogues, and all of this stuff, and you can see it in all these traditions, is the playing out. It is a terrorizing weapon of playing out against the most innocent, solidifying through terror supremacy. I'm telling you, it's not just because they twisted. It's not just because they got twisted desires. It's not just because they like to oppress children. This has been a long ritual exploitation meant to terror. It is a political weapon to terrorize and get the vast majority of people on earth convinced that they can't do anything because this is what gods do. This is what the untouchable does. This is what every mythology under patriarchy has had seeded in its language. That's what Zeus do. He just come down and he take what he want. That's why Nero, they described it as such, that on his chariot, he was going through to survey his lands, Nero, and he found a young teenage boy with red hair who looked just like his deceased wife. And he, quote, fell in love with him instantly. And because his parents ain't got no choice, he had his guards go take the child out of the fields where he and his parents were working, and had the guard pay the family while they watched their baby go off for forever. They never saw the child again with Emperor Nero. That story is an outright replication of what the mythology was saying that he had the divine right to do. And it happened all throughout the Greek and Roman Empire. Senators, the word senator means rule by old men. That's what it means. The etymology of the word senator means rule by old men. That's what it means. And as senators in the Roman Empire, in the so-called Greek democracy and Roman Republic, Roman senators frequently took male children, stole male children from their families, because everybody was not a citizen in the goddamn democracy, and you motherfuckers still think you citizens. You still think that you are entitled to the rights that the white people entitled to. You say there's two Americas. There's an America for white people and there's an America for the rest of us. You motherfucking right. Because citizenship, you as a citizen of the empire the existed. You are not entitled to the rights that you see white people have, the protection that white people have. Y'all say it all the time. White people can commit all these crimes and never see a day in jail and let us just color outside the lines wrong. Let us steal a stick of chewing gum and we go into jail for 30 years because that is how, quote, this democracy that you love so much is constructed, because democracy does not mean one vote for one person. It means one vote for one citizen. You are not a citizen. Not when you got people like Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom and all of these men in positions of power talking about the wonderful, look at this wonderful day here. It reminds me so much of a glorious Greek democracy and our wonderful Roman Republic. I keep hearing these men say this shit. This is a dog whistle of white nationalism. When they're talking about a glorious Greek democracy and a wonderful Roman Republic, and then you actually go and do a 2-second search on what democracy meant in Greece and what it meant to be a republic in Rome. 93% of both populations were enslaved. They were not considered citizens. 93%. They lived in the empire. And there was categories among them. There were some that were wealthy landholders. They still were not citizens. There were some because they were not Roman. There were some who were wealthy landholders. There were some that were like they was like what we would call middle class. You feel me? And then there were the peasants and the slaves. None of them were citizens. None of them were citizens in this fucking democracy. Right? Because democracy does not mean that you got all the rights and there's one vote for one person or none of that shit. That's not what that means. And the chairman of the organization I was in, he used to say that a democracy is just code for a hidden dictatorship. I still unite with that assessment. But all that to say that these symbols, this thing that happened with the Epstein files, to me was a glaring example of weaponizing sexual trauma to subdue an entire population. It was so clear because even as all of y'all were reading word for word and detail for detail what was coming out, there was no singular voice declaring that we gonna shut this whole motherfucker down until everybody on this list is arrested. We ain't going to work. Not only ain't we going to work, we ain't going to work. We ain't watching TV. We ain't buying shit. We ain't going on no vacation. We're going to shut every single aspect of the goddamn economy to a grinding halt. We ain't going on vacation. We ain't driving our car down the street. So we ain't buying no gas. We ain't going to school. We ain't sending our babies to school. Y'all done gave us 3 years to teach us how to be at home all day with our babies. So we going to take that little education and go ahead and reapply. We shutting this whole monstrous motherfucker down until every last one, what do they say? So far, 3,000 goddamn people on the goddamn list. Every last one of these motherfuckers need to be walked out of their house with goddamn whole ass, press conferences like they do basic everyday black people who ain't did shit. Got a whole press conference with them being walked out their house for some bullshit. Every last one of them need to be walked to the jail or rain, spend the night in jail, because just like when we go to jail, the judge can't do it today. So you can't go before the judge. You can't get arraigned till tomorrow or till today, the day after tomorrow. You got to sit up in here for 3 days before you can even bond out and shit. Do the same thing with these, and their wealth is not the thing that is going to allow them to bond out. No, that ain't happen. Why? Why is it that this government that claims on the one hand to be so good and Christian with Christian good morals and values, and Trump done wrote his whole own Bible and shit, and got his gold sneakers for sale and shit, all this shit that he's stuffing in your face, right? And playing the clown in your face, playing the goon, playing stupid in your face, because that's a part of ritual. He's playing the gesture. When he do the little, this is my favorite song, the Village People song is my favorite song, he do the little goofy dance and he do goofy ass little stuff, and you say he's just stupid. That's your political assessment about what you're witnessing with this man being the head of state. That's your political assessment of what he's doing. He is performing an actual ritual in your face, where the opener of ceremonies got to play goofy, got to do the goofy shit. Huh? Say the goofy shit. Huh? Right? And then, just like your God, Eshu, Alegba, the two-faced, he presents innocent. It's disarming, the goofy shit. Oh, you just reduce it to, oh, he see now. It's disarming. He see now. He goofy. He just playing games because he's performing like a child. You understand? Stupid, like a simpleton. Oh, he ain't smart. This bullshit that he's been doing for the last couple of months that y'all been buying into. See, he can't even read. Did y'all know Trump can't even read? Hadn't y'all been talking about? He can't even read. This is the gesture. This is the opener of ceremony. This is the innocent looking thing that distracts you, that subdues you, that actually disarms you. You let your guard down because, oh, we just dealing with a simpleton who got swollen ankles, you feel me, and all of this shit. And then what happens once you are disarmed, once your guard is let down, then the face switches, the mask switches, and now it is the punisher. Now it is the trickster. Now it is the now it is the goddamn psychopomp. And what does the psychopomp under the Father God? The psychopomp's purpose under the Father God is what you've seen in every single movie where he exists. Every single movie where the psychopomp exists, the Grim Reaper is a psychopomp. The what's the dude name in Jeepers Creepers? That's a psychopomp. Candyman, that's a psychopomp. The ugly clown in the movie It, that's a psychopomp. Presenting with a face like the clown, right? Like John Wayne Gacy, right? The clown that seemed to be friendly and playful like a child. And then he pulls out the seeds. He pulls out the big moon-shaped blade to cut you in half, to cut your life short, because you are the harvest. You are the harvest. Isn't that what Christians tell you all the time? When they quote, go out soul winning, we going door to door and asking people, if you died today, do you know if you will go to heaven? And what do we call that when we did that shit? I had to do that shit. We call it our responsibility is, as Christians, is to prepare a harvest of souls. And we do not see that in a murder cult called Christianity, Judaism, Catholicism, and Islam, that a harvest of souls that becomes antagonistic to the harvest of your mother, Saturn, aka Chrome. When she gave you the instruments of harvest as the guardian of the grain, she right there in your face, the archetype Virgo holding a bundle of wheat in one hand and the scales of harmonious justice in the other. The wheat that she holds and the gift that she gave you, which was the lunar shaped seed, was to lighten your load. It was to make work easier. So when you had to harvest the grain of bounty that she gave you, you wouldn't have it to break each piece of grain off. Now you have this lunar seed that can shorten your work days, that can lighten your load, that can ease your burden so that you can bring the grain in, prepare it for the wintertime. And now you have more time to play. Halloween, All Hallows Eve. You have more time to venerate your ancestors. You have more time to get busy, like Saturnalia, when you spend 2 weeks, having sex with strangers and drinking to your fill because you've done such a good job in the harvest. Under a patriarchal inversion of all of your mother's iconography, the bounty that she guarantees, it still remains. But now under the Father God, Saturn, now under the Father God, the Reaper, now under the Father God, the harvest is not the grain. That's why they are attacking grain. That's why they attack wheat. That's why they attack corn. That's why they attack all of these things that have been replete throughout the agrarian age as synonymous with the goddess and her bounty, right? Now, Monsanto creates GMOs out of those things that are most easily grown and can feed masses. He makes them malignant steals the seed from all the indigenous people, so they can't even use their own seed no more. And you think the attack on grains is separate from a goddamn war, a murder cult of a godhead of war? Then of course he's going to attack everything symbolically that is synonymous with the bounty of the goddess. He cannot have you remember that you actually came from bounty. You actually came from a period in human history that they fight like hell to erase, where your work days were shortened. The more technological advances you created, the more it lightened your load, the more it made life easy, the more you could sit and contemplate the stars, because now your food is guaranteed through the agricultural process. You see? And so not only can he just erase the memory of bounty, he has to make sure you never go back there. So he has to terrorize. He has to pervert those symbols of bounty, those symbols of relaxing, those symbols of sexual ecstasy as a prayer in the moment, even if it's a one-night stand. See how that happens? Everything becomes something that now the bounty is solely his. That's why all of these men in these ceremonies with black boxes. That's why all these men in the Hebrews with the black box on their head and on their arm, the black box, the Kaaba in Mecca, and all these men dressed in white from head to toe, circling counterclockwise widdershins around the great black Kaaba by the scores of thousands. They say on any given day, 60,000 people can circle around the Kaaba. Right? This Pope making these little phony prostrations where he, quote, kissed the feet of the Black Madonna. All of these fucking spells in your face. It don't even have to be just spiritual people. In your face, in the iconography of every drink you drink, every soda you drink, everything you put in your mouth, everything you eat has got these symbols on it that raise the malignant version of Saturn up as the one who eats his children. You see him. Look at images of Saturn after he erased the mother, because the planet Saturn was called great grandmother Crone. They didn't even bother to change the name good, because before it was in Greek Kronos that you see in all these Greek movies. Remember that movie Clash of the Titans? Who was they fighting? Who was they trying to keep, quote, in hell or Tartarus? They had him bound in Tartarus, huh? It was Kronos, right? And so Kronos, and who was it that bound him in Tartarus? It was Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades that worked together to control the three realms, right? Olympus, Earth, and the ocean as Earth, and Hades as, quote, the underworld, everything that lies below the horizon, right? And so they have to, quote, subdue Kronos, right, and bound him in Tartarus for forever and ever and ever. Not only that, before they did that, they had to, quote, defeat the Titans. Who are the Titans? The Titans are the primordials. That's why you don't ever talk about, when you talk about deities and mythology, you don't ever talk about the Titans. You always talk about their children that overturned them, subdued them, and erased them from collective consciousness. Who are the Titans? If you're using Greek mythology and Roman mythology, it's Gaia, it's Rhea, it's Medusa, the Gorgons, it's Cyclops, the singular-eyed, huh? The singular-eyed, the giants, it's all of them, right? And you get stuck on the imagery without doing a deep assessment that anytime you've seen all these millions of movies that have been retelling these stories of Greek mythology and Roman mythology, like everybody crying crocodile tears about the Odyssey coming out in June, coming out 2 days before Trump's birthday. and we know that the goddamn Mossad and the CIA and the FBI control Hollywood. And so do you think it's random? Do you think it's random that this movie, The Odyssey, is coming out 2 days before your fucking ugly ass president birthday, and that the thing everybody talking about is how all the white people mad that they got the jet black is, they can't find no black bitch to play nothing else, but as soon as they want the black woman to play the most beautiful person in the world for which wars was fought, they're going to get the jettest, blackest, short-hairedest, nappy-hairedest sister friend to go and play Helen of Troy, when just a half a second ago we watched a blonde hair, blue eye Brad Pitt and a blonde hair, blue eye, whatever the girl name is, and a whole blonde hair, blue eye cast play Troy just a half a second ago, and you don't think the white people gonna be mad. But why? Why do they have to do this? Why did Christopher Nolan have to do this? What is it, just that he was trying to be progressive and let a black woman have the role in the height of the whiteification of Hollywood? This is strategic. We just learned over the last 2 years, they don't even deny it anymore, how every single script ever put through Hollywood has to be approved by the fucking Pentagon first. Every single one. So why they did that? Why they doing that? Because they knew your knee-jerk response was going to defend the sensibilities of the black girl, even though she has been tied to Zionist supporting activities and went into a contract with a diamond mine company in motherfucking South Africa. But y'all got short-term memory and they relied on that. So they knew that your knee-jerk response, your bleeding hard ass self, was going to defend the sensibilities of the one negress. In about 2 years, they didn't let play in any motherfucking movie in Hollywood. And if they want somebody black to want somebody to be black in Hollywood, it's going to be a mixed race, probably half Jewish, light-skinned as they can find person that has just enough proximity to blackness to be able to quell. And y'all don't ask the question why they did that. Of all the movies, Odyssey, and you gonna put Lupita as Helena Troy, and you didn't think that at the height of unbridled white nationalism that the boys wasn't gonna come out. All these niggas that's been quiet as hell, old as hell. Who was Jack Nicholson, Mel Gibson? That motherfucker ain't made a movie in 30 years. Mel get on the damn radio ranting and raving. I can't believe they rat. Why they did that? What's his name? Robert De Niro, nigga. You was married. Everything that remotely looked like swag, and you came from your black ass wife for 30 years. And as soon as your black ass wife left, all your swag left with her. You turned into a regular ass white man as soon as your black ass wife left. Am I lying? This, I can be funny, but this is ritual. And it's ritual for political purpose. It is strategic political ritual. This shit right here, Soul Invictus on his little chariot, with the 4 horses, driving the 4 horses that represent the 4 seasons, and the wheel that is Earth. The wheel is Earth. Always has been, always will be. Symbolically, whenever you see a wheel, especially when you see a wheel that only has the 4 spokes, but even if it has 8 spokes, the wheel is always, always, always the Earth. Always. So when he is driving these 4 horses, I said, they didn't say, they just said, whenever you see the symbol, it's him as the sun going through these 4 seasons. I was like, these rotten, filthy motherfuckers. They've been terrorizing people for 2,000 years, talking about, you know, that in the last days and shit, there was gonna be some trumpets, and at the breaking of each seal, there was gonna be a horseman, and this horseman was gonna bring in this diabolical thing, and that horseman was gonna bring in that diabolical thing. And in those days, there would be wars and rumors of wars and all of this bullshit. And you are perpetually being forced to see it as something that is somewhere in the future, even while what you have been existing in is the outright playing in your face of the story that has been told. And what is diabolical about it is if the world has been as bad as it has been, and some of the most devout Christians on earth are colored. Some of the most devout Christians on earth are colored people. You understand? And so you got all these people who can look at the monstrosity that is their past, the blood, the brigandage, the brutality, the rape, the enslavement, all of the worst things that you could possibly imagine. And you are still, based on this scripture alone, imagining something worse than that to come. Something worse than that to come. Do you understand how diabolical that is? So let me show you one more thing. Where is this picture I just had open? Because once I read that about Sol Invictus, that whenever you see that image, and you see it everywhere, it's carved in the stone, walls, everywhere, it's everywhere. And the last time I taught this, I was telling somebody, remind me again what each horseman was supposed to bring in, right? And now that we know that the 4 horsemen is actually about seasons, right? And so Sol Invictus, if you're talking about astrology, okay, is supposed to be the whole life cycle of Sol Invictus. The sun is born in the spring, right? And then he goes through his life, and then he dies on the cross in the winter. Okay. All right. That's the general story. That's our general understanding. But when this is the earth, remember, anytime you see a circle with a cross in it, this is the alchemical symbol of the earth. All right. And so when you see the earth and the sun at the center, meaning the sovereign and his current presentation as the sun. And what did I tell you? Everybody born is a sovereign. Okay. Everybody born has this story. Why? Because you have a chart. You have an astrological chart. And you, as the center of your universe, okay? Your astrological chart is your universe. This is you on earth, and you on earth being reflected in these stories that are the stars in the sky. Okay. And so we always see the sun in the center, but what do they tell us about our astrological chart? Is that we are a, quote, triune being. We got our sun sign, our moon sign, and our rising sign or our ascendant. We are a triune being. So when you think about the sun moving through each one of these houses, so you got 3 houses in each season. This is his solar personification as he moves through each of these houses. His solar face, right? As he's moving through each one of these houses. But what happens, which we've never analyzed, which we never do, what happens when his moon face is dominant? His moon phase, right? Because we say that the phases of the moon are the faces of the moon. What happens when his moon face is dominant and he is moving through each one of those signs? What happens when his ascendant, his ascendant face is leading, is leading his life, his presentation, moving through all of those signs? There are other signs that are big in our chart, right? These are synonymous with movements through history, because we talk about our moon, our sun, and our ascendant. But talking about cosmological history, when Akhenaten elevated the sun above the heavens, prior to Akhenaten's rule, what did we always hear growing up? That we even saw it in several movies. Remember that movie, the cartoon, The Prince of Egypt? And they were talking about Seti. And whenever Seti was going to make something law, when he was going to declare a new law, what did he proceed it by? He would say he was not Sol Invictus Seti. He was not Sol Invictus because they had not started to elevate the sun as dominant. He said what? Every time he would say, I am the morning and the evening star. Whatever I say is law. I am the morning and the evening star. So what did that mean when he would make that declaration? That before there was a Sol Invictus, the sun embodied on earth, that God in the empire was the morning and evening star, that the whole society was structured around this relationship with the morning and evening star. Who was the morning and evening star? It was who has always been called in astronomical science our twin planet. Venus is the morning and the evening star. She makes, quote, an announcement before the child sun rises, and she follows after the child sun sets, dies. She's there before he rises in the morning, and she's there after he sets, the brightest thing in the sky after he. And so Seti says, I am the morning and the evening star. It is as I say. This is the declaration. And the reason why, and I never understood that until I started getting in this walk with Soul Invictus. And what does this mean astrologically? What does this mean politically? What does this mean in the moment where we have set the sun at the center of everything, that sun that is threatening to destroy everything? It is that in Mexica society, in Mayan culture, and the only reason I found out about this was because I went to the Getty Museum for the first time. And at the Getty, they had a specific like display or whatever about these lost codices of the Mayan people. And it wasn't until these codices were recovered that they discovered that what we thought was the Mayan calendar, and they was like, yeah, the Mayan calendar said the world gonna end in 2012, and everybody was talking about December 21st, 2012. But we always thought that the Mayan calendar was centered around the sun, and it was not. The star and the center of Mayan culture, their agriculture, their laws, how they made paper, everything that we saw as the center of their calendar, and the cool little, I have a small version up in here, like with all the faces and stuff on it. Their cosmological calendar, the star at the center was not the sun. It was Venus. Their entire culture, every aspect of it, was centered around the relationship of Venus's peculiar relationship to the earth. Their entire society was centered around Venus. And it is not until this thing that was happening everywhere on earth, where in this relationship with the Milky Way galaxy, transitioning from sign to sign or house to house, where something was going to happen that was going to subdue the lunar and Venetian centered societies. We call them goddess worshiping societies, but they were lunar Venetian centered societies. They were still telling a story about the goddess being personified as Venus, as the moon, you see, and how the goddesses as Venus and as the moon would be forgotten. They would be subdued, and the sun, her baby child, would grow, and as he grew, she would be forgotten. These are foretellings that exist everywhere. And because we don't know the language, and because race nationalist ideology has guaranteed that we never talk to other cultures but our own. We never compare notes of historical stories among and between ourselves. So we only have pieces of a global puzzle that was unfolding at the same time everywhere on earth among people who had not yet even come into contact with each other. That's how they keep asking these stupid same ass questions, because we always view the world through the lens of white males attempting to teach us about our past. How did all these people along the equatorial continents all build these pyramids all at the same time when they had not met each other? Because something was happening in the sky that they were all experiencing as a transition from age to age that was going to guarantee this kind of collective change in the guard, change in the sign, change in the iconography based on these actual astronomical structures and our relationships to them. Do you understand what I'm saying? That could, and then that, because the quote, as above, so below, as within, so without, that we still just greatly reduce to, that's why they had to create these stories in the sky that would guarantee that no matter what happened on earth, and they saw all the possibilities. These mythological stories become not destiny. They don't become destiny. They become possibilities. Look, these are the possibilities good. These are the possibilities bad. If the group forgets, if they cannot see, this is the extreme possibility of destruction. This is the extreme possibility of evolution, but we have to leave something that cannot be destroyed on earth. We have to leave a story somewhere that everybody, no matter what language they fucking speak, bitch. That's why, as a doctor, learning about these mythologies that supposedly are true stories, that's another thing. Learning about, quote, the great men of China who gave us Chinese medicine, and these men were so profound in what they did, they were elevated to God's status once they transitioned. And I'm reading stories, and this is before I'm even into goddess shit. This is when I'm still an atheist. You feel me? But I'm listening to the story about the father of Chinese herbology, Shen Nong, that he has such an intimate relationship with the plants that they could not distinguish him from them. How the plants would grow out of his body because they felt like they were one, right? This crazy story about the father of herbology, right? And I'm reading this story, and then years later, I'm reading the story of Osho Si and Irin Lei, the great doctors of the Ifa tradition. And the story is almost exactly the same. Then I read a story about, what's his name? The brother that we talk about, George Washington Carver. There is a story that we repeat all the time about George Washington Carver, that he was so brilliant. But the way that his ideas came to him was he had to go off into the woods like Moses and fast and pray for 30 days and 30 nights, and genius would come to him, and he could talk. That's what they said about George Washington Carver, is that he understood the plants so much that he could hear them talking to him. I was like, these stories of the deification of men, Shango, same story. How did Shango? He was born a man and then he became a god. What about Imhotep? He was born a man and then he became a god. What? The stories are everywhere. So you have to make sure that everybody has a separate religion, because I'm going to fight to the death for my religion, right? And you're going to fight to the death about your religion, and you're going to fight to the death about your religion. And everybody that ain't in your religion or don't believe what you believe, they is heathens from the depths of hell or whatever the fuck, right? And nobody talks to anybody. And that is why it is important to make sure that it stays so. Because as soon as you start to talk to somebody who is a devout practitioner of Hinduism, for example, right? And a person who is a devout Christian, right? And love the Old Testament, you feel me? And they start comparing notes about Brahma and Saraswati, and they start comparing notes to Abraham, the father of the people, you feel me? The progenitor of all three of these brethren, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. And the more that they start comparing notes, and the story of Brahma and Saraswati is 3,000 years older than that of Abraham and Sarah, and you start to see that these stories are almost identical. These people that are comparing notes, now they ain't got past. Okay, yeah, you a Hindu, I ain't gonna judge you. You a Christian, I ain't gonna judge you. Well, what you the Christian, what y'all believe? Because I'm confused. Because you know they say that polytheism is bad. But I just want to ask you, because you seem like a decent person. You know, I ain't trying to judge you or nothing. How y'all get to this thing where y'all practice polytheism? Well, according to the Vedas and Saraswati and Brahma and this and that and this and that, they're like Brahma and Saraswati. That sound a lot like Abraham and Sarah. Y'all start talking, y'all start comparing notes past your imposed biases. You start to see these sameness in these stories that you were told were actual stories about actual people who lived on the actual earth, and not that these are personifications. These are personifications, characteristics, just like any book that you would write for a child, personifications that you superimpose on these stars in the sky and these planets that are near us, and their behaviors on in the sky, and their interaction that can be felt whenever they are in certain arrangements in relationship to us. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Every time I went to a ceremony on a reservation, White Mountains Apache Reservation. And so, for example, there are creation stories of deities that I have seen in at least 6 different traditions. And of these creation stories, there's one thing that's always the same. Some she goddess who comes to earth on a seashell. It's everywhere. It's China, Japan, Vietnam, the Apache Reservation, and several other like Lakota, Aztec. It's the abalone shell over here, because we on the west coast of California. Every time they tell a story about a creator goddess who comes to earth, she has come to earth on an abalone shell or a seashell, Aphrodite, or a shell, Oshun, replete. Some goddess who came to earth or came up out the ocean on a seashell. Why the same story in all of these languages that have no historical relationship to one another ever? This is a story about the sky. Now it becomes conducive to us to figure out why is the iconography of the shell so important? Why is the iconography of coming to earth so important? Why is it so important to understand why we are all why fish for the Pisces? You feel why? You know what I'm saying? Now you start asking deeper questions, which you have a eureka moment. The damn, that sounds like there is a goddess in Chinese tradition, and her name is Shango. Her story is so similar to the story, the historical relationship between Oshun and Shango of Ifa tradition, but it's reversed. She is named Shango, and the man is, I forget what his name is, but she's named Shango. Why the white rabbit in all of these traditions? Because there's a white rabbit everywhere. That motherfucker everywhere. Why the white rabbit? I'm saying, what is the significance of the white rabbit? You understand? I'm a rabbit, by the way. My Chinese zodiac is the white rabbit, the wood rabbit, right? Now you have even the intimate relationships between all of these astrological approaches, Chinese astrology, you know what I'm saying? Mayan astrology, the trigrams, in I Ching, Greco-Roman mythology, Ifa mythology, and Ifa mythology, astrology, not mythology, Ifa astrology. Ifa astrology is really what broke the mold for me. Like so much shit that did not make sense because I didn't have a cultural frame of reference. I'm not Greek, I'm not Roman. So the mythologies I could only relate to the mythology so much, right? Chinese mythology is astrology is awesome, but I could only relate so much because I'm not Chinese. And that makes a difference. It does. Culture makes a difference. The environment through which you came up, you were born, you were raised, it makes a difference. You can learn somebody else's shit, but you cannot communicate it the same because you don't have the same frame of reference. But it wasn't until I started studying astrology through an Ifa worldview, which I was a devotee at the time. And that shit started blowing my mind. It started breaking open locks. Like, I'm like, oh my God, this shit is so in your face how they did this. And everybody is guilty, baby. Somebody gonna be mad. The system and the hostile takeover by patriarchy of Ifa tradition, of Kemetic tradition is replete. It's so everywhere. It's so in your face that once you see it, you'll be like, how the fuck did I never see this? It's literally they hide it in plain sight. It's so everywhere. And it was because it was a culture, even though I wasn't raised in Ghana or Nigeria, I didn't grow up a practitioner of Ifa, my cells fucking remembered. It's the culture ingrained in my cells that made Ifa the language that I needed to understand the stars before I could see the stars differently in every other language. You see? So anyway, let me just talk about this and then I'll shut up. I know I've been talking a lot. So anyway, this here, and so the reason I mentioned that about the three facing, we always see the sun as the center of our astrology, but this is a microcosm of the imposition, the raising up of the actual sun over the universe, the day being more important than the night, us being blinded by the light, because when it's daytime, when it's high noon, we would never know if we didn't know that there was other entities out there. We wouldn't know there was no stars. We wouldn't know that there was no moon if it was daytime all the time, if the sun was outright all the time. And so being blinded by the light, and in Chinese medicine, yang, which is the sun, and anything like that. Stars are considered yang, sun is considered yang. In Chinese medicine, they say that the yang's nature is always destructive. The yang's nature is always destructive. And the only way that yang energy can be supportive, can be affirming, can be life nourishing. It cannot give life, but it can nourish life. It can protect life. It can help stimulate growth, like our day sun stimulates the growth of the crops. You feel me? that the only way that sun can be life affirming and not its natural nature, which is destructive, always, all the time, 1,000% of the time. The only way that it is not destructive is when it is anchored in a harmonious relationship with yin. When it is anchored and embraced in a harmonious relationship with yin. This harmony represented here can only exist when the sun, the S-O-N, in this relationship in medicine, like as a diagnostic tool. So if I'm looking at somebody and I want to use yin-yang theory to diagnose them, the diagnoses are always a disharmony between the mother and the son. The mother and the son. So the harmonious union represented by yin and yang, the divine feminine and sacred masculine, everybody always talking about, and they think it's about some bullshit. They think it's about, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. It's not. The harmonious union of divine feminine and sacred masculine represented by yin and yang is the mother and the son. The mother and the son, right? And if you want me to explain this with science, this is E equals MC squared. And in E equals MC squared, we are told that matter pre-exists, that all energy, that's the E, all energy is generated from matter, not the other way around. Spirit don't come first, boo. Matter comes first. Energy don't come first. Matter pre-exists. And all energy is, quote, given birth to or generated from the mother, from matter. All energy exists because matter pre-exists. That's in science. That's according to E equals MC squared. Now, what does that translate to in yin-yang theory? In yin-yang theory, we say that this is the mother, that the mother gives birth to or generates the son, and in exchange, harmonious equality in this exchange, she gives birth to the son, and in exchange, the son who is outside the body, the son, the yang, the son protects and guards the mother. The mother gives birth to, nourishes the son, and the son protects and guards the mother. That's the equal exchange in the harmonious union between yin and yang, or mother and son. And so what that translates to in your flesh, in your body as diagnostics, is your inner organs is the mother, is your yin organs. Your skin, your hair, your nails, your openings, your eyes, your ears, your mouth, all of your lines of defense so that no foreign agents can get in. This is the yang surface of your body, and it is always protecting the yin organs of the body. Your yin organs are your maternal, your mother organs. So the yang protects, and in exchange for protection, the mother nourishes the son, the external. That's when you have bright skin, clear skin, bright eyes. You speak with a good, strong voice. You have good, long, strong hair. You got long, strong nails. Your skin is awesome. You look awesome because your mother is doing her job to nourish the son as the son guards and protects her. That's yin and yang. So if the yang is always destructive, if not in a harmonious relationship with the mother, this explains the astrology of what you're seeing here. This explains the astrology. The Chinese medicine explains this astrology because when the sun is front facing, when the sun is dominant, look at what the seasons look like. Look what the 4 horsemen look like. They tell you in your own Bible that when the sun is facing, when the sun is driving them horses through the seasons are no longer bountiful and lush and fun and sexy. Now the seasons are what? Conquest is the first horse. War is the second horse. Famine is the third horse, and death is the fourth horse. But this ain't the way the earth looked originally, right? This was the planting season under the mother, right? This is the planting season. As soon as you came out the cold, you start prepping the ground to put some seeds in the ground. You feel me? Or to take, your little instrument to plant some seeds in some other kind of fertile ground. This is when all the women come out of the cold and they titties is out and they got on mini skirts. And, so it's the sexual season too. This is the sexual season. Everything is blooming. What do we call it? We literally call this season the time of the birds and the bees. What's the birds and the bees? Right? We literally call this season the sexual season. We out here like, let's have some fun while we do the work. Then the summer, this is the time where you are weeding and caring for and pruning your little plants, you feel me? And this gets a little hotter, so you go indoors more because they call this Indian summer. It get real hot in August. July, late July, August is also Leo season. That's why so much of this diabolical, monstrous bearing down energy of the sun as Leo, not the sun, not the lion under the goddess, because all of the primordial deities had lions as their icon, right? Parvati is sitting on top of a lion. What's her name? Sekhmet, now she got the face of the lion when she is causing destruction, when she is reduced from mother to the, quote, daughter of Ra. She is reduced from the mother Sekhmet, right? Where the lion was walking beside her. Look at the images. The mother Sekhmet, who was the guardian of the secrets of menstrual blood, the guardian of, she was the guardian of midwives and doctors and healers. She was the owner of sacred herbs, right? She is reduced from the mother where the lion rocks beside her to the son, to the daughter of Ra, his left eye, the left eye of judgment of Ra, who according to the story, is so mad. She has so much fire in her head when she goes to war that she threatens to destroy the whole world. Isn't that the story? That's this. That is her as the lion, where all the fire. Now, the lion does not walk beside her. The lion is in her head. She is the personification of the fire in her head, making her mad, threatening to destroy everything in her madness, reduced by the sun. Do you understand? This is all astrological stories attempting to prepare us for what could happen if we do not see clearly, right? And so here, famine, because this is the desert. This is the Indian summer. It's the hottest time of the year. And isn't it interesting that we celebrate Black August, right? And we talk about all this revolutionary gangster shit that has historically happened in August, right? What are we talking about? The founding of the UNIA, the establishment of the red, black, and green flag. Garvey's birthday is there. Fidel Castro's birthday is there. The founding of the Black August movement is there. The beginning of the Underground Railroad is there. What else? The Haitian Revolution is there. All this awesome shit we say is awesome, but all of the shit that is awesome under a patriarchal war god is all of those things that resulted in us having to battle, having to fight, having to wage fucking war for the bare minimum. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Right? So that's not lost on me, that those things, not only in our history, but in the history of the world, how much warfare intensifies in the Leo season under the sun.
And they showed it back to us. Yeah, they showed it back to us.
Yes,
they showed it back to us. They showed it,
and then
definitely in the movie. If you look at Predator, and then you look at Alien, and then when they show Alien versus Predator, you see it on the other side. So they showed you.
I never watched.
This is why. Well, this is why they called us predators. This is why they called the black youth predator, because the predator's job was to protect the mother. So the male son came to Earth for his rites of passage to be inducted in a society that protects the mother. The mother is alien. So
we
just what you're saying in that persona is right there. Like you just the way you just broke it down,
even
they
the
showed
little,
it
even the little
cinematically,
tentacles,
right?
even the little tentacles that look like dreads being synonymous with Samson.
The only time that they showed her, like he showed himself, before that, it was just like, it was like easy. It was too easy. The only time that he showed his form was when one of the soldiers went at this Native woman. He showed his form. Before that, he was cloaked from them. He revealed himself to save her because he thought she was getting attacked. So hence what his duty and responsibility was. So they had all of the people in the world, quote unquote, go to Central America and contend in this environment. The only person that could actually contend in that environment was the guy who played the role of the predator, and Harry the Henderson, same guy. This black guy that they had that who could wear that suit. You see what I'm saying? He was like a 7-foot tall guy, and he was contending in regards to that as his rites of passage. Regardless of his height, he was still the son and the protector of the mother, right? So then when they put out the alien thing, they put Sigourney Weaver in there to to try to play the mother type of situation, because they wanted to do Lucy way later on. But when they went through that process, they pit the alien versus predator. So now it's mother versus son. So like you said, on one side they'll show it when it's right, it looks harmonious, and then the other side, when they show it, they make it seem like it's a war. You see what I'm saying? So you literally, the way you broke it down, from the cosmos, this is how they do it cinematically, right? So they have you pit one against the other one, and it's like, all right, now we're doing this whole thing, right? Freddy versus Jason. They did the Freddy versus Jason, and both of those things go back to their mother. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so they're fighting one another, and they both had these instances where their mothers were wrong, right? So it was like a whole situation where they're fighting for, what these things happen, and then they just switch it up again, and then they have you rooting for one and then rooting for the other one, then they have them fighting each other. So it's cyclic.
So it's been cyclical. I'm rocking with you. I haven't rewatched Predator in many, many years, so I'm gonna have to add that to the list. But what you're saying is correct, but it is missing something, because there has been a perpetual seesaw swinging of extremes, but you're still talking about the swinging of extremes within the context of a matrix that has been completely transformed into a patrix. Okay, so if this is one, all right, and this is the mother and the son, so this relationship is about love, right? This is the mother and the son. Well, with the hostile takeover of the entire iconography, it's not mother and just quote son gone rogue. It is, this has been masked, this has been hidden, and this is presenting as father and son. This is presenting as light side, innocent and shit, Jesus, and this shadow side is the devil. You see, this is still the twins. This is still the 2 in 1. This is still a Legba, all right? There's still all of that iconography associated with it. But so when you're talking about the aliens versus predator, just based on what you was talking about, because I have to go back before I can speak completely intelligently about it. But recognizing what because I don't watch horror movies. I started watching horror movies this year just because I'm like, damn, this is where they've hidden it the most. Why would they hide it the most? Why would they hide the mother the most in terror movies and blood and guts and gore and like that motherfucker Saw, that Saw movie, all this terrible trauma. I heard my daughter say, I love horror movies. And I was like, oh shit. To love terror, to love trauma, to love blood and guts, to love evil. You see what I'm saying? And this is a scientific statement that I am making. This is how they turn your brain against you. Your actual chemical, physical brain that is orchestrating signals all the time. The hypothalamus, right? The hypothalamus receiving information into all of your senses, and that hypothalamus waging the alarm call based on what you're seeing with your eyes, hearing with your ears, or whatever. We need to prepare. and this is why so many people are fucked up in relationships, because under a war god, Christianity is a war religion. Judaism is a war religion. Islam is a war religion. Why would it not be a war religion? Their father God is a God of war who says himself, I love the smell of burnt flesh on an offering. I don't give a fuck what the flesh is. I don't give a fuck where it comes from. I love the smell of burnt flesh on an offering. That's what he said. That's what your own books say. And so this is why war becomes the quickest way to overblow the lust of a war god who loves the smell of burnt flesh on an altar. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so everything fits in this. This is the Patrix now. So it's still presenting as one. It's still presenting as something that is familiar to us, but now it has been completely inverted. Its meaning, its symbolism. Not only has it been completely inverted, it has successfully disappeared all the iconography associated with the mother. And so when I'm watching these horror movies where they will take children and turn them evil, children that are in, that are like, possessed by little demons and shit, or old women who want to eat kids, or anything where they take the most vulnerable in society and transform them into something evil and wicked, as the Father God's attempt, as the white side, as the innocent Jesus who just loves us, and he is the lamb who came to sacrifice himself for all of us in our wicked ways and shit, you feel me? Then the child that's the wicked evil child, like the Omen child, or the wicked evil woman who like to eat kids and put kids in pots and shit. All the most vulnerable become these scapegoats, the black ass scapegoats, for Jesus needing to wage spiritual wars against the evil of the other that's placed in plain sight as the black ass scapegoat that justifies anything that the Lord must do to subdue and crush evil. And every time you turn around, you see images of Gabriel, the angels, Gabriel, Michael, and all these other angels, but Michael in particular. You see so many images of the archangel Gabriel and Michael with their foot on what's supposed to be a demon. And isn't it interesting that you can find 1,000 pictures, and every last one of the demons they got their foot on, of the demons they got a fiery spear jug in them while they got their foot on their neck, is black. They don't even it's black, brown skinned, nappy hair, every single one, every single image of quote what they call black Sabbaths during the witch trials when they was burning and killing all these white women, killing all these witches. They weren't even witches, they were women who had the nerve to have some type of information. They were midwives. So many midwives murdered during the Inquisition because they knew how to use herbs and wash their fucking hands so women didn't die of sepsis and shit. They told women that if they washed their hands while delivering a baby, that it was a sin. They did that. You feel me? If women knew their husbands coming back from the Crusades, bringing all these exotic books, because they didn't know how to read and write. So their husbands hoarding all these exotic books and shit that they were stealing from the Arabs and the Persians and shit and bringing them back. And their women are learning through the images how to read these goddamn books, to use plants, to help people and mend wounds and all of this shit. If you knew how to use herbs, if you knew how to determine what you were seeing in these books from the symbols, you was a witch. If you could cure somebody, you was a witch. Do you think that was about these priests really believing in this Jesus shit? No, they recognized that women were a political problem for them, that they needed to rely on ignorance, collective global ignorance. The Inquisition was a wealth garnishing political campaign that weaponized propaganda to turn the entire world of women into the enemies of men. Now, all of the white women in Europe become the perpetual scapegoat for men's desires. Men don't have to hold themselves accountable no more for why they want to rape, for why they having bad thoughts about children, for why they want to do whatever they do, because the whole church weaponized the whole continent of men against their women, against their children, against all of these people. And then once they created the printing press, and the first Bibles were produced, and then the second thing produced on the printing press was the Malleus Maleficarum, teaching regular everyday men how to investigate women's bodies to see if they witches, how to torture women, how to charge women, how to probe their bodies to see if they witches. The Malleus Maleficarum becomes the greatest instrument of propaganda from the 1500s on. This is what kicked the Inquisition into overdrive and made it so that because apparently, I just learned this the other night, people were committing suicide regularly, that the Inquisition was causing so much chaos and fear. People was like, this is too much. And people were committing suicide. So what the church did to prevent people from committing suicide, because they still needed to extract their labor and all of that shit. But if a person, that not to stop them from committing suicide, to justify the theft of their wealth after they died, it was called guilty by self-murder. That's what suicide was called. That if you were found, quote, guilty of self-murder, then you automatically forfeited your assets. Meaning, if you die by self-murder, then none of your family or offspring were entitled to your assets. Everything that you owned was now absorbed by the church or by the noble that owned the land that you were on. You understand? It was a wealth grab. It was a land grab, the Inquisition. I'm saying this because I'm seeing images. I read an article called the racist origins of the image of Satan. The racist origin of the image of Satan. And the pictures that it referred to were back here in the Inquisition, where I even have this image on a shirt. It's a famous image where you will see a black goat-like entity, a black goat-like demon, a black goat-like Satan, with titties. With titties. Every image. You see the goat reading the book, and all these white women are sitting in a circle around the goat, or sitting at the feet of the goat while the goat is reading the book, right? You see them dancing around the goat, right? And all of that shit. And nobody ever pays attention to the fact that this, quote, Baphomet, this, quote, goat figure teaching the women, they're always holding the book, always reading to the people, teaching the women this need to disappear the evidence that Black people were ever in Europe has an origin, you see. So you got this black goat with titties teaching all these white women, in every last one of these pictures that you see, this image becomes synonymous with the devil. The black goat becomes synonymous with the devil. And it's not lost on me that Black people are the ones who started this whole culture of calling each other the goat, greatest of all time. I was like, why they did that? That's interesting. Why they did that? Because you don't ever hear white people say that. You don't ever hear white people say that about each other. Who do you ever hear being called the goat? Oh, they the goat. Oh, they the goat. That's us, Black-skinned people. And you don't think, and it was probably seeded in our community from somebody outside. Do you understand what I'm saying? We think it's our culture. We think it's something that we just came up with, not knowing that there are always enemies among us, seeding these ideas that have significantly old, long, remnant significance, right? And so we get caught in this thing. We the greatest of all time. We the greatest of all God. Don't say the goat. They the goat. They the goat. Meanwhile, historically, as the scapegoat, as purple villain in this society, in the United States of America, for Black people to be accepted in the minds of everybody in this country as the perpetual villain in this bitch, right? Despite the fact that everybody on earth can witness the crimes against us every day, every day, every day. That's what it means to be the scapegoat in real time, ceremoniously when they had this ritual where all the crimes, all the dirt, all the evil that they done did, they can feel completely unburdened about it because they can just take and put that shit into the innocent scapegoat. And the scapegoat got to walk around the world as the image of all evil. Not evil just committed, evil imposed, evil deflected. You understand? And whiteness remains, no matter how gruesome the crime is, whiteness remains synonymous with purity and innocence and all of that shit. Because why? Cultural, religious, spiritual, and political cultures of absolution. There is no crime that we can commit, no matter how deep, no matter how sinister, for which absolution is not a guarantee. Political absolutism is not a guarantee. There is no crime that we commit. That's why you can watch what you can watch unfolding in Palestine by white-skinned human beings born in New Jersey, trying to convince you that they something other than what they is. Regular ass white people doing what their nobility taught them how to do by brutalizing them for all them hundreds of years, disseminating that shit on the rest of us, dark-skinned people. You feel me? So this here explains this here, how the solar facing presentation of the sun, right? The sun, the emperor. Let me say it like that. The solar facing personification of the emperor, then it means that his earth is going to look destructive, just like Chinese medicine say that the nature of yang is always destructive. So if the yang is front and center, and so much so that he has blinded you to the Venus that's back there, to the moon that's back there, to the ascendant that's back there, and all you can see at high noon in the desert is this sun. You can't see no stars, you can't see no shadow, can't see no shade, can't see no nothing. High noon in the desert, all you can see is the sun and the bright blue sky with no clouds and the white sands of the goddamn desert and nothing else. No shadow cast at high noon, no shade at high noon, just the blazing destructive sun, light of the sun. And so when the sun is front facing, right? When the sun is front facing, then he is in his destructive phase. So when you read about the Revelations and each horse represents a season that the sun is in his destructive phase, then all of those harmonious seasons working together under the mother goddesses now become conquest, not seeding, not sexing, not playing outside with the birds and the bees, not April showers and May flowers. No, conquest becomes his season. War becomes his presentation as the young warrior. And every story about a solar deity you've read says so. Says so. Because what do we also read about all these lion stories? Samson, with his 7 long locks, kills the lion. Don't he kill the lion? He kills the lion. And then, because that is Leo season. And when he kills the lion, what season is next, right? It's Virgo season. After, because this is August. This is late summer. So after the Leo season, what's the next season? It's September. It's the Virgo time. And when Samson kills the lion, the next thing he goes into is the Virgo season. This is when he meets Delilah, right? And so this roughneck that done killed the lion, now he's all soft-hearted and shit because the boo done struck an arrow through his heart, got the juices flowing. You feel me? What comes next is the Scorpio, the sting of love, the sting of betrayal. She becomes synonymous with why he can't trust women, because she betrayed him in love. You feel me? And so then he comes back and he's the captive. And then finally he completes, when he is about to be born, here again, this little junction between the change of the seasons, the beginning and the end, right? Life as a conqueror and his inevitable death, right? What he had to do, he had to stand between them 2 pillars. What's the pillars? The legs of your mama when you was being born, right? The proposition or the inversion is that the 2 pillars that you must stand between when you are going to die into a death cult, when you are going to die, You feel me? And so he stands between the two pillars to kill her and all her people, her and all her progeny. But Delilah is Virgo, bitch. Delilah is the goddess. He is making a declaration about his conviction to the murder god, to the war god. He is making a declaration that he will cut himself off from the love of his mother and fail loyalty to go between the sacred pillars and be born in death between the filthy ass legs of the war god, who hates more than anything the fact that women can give birth to children. That's the thing he hates most. That's what every story is centered around. So it makes sense that when you're talking about the revelation, and they're talking about how at each trump there would be a horse, and the horse and a rider who would bring with him conquest, and who would bring with him war, and who would bring with him famine, and who would bring with him death. Why? Because I just told you, this is not some shit to come. This is not some shit to come. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to you about this in the same direction that your earthly annual move around the zodiac. But we're talking about ages. So we should be reversing. We should be reversing the movement, because to go through the Milky Way galaxy is to go clockwise through the signs. Do you understand? And so when we're talking about Sol Invictus and his 4 horses of the apocalypse, and we're saying, okay, I haven't done it yet, but this is just this is me working some shit out while I'm teaching you. I said the next thing that I have to do is find what is generally considered the most accurate calendar that we have from the oldest language that we have, which is from Sumeria. And so far, what I found is 7,835 years. So dividing 7,835 years by 4 to break them down into astrological seasons, to say, okay, which societies based on their iconography can we say made up the sun and each one of these phases? Are y'all following me when I say that? How do we take what we know is, at least right now, the oldest language that we have access to with these stories about the sun who raises up above the mother is Sumeria, is the oldest writing system that we have right now, right? And from the beginning of what they say is Sumeria to today is about 7,835 years. Take that 7,835 years and divide it by these 4 seasons of the Sol Invictus, of the solar god as the face of the sun in the cosmos at the moment, transitioning through these seasons. 7,835 is about 1,900 years per season. Okay. And I'm going to work on that. But right now, where we are today, where we have an actual outright bold-faced, bodacious, self-proclaimed Sol Invictus at the head of the White House at the height of the sun gone rogue in the season of the desert, right? The time of the desert, high noon in the high desert, threatening to destroy everything, no yin present, personified with orange hair. His sun sign is Gemini, his rising sign is Leo, and his moon sign is Cancer. His sun sign is Cancer. His sun sign is Cancer. His rising sign is Leo, and his moon sign is Gemini. Your president, right? And he was born under the last Uranus and Gemini in 1946, and he was born on a solar eclipse. Your president. You know what I'm saying? And also they play in your face, because this bullshit ass No King's Day parade that they corralled all y'all to participate in. No kings. We don't want no kings. No King's Day. I was like, this shit suspect to me. This shit suspect to me. Why they do that? Why they call it that? Because he ain't made the declaration. He has not said outright, I want to be king. So why? Who is responsible for this No King's Day parade? And I never participated in it. There's 3 of them. I never participated in either one because I was like, damn, this sounds suspect. This sounds like some police shit. Why they saying that? Why they out there corralling people by the millions to say the same thing? No kings, no bitch. What? Why they doing that? Why they doing that? And I, like anybody could have done, it took me 5 minutes. Who are the who is behind the No King's Day mobilizations? Zionists. Not only Zionists, George Soros, billionaire Zionist, and all other kind of other suspect shit that probably come out about him in one of these days. George Soros, and then this Zionist woman who leads some kind of teachers federation in New York, calls herself a progressive Zionist, huh? One man said she is the most powerfully influential woman in the educational system in the state of New York. They called her the kingmaker. This woman who was one of the founders, the funders of the No King's Day parade. They call her the kingmaker. That if you have her political support and you running for office, you gonna win. And then nobody do the 2 to 5 minute search to find out who was funding this bullshit called the No King's Day parade or whatever march. Literally diverting your revolutionary energy into some bullshit. Literally harvesting your energy. After they told you we've been able to monetize the harvesting of your energy. Anyway, so that's one thing, is to determine which time periods. Okay, so we're in the death season. That's a given. We're in the death season. The 1900s, from 1900 to 2000, there was more life lost in the 1900s than the previous 3 centuries combined in warfare. Just one war, the Second World War, where the nuclear weapon, the power of the sun in your hands, that's what they call it, fusion, the nuclear wars, that in 1942, when Oppenheimer created the first nuclear weapon, in World War II, 80 million human beings died in the Second World War. 80 million. 80 million. And almost half of that 80 million did not die as, quote, soldiers fighting other soldiers. No, more than half of the 80 million that died in the Second World War, right at the center of the season, right at the center of the last century, more than half were women and children from famine or as collateral damage, meaning some soldier took advantage of them, brutalized them, murdered them, or whatever. More than half. That's just the one war. How many wars happened in the 1900s? First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. We don't call it a war that America was engaged in, but America was behind the massacre of 3 million people from Congo when Firestone Tires signed this contract with King Leopold, that it resulted in the enslavement of indigenous people in Congo in these rubber plantations. And if they didn't work, their hands would get cut off and shipped to Belgium. That happened. That's 3 million. Who else? The Cold War, the Bay of Pigs, the Panama Deception, what was the other big one? Desert Storm, on and on and on. The war on black people with the establishment of COINTELPRO that ended up in the massacre and disappearing of all of these young people who were involved in either civil rights work or Black Power work. How many people still in prison? How many people died? How many people disappeared? How many people permanently exiled? That was a war. But because it was Black folks in America, they'll call it everything but what it was. It was an outright war on Black Americans. No different than the Vietnam War. No different than the Korean War. because it's us, the permanently invisible in this bitch, y'all are calling it everything but what it was. Y'all call it a movement. Not that the CIA didn't descend. The CIA, the FBI, all the local officers descended on the Black community like a lead bomb. So we're in this period. We've already experienced these things. Periods of massive famine. Do you know how many famines happened in the 1900s? The famine that I talked to y'all about in China, that was the most prolific. 75 million people died in China under the Great Leap Forward, under so-called socialist revolution in China. 75 million. 30 million in the Soviet Union. The Irish potato famine that was deliberately created. So we've been through that. Wars. So I would say these are probably border wars that established the borders that we have grown to know right now. Like why Rome looked like Rome, and Italy and Europe, different countries in Europe, China, permanent borders, India, China, permanent borders. So I would say these are probably wars of borders. And then conquest is like that earlier period, Greece and Rome was running around conquering everybody to make them a part of the Roman Empire. But here we are. This is it. Because the 1900s personified the precision and the different ways, not just outright warfare, the different ways that death had been perfected and easily concealed in plain sight. Medicine becomes an instrument of war in this period. Psychology is not my imagination. There are too many books. In the Land of Dry Bones is one book about medical experiment, scientific experimentation on Black people in the South. What was the other one? Medical Apartheid by Harriet Washington. Medical Apartheid that talks about the last 200 years of medical experimentation on Black bodies under the auspice of these great leap forwards in science and shit. Medical revolutionaries, acres of skin. There's no short. The book about the life of what's her name? What's her name? Harriet. What was Harriet's last? Henrietta Lacks. Thank you, Henrietta Lacks. That's what I was talking about, right? The book about the life of Henrietta Lacks. And so all of these quote scientific advancements that benefit the white world, it become instruments that ensure death to us. They ensure it. That's why the medical outcome looks so vastly different for us than them, because it's made to benefit them at our expense. This is the nature of parasitism. This is the very foundation of parasitism. Educational system that benefits them simultaneously is parasitic for us. Shortens our life expectancy, shortens our time in the world free, guarantees us a direct route, statistically specific numbers. How many of us are going to go to prison? How many of us is going to work at McDonald's? How many of us are going to drop out by the 8th grade? They got that shit down to a mathematical statistical precision that they actually make investments on. How many prisons do we need to build so that we can guarantee these statistics in the school system by the time a child is in the 3rd grade? How can we change the food that we give to kids in public school so that it guarantees, they have done these studies, it guarantees the food that we give them guarantees that a third of these kids won't make it to 8th grade. And those that won't make it to 8th grade, those going to be in prison. And then a third of the ones that actually do maybe graduate or get a certificate of attendance into 12th grade, that half of them are still going to go to prison. So we can know how many prisons we need to build right now while they 3 years old to guarantee that they go straight to fill these prisons that we done invested billions of dollars in. So this is where we at, because they have mastered the art of murder that does not have anything that even resembles as a response, a life-preserving, life-sustaining, life-affirming response to it. They have so well concealed death cult murder, death cult ritual, death cult shit in schools and prisons and work jobs, like jobs, corporate jobs, and institutions. Every institution, this is the outcome. Every invention, this is the outcome. And they have done it so well, so masterfully, that even if you see it in plain sight, your brain has been successfully wiped in a way that it will not sound the alarm call to the rest of the body to prepare you to fight, to prepare you to defend, to prepare you to protect, to alert you to the need to get in warrior stance, to get ready to fight. That's what it's done. That's what it's done. That's where we are. And I believe, now I know that all sounded very demoralizing. I know it is, but that's not my point. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm saying that in order for you to see, so that your brain can remember its relationship to the whole, and now be the now re-become connected, attached to the body, to alert the body when it needs to throw down, when it needs to preserve itself. You have to see what's been hidden before your brain can recall what its original job it is to do. You have to see, you have to remember. Yes, you have to hear. You have to be clear. And you have, the only way to do that is to remember what's been stolen. We have to study these symbols. You have to study these symbols for anybody. I don't care who you are, black, white, all the races in between, male, female, all the genders in between, young, old, I don't care. Everybody needs to be studying symbols, all of them, because a lot of this information that she, through really radical research, was able to compile in the 1980s, so much that's in here you cannot find on the internet anywhere. You cannot find it. Listen, when I'm telling you they're wiping this shit in real life, so much of what this woman, through actual old school research, was able to compile in the 1980s is nowhere to be found on the internet. Same with the other book that she wrote, Myths and Secrets. Get these books while the getting's good. I use I like thriftbooks.com because you can buy books used. You can buy books straight from the author used. You can, for every so many points, you can get free books. I done got a gang of free books. So I love thriftbooks.com. But the Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth, you need that. The Alphabet versus the Goddess, you need that. The Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, this will change your actual skull. Like, once you peer into this joint, you will see what's been hidden before you everywhere, and it'll feel like a punch in the jaw every time you see it. Every time you see it. When I tell you it's so pervasive, child. And then the follow-up to that she wrote a couple of years later is called The Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. This is jamming. Another one that is really important, I haven't finished reading it, so don't call me ugly names, is The Architect. This is hard to get. It's out of print. So if you get it, it's because there's still like used copies floating around. This is hard to get. But The Architects of Existence, the Age in Yoruba Cosmology, Ontology, and Orature. This is jamming, and we ain't even halfway through it yet. So those are the big ones. I mean, also, I've read a lot of books on my YouTube channel. So the Great Cosmic Mother, the first one I showed you, I read that whole book on my YouTube channel. This book here, Pure Lust, it is not for the weak, child. It is not for the tender-hearted. This was some hard shit to get through. This one right here. I read this one on my YouTube channel. It's called Pure Lust. Elemental Feminist Philosophy by Mary Daly. And I also read another book of hers on my YouTube channel that was equally brutal, called Beyond God the Father and Toward a Philosophy of Women's Liberation. This is that gangster shit right here. This is that gangster shit right here. And the reason I read these books on this internet here is because I recognize how much we have to learn, how far behind we are. And yeah, so anyway, I guess I'm gonna wrap up there. I guess I'll show y'all something that I found on the street. I have it as a bookmarker in my book here, but I'll be finding them everywhere, because as soon as these people create a new crisis, a new face of crisis, those people who love Jesus get right to work. It's like they alarm call that it's time for us to go and cull the herd. It's time for us to go win the harvest. The harvest, the rapture already happened. Rapture already happened. It was called slavery. The rapture already happened. It was called genocide. That's the rapture already happened. The rapture already happened. Okay. So I, walk around my neighborhood a lot. I live in West Hollywood, and I have been seeing these a lot. I've been seeing an extraordinary amount of Christian propaganda since Trump got elected. And I was used to seeing these in Florida in the South, but I was like, oh, I'm in Hollywood. I'm in West Hollywood. Yes. Trafficking. Yes. All of that is the rapture. Right. And the word rapture literally means to be carried away forcefully, to be carried away forcefully. That's what it means. So anyway, I've been seeing all these little old school Bible tracts. They'll have them, if you're going on a walk, they'll have them like on a telephone pole or on a park bench or something. They'll just drop them everywhere. This one is called The Beast. This is a Bible tract. See that? It's called The Beast. And see the people, they crying, and they got 666 tattooed on their head, and they crying. They look like some preacher or something got his hands on the baby head. Right? See that? And it's called The Beast. This is a Bible tract. This is what we used to take to go soul winning. This is what we used to take to people. This horror movie in a pamphlet. And so it's showing all these, y'all probably won't be able to see these images well, but it's showing all these images talking about as in the days of Noah, when man had become so evil and wicked and debaucherous, right? And they showing people killing and robbing each other and having sex and drinking and stuff. And when they was in them days, and see, they laughing and idolatry, worshiping and all that stuff. And then finally, as in those days is today. It's a God spoke of a time far worse than the days of Noah, right? And then the next picture you see, what does it say here? It says there is a blessed hope. Hold on, where my glasses at? There is a blessed hope, but it will only be for those who believe in Jesus, believe that Jesus died for them on the cross and that he shed his precious blood to wash away their sins. It is for those who receive Jesus as their personal Lord and Savior and Master. And then there's another picture of a graveyard. See that graveyard? And all them people coming up out the grave. See that? All the people going up into the sky. Because it say first the dead in Christ will rise. Right? And then those of us who are alive in Christ will follow them up into the sky. Those who are left behind have rejected Jesus and face God's judgment in the coming nightmare. And so see all these people going up into the clouds with Jesus, right? And then there are those that are left behind. And it says the 4 horsemen ride across the earth. Remember that little circle in the cross? That's the earth. The 4 horsemen ride across the earth. The first is the conqueror. The second is the destroyer of peace. The third is famine. And the fourth is death. Enter the great tribulation. Enter the great tribulation. And it says Satan raises up a leader that the world will love, right? And he will present as a man of peace who stabilizes the world economy and pulls the religions of the world together. And it says he demands total loyalty. He is Satan's masterpiece, and he rules from the Vatican. The beast hates Israel, God's chosen people. Now, there's some Christian shit, but even they concede that Israel is God's chosen people, and he makes a false treaty with them. A great image is made of the beast, and it is given life and speaks blasphemies. Anyone who doesn't worship this image is killed. With the use of computers, the beast will be able to control every person on the globe. Everyone shall receive my mark in his forehead or in his right hand. Without this mark, you will be unable to buy or sell. Oh, that's interesting, Sabrinax. That is interesting. Oh, I see you. I like that. I like that. That might be a little wormhole for me to go into. She say that the beast is called AI, like EYE. I like that. Let's see. But the Lord gives this warning: if any man worship the beast and his image and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels. Ah, yes. Then they show all the ghouls and the goblins of the making of Satan. Then, so on and so forth. I have to say something else before we leave, and hopefully this brother will be back on here because I'm tired and I'm ready to go. And he probably entertaining family right now. I want to say that I am in preparation. I'm already in preparation to do this, but I want to tell you that the reason you should not be discouraged by what I have told you this evening, these revelations that I've given to you about these cult games that they playing in your face. I'm talking about your senators. I'm talking about your elected officials. I am talking about your president. I am talking about your entertainment industries. I am talking about those who, because poverty has been so rigidly imposed on them, are put in a position where they will take contracts in these industries against their own interests for the sake of feeding themselves and preserving themselves. You feel me? I'm saying that all of this, everything that I've told you, everything that I will continue to tell you is an inversion, an outright inversion of one thing and one thing only. No matter how seemingly unrelated it is, go back. It is about one thing. Everything that you're seeing, every inversion, every war, everything is an inverted ritual attempting to emulate in its inversion the mother's body as God on earth, her entering into her pubic years, her first bleed, her quote pierced veil that becomes her first sexual encounter for which she bleeds, right? Her pierced veil that bleeds, her, if she so chooses, her seeding, her insemination, her calling to a spirit through the parents, the mother son, through the father's semen, sperm, right? And the calling of one to herself, and the blood and water that completes this cycle. The blood and water required to complete this cycle. The intercourse that is supposed to, at least the first time, accompany if you are about that life, that her first ceremony with sexual intercourse should accompany blood and water, the piercing of her veil. And then her birth ceremony, which is also consecrated as a holy act with her holy blood and water. Every story that is told is an inversion of the story, not just of her, not just of her, not just of her as the ceremony, you experiencing the ceremony. What I'm talking about is the stories that they tell about what you experienced from the point of conception through the 9 months, the trimesters, the trinity of time, from inception to the point of illumination, to the point of enlightenment. What is enlightenment? You all have already experienced it. It's your birth. Enlightenment that you perpetually chasing, illumination that you perpetually chasing, you already experienced it. You already experienced it the day you were born. The day that you went from the invisible realm to the visible realm, from unseen to seen, from the underworld to the world, to heaven, because earth is heaven. The horizon is where earth and heaven meet. So when you are born, you go to heaven. You in heaven, right? A heaven that has been turned upside down, inverted, flipped inside out, and made to appear like hell. But when you were born, when you went from the underworld to the seen world, you were born into heaven. You were born into heaven. And so no matter how scary, traumatic, terrible, evil, awful the story is, I'm telling you, if you can take just a half a second, no matter the religion, no matter the religious ideology, no matter everything, if you take a half a minute, you can see, oh my God, this is an inversion of this particular point in the story. That is, my parents meet, they have sex, I am called by my mother's ovum. She lets me in effortlessly. And then I divide. I am the one that becomes 2, and the 2 that becomes 4, and the 4 that becomes 16, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on, until the multiplicity, until what do they call the multitudes of splitting cells, the multitude of splitting cells, not dividing cells, not apart from each other, the multitude of the divisions that become one, that are a part of the one, that multiply. The multitudes, there is a moment where the multitudes become singular, bitch. There is a point in this process where the multitudes, the millions, the billions, and so on, the single cell organism that divides into 2, that divides into 4, that divides into 16, and becomes the legion. Billions and billions of cells inherently, intuitively knowing that I, as a cell, am going to become a liver cell. I am, as a cell, am going to become a brain cell. I, as a cell, am going to become muscular cells. Until the multitudes, the legion, which is the multitudes of divisions upon itself, comes into the light as the singularity, bitch. As the singularity that they scaring you with this language about, this AI shit, scaring you about when AI becomes conscious, you are being reproduced malignantly in this language. You are the singularity. You already experienced enlightenment, boo. And your light has been, quote, darkened. You know, when they say blinded by the light, how you look at the sun so long, shit'll go black. That is the light causing blindness. That's what you've experienced. You've been born into a world where the light of the sun has been weaponized against you so that you do not recall that there is a great, big, black, beautiful, bountiful sky, cosmos, for which you are a part of. But when you blinded by the light of the sun, you cannot see the shadow, you cannot see the shade, you cannot feel the cool of the night, you cannot see the stars, you cannot see the planets, you cannot see the Milky Way galaxy, you cannot see shit but the blinding ass rays of the sun, which you literally shield your eyes from. Praying for the light, shielding your eyes, praying for the light, shielding your eyes, praying for the light. We just need to pray for the light. We just need to imagine a gray white light in our head that comes down and expels all the darkness in our actual yin body. Child, and you can't figure out why everybody on the planet got cancer. But everybody on the planet is suffering from drought, from famine, from crop failure, from disappearing of water aquifers. And I tell you a story about the philosophy and the mythology of the sun gone rogue as a destructive force that can only cause destruction if not anchored in a relationship, bridled in a relationship with the mother. You see it politically in the real world. You see it ecologically in the real world. You see it in the environment. You see it in your neighbors. You see it in the grocery store. You see it everywhere. And you'll still say it's something the fuck else because you didn't vote right other than what it is. Why y'all talking about conspiracy theories? Bitch, because every last one of these niggas that's in one of these organizations, these fraternities, these sororities, these secret brotherhoods, these skull and bones, all perform the same ritual. What is the ritual? That they have a blindfold on while pretending that they are, quote, walking through the heat of the desert. Don't they all do that? Don't they all have that same ceremony? Why they do that? Why they do that? Morpheus tells Neo in the brilliant, bright white light in his head. How did they get to the construct? Where is the construct? Where is the construct that Morpheus is talking to Neo about? It's in their head, bitch. But your head ain't black. Your head ain't white. Your head ain't starch white like that white room they was in. Why they in this nigga head, but the room is white? Because his head, the construct, has been blinded by the light. Your head is black. Your brain is jet black. I'm talking about the contents of your brain that they can measure with an EKG. They can look and see a whole big old black globe with sparkling lights. Every time you have a thought, every time you do something, boom, sparkling lights, sparkling lights. Your head is black. Under the x-rays, your head is black. But your mind is convincing you something other than what your brain is actually communicating that you can see. We can literally see with these instruments that your head is black. We can see all the brilliant lights that look just like the universe. Your head is black with all these brilliant lights, electrical lights. We can sit here with instruments and show you, see, your head is black, bitch. But the contents of your head, the contents of your brain matter is white as that room that Neo was stuck in. That even with your plain ass eyes, you can see something that you can see with your eyes. It is what it is. And what is in your brain matter will convince you that what you're seeing with your actual eyes is not what you're seeing. Blinded by the light. Neo takes his ass and the two chairs, the two red chairs in the construct with the TV in the center, the two chairs is the metaphor for, because they squishy chairs. They the metaphors for the lobes in your brain. In this brilliant right room with these chairs, that's the color of your brain. And with the TV as the eyes, as your eyes in the brain. And he say, this the construct is so white you can't even see the cracks and crevices where the walls and the floor meet. This the construct. This is your head. This your brain. This is your brain on patriarchy, bitch. You remember that commercial? This is your brain. And this is drugs. And crack, this is your brain on drugs. Bitch, this is your brain on patriarchy. We have to come up with a new commercial for that. This is your brain. This is patriarchy. And this is your brain on patriarchy, bitch. And everything that's wrong with your life is not some woman's fault, bitch. It's because your brain is high and sick at the same time on patriarchy. Everything that's wrong with your brain, everything that's wrong with your worldview is because patriarchy. Your ass is being slowly cooked on patriarchy. That's it. And so when Morpheus brings Neo into the construct for the first time, he says, this is what we think the real world looks like because we live so deep in the earth because it ain't warm on the surface no more because we done blacked out the sun. So we gonna go all the way down to the center of the earth where it's still a little bit warm at the core of the earth. He said, but this is what we think the world look like now since we done destroyed the earth by blacking out the sky. And then what does he say? He says, welcome to the desert of the real. This desert iconography is everywhere in every single solitary post-apocalyptic movie ever made. Bet money. Bet money. Because I'm going to tell you something else. Because there are some post-apocalyptic movies that take place in the desert, but the desert is ice. Because what is the scientific identification of a tundra where nothing can grow because it's so icy? A tundra is considered a desert. So you have this shit everywhere. It's either a desert that is stereotypical yellow sun, blue sky with no clouds, and white desert sands, or it is white-skinned people like the last ice age who were black people or melanated people who turned white because of the ice age, living in the tundra desert, the watery desert where nothing could grow. And so their skin is white, their eyes are blue like the sky with no sun, no access to the sun. You feel me? It's in everything. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I just started watching, what you call it? The Lord of the Rings. It's everywhere. Game of Thrones. It's everywhere. The white hair who becomes the personification of the age of the desert. Whether it is the night walk, what do they call them? The night walkers, the night king in Game of Thrones. That's the tundra. He is the personification of the old world, ruled by the desert, the snow, the tundra, where nothing grows, where life cannot flourish. And she, the mother of dragons, the daughter of the mad king, the white-haired, white-skinned, leading through trickery, leading through sleight of hands, leading through mask turning. I'm the innocent, I'm the weak, I'm the feeble. And then because I am oppressed, I become powerful and I become courageous and the mother of dragons. And just like in every form, that's my nice side. That's my compassionate side. That's why I want to save the world side. And let me get enough power. But I need enough you colored folks to follow behind me to get enough power to flip the okie doke and become my true form, which is destroyer of worlds, destroyer of the innocent. She, the mad queen. She, the destroyer of the Dothraki. Who were the Dothraki? The horse riding Dothraki, who their main weapon was the sickled sword. Who is she to the Dothraki? The destroyer of the mother's children. Who is she to the Dothraki? Because it wasn't the other ones that she rescued, the whole other ones. I forget what they was called. No, but the Dothraki is destroyed not by the Night King, not by his dead hordes, not by his walking dead. No, by the one that they followed across country and land and sea. They followed her to the ends of the earth, the mother's children riding atop the sacred mare. The sacred mare. That's why. They were the mother's children. They rode on the sacred mare, the horse. They had the sacred blade. That's the only sword you saw that the Dothraki had, was the sickled sword. That's the mother's children. She, they destroyer. Their destroyer. You got to go back and watch it because it's hidden in your face. The evil witch, what they call her, the red witch, her story is quite fascinating. Ritual child sacrifice. She who disguises herself as youthful beauty as she's a crickety old crone. These stories are replete everywhere. Your mother being fed to you in iconography that can collectivize your hatred for symbols that are familiar but now have been inverted, perverted, bastardized to ensure that when shit goes down, you will always side with the father against your mother. Oh, yes. Yes. The Grim Reaper is always your mama, bitch. Yep. The Grim Reaper is always your mama. Always your mama. Always your mother. Always, always, always. As a matter of fact, not just your mother in general, there is a specific goddess named Shekinah. A specific goddess named Shekinah, who is the oldest iconography from which the iconography of the Grim Reaper comes from. And it's in the book Symbols and Sacred Objects. I'm just trying to wait for this brother to get back on the phone so we can close this thing out. I don't want to disappear while he's well, as a matter of fact, let me text him and just tell him that we can go ahead and close this out, because it's 9 o'clock. I can't believe we were on here so long, and I'm tired and I'm hungry and all of that. Can I believe we were on here so long? Yeah, let me text him really quick, because I know he said he had people in him at the crib. But yeah, if those of you who have the book, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, hopefully this will be the last thing that we can talk about before the brother gets on the phone. But if you go to, let's see where the page is. It's SH. And I don't want to get in the weeds. I just want to remind you that everything we're talking about, everything that we, go to, whether it's current or whether it's old, all of these, rituals hidden in plain sight, all of this, quote, evil, devil, diabolatry, everything that you witness, that you are being told is evil, sinister, whatever, is the inversion of your mother. Can you sit still long enough to see, even if you have to go straight to your books and see, yes, I see, but this bullshit they're trying to feed me in this horror movie is actually an inverted version of the mother, meant to make me hate myself, hate my mother, hate the God on earth. That's what it's for. It's that simple. Everything that I've talked to y'all about for the last 9 hours has been about that. Let me text this dude. Actually, let me call him. Whew, I ain't got no water left over here, nothing. Hello? I might just have to bow out, because I'm fading fast. Okay. So if you go to here it is. So if you look in the index and look up the word, like in the index, and look up the word Shekinah, Shekina. There are several references to her, so just look that up. But I think it's 219. That is the main one. I think so. 219. Maybe 219 or 1. I love this book. It's my absolute favorite book. That'll change from time to time, but right now she'd be putting down a series 411 in this here book. Yes, it's okay, so not Shekinah. It is Siege. Sige. It's Sige. I'll show you the picture. Of this hooded one. S-I-G-E. See there in that corner, the hooded character, S-I-G-E. See that? I'm going to read that to you real quick, Lack. Okay. It says, oh, you know what? But I'm still going to read Shekinah. So Shekinah, you see this everywhere. So Shekinah, which is why I thought it was the hooded woman, is that kind of rainbow, double rainbow. You see it as windows. You see it as like iconography in Catholic churches, where it's like, what do you call it? Like the stained glass, and there'll be images in the little things. So I'm going to read this really quick to them, and then we can close out. So it's just like a page. Okay.
Take your time. They love you. Okay. They got an extended version of your greatness. So both of the worlds get to see you at your best.
All right. So the first is Shekinah, which is the double kind of rainbow archway, like window looking thing. The Shekinah was to the Hebrew god what Kali Shakti was to Shiva. His female soul, his female mind, his energy, his creativity, and his essential spouse. Rabbinic literature said the splendor of the Shekinah feeds the angels. She can castigate God for his vengefulness. She was a great heavenly reality whose shining countenance shoved the theoretical doctrine of the oneness of God into the background. According to the Gikatiya, she was Sarah in the days of Abraham, Rebecca in the days of Isaac, Rachel in the days of Jacob. She was also matronite, mother, Molkuth, kingship, discarded cornerstone, pearl, moon, earth, night, garden, well, sea, and supernal woman. The Shekinah was often defined as God's glory, which, like the Holy Spirit, was another way of concealing the original goddess relationship that gave Yahweh his powers. Sometimes her name was simply omitted from the scriptures altogether, and another word substituted in its place. The Targum of Onkelos, an Aramaic version dating from about 130 AD, gave Shekinah where later authors substituted name in Deuteronomy 12:5. Quote, God shall choose that his Shekinah may dwell there. Unto the house of his Shekinah shall you seek, end quote. That's Deuteronomy 12:5. Some Talmudic literature said the Israelites carried two caskets in the wilderness, one containing Joseph's corpse, the other containing the Shekinah in the form of two stone tablets. Don't that Shekinah look like the two stone tablets that we was talking about in that supposedly had the 10 commandments on it? Don't that look like that? Right? So it says, let's see, that one contained Joseph's corpse and the other the Shekinah in the form of two stone tablets. Israel's sins caused, listen. Oh my God. Israel's sins. Remember we was talking about the black goats and have to dump their sins onto the black goat, the scapegoat? And then she had to go far, far away from the people. Israel's sins caused the Shekinah to leave the tabernacle. Some rabbis insisted that she returned when the second temple was built. Her presence was indicated by the ringing of bells, just like the presence of the Catholic Church, of the Catholic host. To Jewish Gnostics, the Shekinah occupied the same position as Sophia, as Saponicia, or Mariana, or Myra, or Mira, and then it also has myrrh, like Myrrh, myrrh of the sea, to Christian Gnostics. That is, she was the thinning remnant of the formerly all-powerful image of God's spouse. For Christians, the Holy Spirit was masculinized. For Jews, the Shekinah was almost completely forgotten until certain Kabbalistic sects resurrected her in the 13th century. That's the Shekinah, those two. Then the siege that is spinning off of her, the siege, the hooded image that I showed y'all, that is the basis of the Grim Reaper. Siege, which literally means silence. So if you look at her, she's seen with the hood and her finger over her mouth, like in the shushing formation, right? So siege, or silence, was a mysterious hooded female figure with her finger blocking her lips. Some said she represented the secret name of Rome, which could not be spoken aloud, or else she represented the taboo against speaking it. To the Gnostics, however, siege was the primordial female power of creation who gave birth to Sophia, for out of silence came the first creative word. This formerly female cosmogony influenced this formerly female cosmology influenced the Napoleonic doctrine of the word logos, by which, quote, God was supposed to have brought the world into being by his speech. Another name for this Roman goddess of silence was Angerona, like anger, Rona. Angerona. Her cult rituals and spiritual meanings were so carefully hidden that virtually nothing is known about them to this day. And then the last part is sin, S-I-N. If Moses climbed Mount Sinai to meet the resident God, then the God he met would have been the moon. Then the God he met would have been the moon god Sin, who had been enthroned on that mountain since the rise of Sumeria and gave his name to it. In fact, Sin, S-I-N, gave his name to the whole Sinai Peninsula, formerly the land of Sin, or Sinim, according to Isaiah 49:12, or the land of the lunar mountain. The original Yahweh was only another form of this primitive lunar deity of Arabia. Sin became part of the Babylonian Trinity, along with Shamash, the sun, and Ishtar, the star. Oh. The symbol of Sin shows a mountain crowned by the moon's horns. That's the crescent moon in the upward facing position. Crowned by the moon's horns with a shaft reaching to the underworld. The whole somewhat resembling a stylized tree. Sometimes the moon-crowned tree was also an emblem of the goddess, whose son consort, Sin, was, in the usual fashion, of Mesopotamian divinities. I got to revisit this whole thing because that's deep. That's deep, 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 deep. Oh, shit. That's so deep. Oh. Because sin, under the Abrahamic religions, is synonymous with females. The purveyors of sin, the winning of men to sin against their own selves, like female bodies become synonymous with sin. But what this is just saying is that the origin of sin is that the God sin, S-I-N, was the sun, the lunar S-O-N, the lunar sun consort of the goddess. So sin was male. Again, another inversion. Sin was synonymous with male. Sin was the male. Sin was the son consort to the mother. And if you got to invert everything, then the sun, the lunar sun deity, Sin, has to become the solar sun deity. and he has to be the opposer of sin, his previously consort self in his relationship with his mother. Isn't that something? Isn't that something?
Yes, ma'am. You know, sin in Nile Valley culture means brother.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
And then the female counterpart to that is Sinet. And Sinet is the divination tool that is used. That's a
Which
tool
culture is this?
Nile Valley.
Okay.
So the masculine is called sin, not meaning brother, and Sinet means sister, but the Sinet is also a divination tool. So again,
that's good to know. Good to know. This was fun. Now I'm thirsty and hungry. I'm tired.
6 hours of greatness, okay?
Man,
6 hours of greatness.
Yeah. I was like, well, surely since I'm on somebody else's thing, they're going to cut me off at an hour. We'll be done. You feel me? No, you just going to let me go on and on and on. Like it's my own thing over here.
It is. It is.
This is fun, though. This is fun.
Now think about it. You've been with me through a decade of this.
Mm-hmm.
A decade. So through Black Power Awards, through Professor Small, like I text you on the whim. I said Professor Small is on. He was like, I'm coming on.
That's my homie.
Understand what I'm saying? Through all of
that's my homie.
The highs and the highs of, you know.
I miss y'all, man. I miss y'all. I miss the fam, man. I miss that period. I miss that. I miss what it meant, man. Shit. I do. I feel a level of isolation out here. I do. And I miss us. I miss that moment. And I was thinking the other day, I was like, man, is it possible?
You've been so prepped, though. You've been so prepped.
Well, I was thinking about it.
You've been so prepped. Like if you could deal with us, you could deal with anybody and anything on the planet. You understand what I'm saying? Because us is a special thing. Like you have an affinity, but you have always been universal medicine. Always. You know, I say this with the utmost love and admiration. You have always been universal medicine that was prescribed to a people that didn't know how to take you. So if you could deal with
Damn.
If you could deal with that, you could deal with anybody on the planet. So, you know, the people who are here now, if you had them 20 years ago, 25 years ago, it'd have been different. Yeah. You were different dealing with us from not even the rudimentary. Mm-hmm. There were so many paradigms that we have latched on to, and people are still trying to pervade them and have them go cyclically. They come back every once in a while. But with this time now, it's time to actually rid ourselves of all of these old paradigm things that we thought were supreme. They're minuscule now.
Yes.
So that universal medicine that you provide, as you provided the entire time. Mm-hmm. So even
I appreciate that.
Deal with someone that's afflicted.
Yeah.
There's not a malady or an affliction that someone can present emotionally, physically, mentally, or spiritually that you can't deduce. And if they're willing to help them reduce.
I appreciate
if they're willing to do the work. So
no, I appreciate that.
Level it is. Yeah, just a reminder, because nobody checks on you. Nobody checks on the strong friend. You know, they just come to the strong friend with their stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And the people, if they know you, to know you is to love you. If they don't love you, they don't know you, right? Because they don't know your sojourn. They don't know what you've been through and none of that. So every once in a while, I got to do total recall with you. Be like, oh, hey, come on, remember.
I needed that.
I'm not none of these people. I'm still the same dude. You understand what I'm saying?
Damn, man. I didn't realize I needed that. I needed that because, like I said, I am in a relative state of isolation out here. I love Los Angeles, and I still believe, I'm still convinced, I'm still convicted that my coming out here in the context with which I came out here.
You got a couple of works that are there, And there's a lady who predicted your arrival. She was the wife of the late Manly P. Hall. Her name was Marie. She was a German lady, and she had a work to do that the world was not ready for in 1950.
Oh my God.
So think about what this meant to her, and to know that somebody's in the place where she was helping her husband do his work, but her work was ignored. So for every woman that had ever existed whose voice was stifled, whose heart was heavy, and they took that to the other side, they are calling on you to see them and to hear them, and to vanquish this space and place where they no longer can carry those burdens. She can become free. The Shekinah doesn't have to be hidden anymore. She can be in the material viewing the world. You know what I'm saying? And the rightful heiress to the throne of the universe can take back her place. Mother can be seen and heard again in that way. So it's heavy, it's thankless. All these other things we thought was thankless ain't got nothing on this. Cause when you start telling people about mother and nature and earth, they'd rather look at after earth and say this is an eventuality than to deal with the earth, to heal the earth. And everybody who spoke about the earth, he and her, they took them out of here. Whether it was herbs, whether it was actually an earth song, whether it was reconnecting back with nature, he and her suffered the brunt. And don't even speak about the children. The children, they just died from a broken heart of neglect.
Yes.
So
Yes.
the reformation of pulling things back together in regards to all of this, nobody becomes anything without you.
I am having a whole moment, and I have to tell you about yourself. Okay, I have to tell you about yourself because you and I haven't talked in a long time. I think the last time we did this together was during COVID,
Right.
for COVID,
Right.
during COVID, something like that, on the early side of COVID. So just so y'all know, even in preparation for this, we did not speak. We typed a couple of messages.
Right.
I'm having a whole moment right now because I've been talking to people who follow me regularly about how since my birthday, I have been going to the Philosophical Research Society, which is Manly P. Hall's building. And I have driven by that place 10 million times and never knew it was there until this little white girl took me. She met me in the park, speaking at a Lionsgate event, an 8/8 portal event. And this little white girl walks up to me after she hears me speak, and she's like, "Are you Cassandra?" I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Oh my God, I listened to your YouTube channel." I was like, "Whoa, like that never happens here where people here listen to my shit. Y'all all listen to my shit, but people here don't listen to my shit." So we meet at the park and we talked for a while, and she's an astrologer. And she is not just an astrologer, she does astrology for movies. She will pull charts for movies. I'm like, that's brilliant. We meet at the park. I wanted to tell him the story why he got up and walked off again. So I'll wait. Yo. I'm gonna wait because he was the one I was talking to, not just y'all. I was whole Rose and told the stories. I ain't trying to be on here another 30 minutes. I'm trying to hold it so I can tell him the story because it's directly tied to what he just said, and I'm having a whole moment. Yo, I was telling you the story.
Yeah, I hear you.
To just what you said because it's blowing my mind. And I'm gonna close out. I didn't know that you hear me. I just saw you gone, so I was like, maybe he can't hear. But anyway, so listen, I'm
my aunties and them is pulling rank up in there. So when they call my name, I gotta run.
That's why I'm gonna let you go. But I just want to tell you, I just wanted people to know that we haven't talked. So the reason I'm having this moment is actually a full ass moment. You mentioned Manly P. Hall. I don't know nothing about his wife. What's his wife's name?
Marie.
Because it's interesting. Nobody talks about her at the Manly P. Hall Center. I've never heard anybody talk about her name, nothing. And then you mentioned Manly P. Hall's wife. And so now I've got to go up in there investigating because all they have is big pictures of him, images of him, photographs of him. The library is extraordinary. Every book under lock and key and shit. Mainly, somebody here says Manly P. Hall's book, The Secret Teachings of All the Ages, completely ignored his wife, Mary. See, none of this history.
They weren't married yet.
They weren't married yet?
No.
Oh, when he wrote The Secret Teachings of All the Ages.
Yeah, he had a wife prior to her. Secret Teachings of All Ages is for all intents and purposes his first book. He was like 20. He's in his 20s. She wasn't, so she came on later in 1950. They were married. So after 1950 on up, you have to think about it like that.
Okay, well that's good to know. But it's sending me on a wormhole now. Now I'm on the search.
Yeah, all of the womanism. She was one of those ones that was very staunch. They try to play it to the left. They try to say, "Oh, okay, she was a mean person. She was crazy." Blah blah. The games that they play. They start doing that. They do like Nina Simone, and Whitney Houston, and start doing all
3 days a week, and I never hear anybody talk about her. Okay,
her name literally means love. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so the reason Jean-Jacques Dessalines' work never died because he had a Marie in his life. Marie was his wife. You understand what I'm saying? The first empress of Haiti. You see what I'm saying? So Marie in his personages, or Mary, however y'all want to, or Maria, however y'all want to, flip it around. That's a universal love factor. So the reformation of the earth, she said that women would change the world. Women would change the world. And
things to get into, but that's what I want.
So for the lady to come and say, "Okay, are you Cassandra?" and bring you the PRS, that's no accident.
Yeah, I felt it from the first moment I got there. So, or he
they don't know what's in there anymore because that place wasn't for the people who appear to know. It's for the people who actually know. So,
yep. It's still that way. It's very, even though it's open to the public, it's very elitist, and it's like there's an air that's meant to like keep some out and let some in. It's very, elitist. It's open to the that's the reason.
Because there's nothing. That's how you know that's how you know it's a graveyard now. Yeah, you don't.
It is.
You can't access it anymore. So for all of those who had passed through, they have all passed on. So for the spirit that's calling you to her, it's like, all right, that's something that never got a chance to live. And that thing you were talking about that you were looking for, she's part of that answer.
Yeah, no, I have
to. Now I told you, all of my matriarchs walked in, and before you said anything about any of that, I didn't know anything about that. Right? We didn't talk about anything. I said, but you are at a place, and all of my mother spirits was like, tell her Marie. So all at the same time, literally all of it happening, me going back and forth. We done it. I never walked away from a place with you and I in a thing ever. You understand what I'm saying? So literally, this was a first of of a never. So, whatever the sojourn it is. But you open
No, I
some doors
appreciate this.
today with the
That was a huge
reclamation
adventure.
of mother in spirit and in truth. So our mothers are with you.
I appreciate it. I'm really, really glad we did this today. This is dope. This is dope.
So we're
And I
leaving now.
love this background. Ugh. I might need
We're
to hire
leaving
you to
now.
do all my shit. This shit's so fly. Oh, they're so fly.
Well,
Oh, and
we
the
lived in
music.
cosmic remembrance.
Make
Cosmic.
sure to email me the YouTube links for
Yeah,
the two
I'll
songs
send you
that
everything.
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
to know
I'll
them.
send you.
I need to know them. That was fire. All right,
Definitely.
let's close this
Before I
out.
get yelled at again, I'm
Yes, y'all consider making a donation to this work
Yeah.
that I am engaged in. Join me on my YouTube channel, Daughter of the Fates. My email address is evoemetemp@gmail.com. That's evoemetemp@gmail.com. I know I wasn't interacting with the comment section as much as y'all are used to me to, but thank you, everybody. I saw every last one of you in your comments. Thank you so much for joining. You can support through the many ways that's listed throughout the chat, or you can email me to get ways that you can support. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, the GoFundMe, all of that stuff. And thank you again, Brother Knowledge Born Allah, for allowing me the time and space on your platform. I appreciate you for it. This was fun.
You're always welcome here. I love you in real life and on the internet. That's it.
I wonder if we can pull a Jack move, bro. I wonder if we can do a 10-year anniversary of the Black Power Awards.
I'm ready.
I would
Let's
love
go.
that. I would love it so much. I'm like, that shit would change the fucking game. And do it out here in LA and have everybody come out here and stage a contest on this monstrous bitch. I feel like to have Black descend on LA would change the game, baby. Can we do that? Is it possible for
We
us to
definitely
do
could.
that?
Yes, this is actually the greatest time ever. Anything that you could have imagined.
On this 60th anniversary of the beginning of the Black Power movement, like, can we do that? Can we pull this off this year?
Yep.
And
in Queen Khalifa's, you understand what I'm saying? In Queen Khalifa. Yeah.
Can we raise our unsung ancestors up out the graves out this bitch? Like, can we do that? Can we do that? Can we pound the ground and call on our ancestors to come and reshape the face of this bitch? I'm for real. I've been thinking about it. I've been obsessing about it every day since the new year. It's like, can we do another Black Power Awards? It's the 10-year anniversary. It's such a monumental period. All the outer planets are in fire or in air. It should be able to go off fast, hot, hard. Like, but I ain't gonna do shit by my motherfucking self. I'm gonna tell you that.
And the retrogrades are in water this year.
Oh yes. The Uranus and Gemini. Can we shift the energy of the Uranus and Gemini in our favor? The Saturn, Neptune in our favor. Can we reclaim all of these iconographies and flip them back over into the image and personification of the mother? Can we do that? Like, can we do that? Can we do that?
Yes. And with Neptune and retrograde, it's a perfect time to detoxify and move away from old patterns and focus your mind on moving forward. You got until October the 15th. Now look what October 15th means. And you understand what I'm saying? And tell me that we're not in divine alignment with what the future is supposed to be.
So we are in what the ancients have called the twilight of the gods. Twilight means right on the brink of dusk. The twilight of the gods. Nordic tradition, Ragnarok. It was a period foretelling the time when the malignant gods were going to get put to sleep. It was going to be their bedtime. It's the twilight of the gods, right? And so we're welcoming the dark. That's what we're doing. We're welcoming the night. We're welcoming the moonrise. You feel me? Like, these are the icons that we have to be thinking about. How to turn the white sky in people's consciousness into how to drop the illusion of a white heaven, of a blue sky. Ain't no such a creation as a blue sky. How to remove the illusion of a blue sky so that people can recall that their construct is not white. Their construct is pitch black. Their construct is constantly being illuminated by the genius that is their own mind, always learning, always making connections. That's you as God personified. Who is God? Hathor. Who is God? Nu. Who is God? The jet black ass foreverness that is illuminated with the milk of the Milky Way galaxy and the sun and the moon cycling through her body, right? That's you. You are Nut. You are Hathor. You this. And I think that's the thing, is that we have to figure out collectively how to practically, how to pragmatically, not just philosophically, not just ideologically, in the real world, what are the mechanisms that we can use to transform the global population's brain, skull, back into the boundless, powerful, magical black heaven that is proliferated with the genius that is the illuminaries, the stars, right? That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. And I'm saying that's what we have to do. That's the diagnosis. That's what we have to do. I'm not telling you I know what the treatment protocol is yet. Okay. I'm not telling you I know what the political cure is for this diagnosis yet. How to set the sun on the white ass sky of your skull, patriarchy. How to put the sun gone wrong. How to put the baby gone rogue to sleep after creating all this chaos and shit. How to put that motherfucker to sleep so that the sky can rule. The black ass sky can reign for a spell. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
It's on the way. If you on the case, they on the way.
Thank you all for your donations. Thank you, Balanced Justice. Thank you, Nexodus. Oh, I like that. Nexodus 66. I like that. That's cute. I like that little play on words right there. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you all for your donations and your input and such in the comment sections and all the like. I appreciate you all. Now I gotta go eat. I gotta go find something to eat, man.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do this again sooner than later.
All right.
And keep me disciplined next time. Like, look, woman, you got 90 minutes. I'm cutting you off. I'm pulling out the Sandman hook.
I watched Somatic Death from Dr. Valentine, and I watched every single Bobby Hemmett, everybody under the spectrum, under the sun, and I listened to my own mother lecture for days at a time. You understand what I'm saying? So if I could listen to these guys and hearken
I'm gonna have
to
to
the
send
voice
the
of my
alarm
mother,
clock next time because I am hungry. Okay, I'm going to eat.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, though. Serious talk. This was great, and I really, really, really appreciate you so much. I really appreciate the reminder, the trip down memory lane. It's got me mulling over some other shit.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's a book or a movie or a documentary or something. It's gotta be something.
Okay. All right, brother. Will you take it easy?
We combat Negroism versus liberalism. You know, we had combat.
I love it. I am gonna use that. I'm gonna bite that.
It's yours. It is yours. And we need some Patrix gear, so you know, I can spread it around.
That was great. You know. I'm biting that. Love it.
Peace, y'all.
All right, brother. I'll see you next time. So everybody.
Here, the centuries of loneliness were to end. Your collection of Leonardo da Vinci masterpieces, Mr. Flint. They appear to have been recently painted. contemporary canvas with contemporary materials.
Then, age, death, the taste of dust. Do you understand?
You wanted a perfect, ultimate woman. As brilliant, as immortal as yourself. Your mate for all time.
Merkaba master. I charter demons to other worlds, drive devils to plaster, rush them to hell, breathing asthma. Place Satan on gurneys next to Hermes, send them off to their journey to Cleopatra. They read those chapters, egos captured. The Leo laughter, neoplasma. Run through my veins in this matrix, and my basement became a plaza. And now I'm in the Sky Lounge with negative spirit hackers. Build on math and we read the chapters. Observe through our windows at the quiet disasters. Riots at NASA, marches, gender pride, freedom rights for the masses. Till we do away with first and second citizen classes. Religion is backwards, trying to comprehend to the pastor. This gym is like Jasper. Either we all live and strive for the youth to survive, or it all ends with the rapture. Forget waiting on the man, I'm making a plan. And for the ages of false statements, I'm taking a stand. Start an investigation on Satan with a cross in my hand. Make him plead guilty, now face the jury. We're in the courts of I am. If I could just vanish from off the planet, like magic, become caught from granite. Days, mathematics is understanding.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Oh, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
A billion stories in the naked city. Ghost told me that his best friend needs a kidney. We froze, reminisce of Tiffany in the cold, open whiskey from the 20s, in the memory, sympathy, made the angels play a symphony. Said he could've had a scholarship, toured different colleges, now he's out of it, fading away slowly on dialysis. His name remained anonymous, but here's my acknowledgements. Street legends and hood guards, kingdom fall into a mirage, ghetto depression sets in. Then we place weed and cigars. A child has difficulties concentrating. From where he lives, he sees his promises fading. He sees his pops gone, his mom's is aging. She trying to stay strong for a church congregation. And meanwhile, a kid named Rico was the coke king. A lot of siblings are the dope fiends, hope you scream. A lot of children with broken dreams, homes were clean. The most extreme, you got rich and what you sold to queens. Look what you did to Josephine. And Ebony is unheavenly. The devil's ready with open wings. As Lucifer uses love and his youthful mug. Then his blood on the cobra's fangs.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
Through the mid.